Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another broadcast of the qualifier here for the Fusion Esports League, the Krakow 2025 qualifier number 2, the global qualifier course. We're back. I'm Side VIP with you and joined by these amazing players, by the people in chats, and by the plushies as well. Welcome one and all to the online qualifiers for the major offline event happening in Poland, happening in Krakow. If you're in the chat, !B as the bracket is live. The bracket is stacked, and we are jumping into the first round, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the Italian Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss from the land of the Netherlands. It is Hydra. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 3. Here we go. Now, once again, we were live last night, 24 hours ago, just over 24 hours ago at this point, with our previous qualifier, with qualifier number 1. From that event, we were able to feature some key players making it through, of course. We had 2 qualified players. We had... just quickly double checking. We had Skillis from the upper half of the bracket, and we had SOS from the lower half. So Skillis and SOS, they made it through into the main event. We're here to determine which other 2 players will join them in the main event as well. Also, a big shout to Kashim. Share my papi, share my. Kashim is organizing the event, and he did let us know last night that the players that are going to be invited have already been predetermined, and we'll be getting those announcements soon TM as to which players will be joining those qualified players as a part of said main event. That's going to be happening soon. It's going to be happening in the next couple of days. Look forward to it. Do look forward to it. Until then, double gas opener here at Baby Marine, and welcome to Pylon. Pylon is one of the more aggressive maps of the map, full of shorter rush distance by ground, a more direct attack path as well, and a little more, I should say, accessible third and natural bases. So as a result, we do often see a little all-ins. Double gas opener leads into a faster factory, leads into a more tech-heavy style, can lead into an all-in. Oh boy, let's go. Let us go. For the time being, we are moving out. Reaper does move out to scout across the map. It is going to be Reaper first into Reactor. No fast tech lab. Otherwise, we could have seen a faster add-on swap into Cyclone, into early play or early Cyclone production. From here, we can go factory into a delayed tech lab, into a faster starport, into potentially add-on swap into Banshee play. We got options. For now, no add-on. Widowmine first. Widowmine first here at Baby Marine. Likewise, Reaper tries. Oh no! Reaper tries to poke in, but Hydra will shut it down. Very nice play. Hydra himself went for a standard opener, went for a gate, expand into Cybercore, into his tech of choice. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Hydra. Everything looking normal, everything looking standard. This should lead into Blink, but how many gateways is the question? 2 gate, 3 gate, or 4 gate Blink Stalker? How many gases is he going to take? How long is he going to stay on 2 bases? How quickly does he try to expand? Based on the opener. Oh! As the mine shot doesn't go off. Nice delay on the SC. Hydra's all over this. Hydra, he shuts down the Reaper. He harasses across the map. He delays the CC. The Adept, he baits. Oh, he tries to bait it out as well. Gets some extra shots in. Again, very nice moves here from Hydra in the early game, and we do see Baby Marine. He's now going for the tech lab, so double Widowmine into a tech lab. Widowmine drop first, but from here we can go into tank production or even Cyclone. Adept does shade in. That should not have happened, and does get a free scout of the main. So it does get eyes on the add-ons. We can see a bit of a supply block here for Baby Marine. Yeah, brutal supply block because the CC was delayed. Adept does not get an SCV, thankfully, but tank production has begun. That's going to be earlier tank production here. Oh, okay. It's going to be earlier tank production. Chat. Gamba time, baby, Gamba time. Also, before I get ahead of myself, as we're moving out with our mind drop across the map, as the drop play is commencing, Hydra fully walls up, and a big shout to Baby Links in the chat. Thank you so much for 38 months. That's a lot of months. Also for being the first quacker as well. Thank you so much for the support, for the many years of support as always. Thank you, Baby Links. Esther Baby Links. Thank you so much. As the initial drop is heading in towards the main. Does head in towards the main. Blink is not yet done, but there are plenty of stalkers in position. And Hydra does reaction time, does pull away. Mine shot's about to go up. They get 1. They get just the 1 for now. Ooh, just one. Pro for 2 Widow Mines. Better defense here for Hydra. Hydra shuts this down, and Hydra expands as well. So third base is on the way. Behind this, had a full wall setup here. We were curious when the gases were going to be taken. It looks like we had double gases here. Robo into a bay. Bay is after the third base, but the third base was a little bit more delayed here in favor of all this defensive setup. So later third base here for Hydra, but is working towards Colossus. Meanwhile, Baby Marine, he's pushing out. This is a Beyond push. Now, what is a Beyond push, you might add? You might ask even. A Beyond move out is when you push without stim. No stim with this army. These are vanilla Marines, but the tanks, there are already 2, soon to be 3 tanks. This hits very hard. And if Baby Marine can get on top of the third base with those tanks, if he can siege up within range, he can shut it down and potentially get a kill. Ooh, and Hydra, he does miss it. Yeah, he does miss the rotation, does miss the army. Tanks able to siege, and he's within range. Yeah, he's within range. That's a kill, not a cancel on the pylon. The base is under fire. This is going to be a tough hold here for Hydra, as the base is already going down. He tries to come in from behind. Tank shots going up, and he can't engage the base. Down to less than half HP. Yeah. Picks off a couple of Marines. At the same time, a Raven harass into the main base. Does go for the dive. He has to, but oh god, he gets 1 tank. He barely gets 2, but he gets punished for it. So many Stalkers going down. Oof, as he will lose how many? I'm afraid to look. 6 Stalkers go down. 1 tank survives. The base is very low, and he does not save the expansion. Suddenly, that was not worth it. A Hydra to lose all those Stalkers, to kill 2 tanks, but to not save the base. That was the purpose. That was the goal, to save the expansion, and he fails to do so. Again, these early move outs can be brutal if you don't see them coming. And again, Hydra, he was out of position. What happened? The pants were down. The pants were down, and now suddenly, despite the better start for Hydra, I would say that the early game went in his favor. Coming in towards the mid game, he did kind of miss the move out. He missed the army, and now Babe Marine is in a very commanding position. And now he can hit with Stim. Stim is finishing up combat shields. +1 is on the way. He's building up more Raxes, building up more Bio. Third CC is in production, halfway done at this point. Actually, I would say a better economy here for Babe Marine. A third base is on par with the third base of the Protoss. Cashes out the Observer. And Hydra, he's in a rough place here. Things are looking a little bit dire. Now, it's not impossible for Hydra to bounce back, but it is looking quite bleak. He's going to have to take a really strong fight. If he can catch the army unsieged, if he can catch out some of the bio like this, if he can knock down a full medevac drop, for example, like there are ways for Hydra to recover, but there's a lot of pressure on him, for sure. So now he's trying to keep up with the army rotations. Trying to keep up with Green. Oh no! Gonna lose 1, 2, 3. 3 Stalkers go down. Hydra was distracted. Distracted by the mine drop. Or sorry, by the Raven harass. I was distracted. And not like this, Pappy. Not like this. As Babe Marine, he loads up, jumping in towards the main. Hydra, remember, he lost 6 Stalkers earlier, so he's having less Stalkers to help defend, to help rotate between the bases. Deny these drops. And Babe Marine is pulling Hydra apart. Army coming in from the south side or from the center. Sneaking up on the third. Drop into the main. Hydra's keeping up. Hydra's so far so good. He's defending with the bare minimum right now. Thankfully, he does leave his army at the third. Meanwhile, Babe Marine, again, we spoke about, he has the economic advantage. Again, he's on a proper 3-base saturation. Hydra, he should have a 4th at this point. Like, the Hydra, the Protoss player, needs to be up an expansion compared to the Terran. And that is not happening. He needs that base. Now going for a gateway explosion. Babe Marine is going to be the first to max out. We'll be able to max. Aye. And we'll see. Oh, Jesus. And again, we'll see if he can recover here. Now, with these Colossus, there's always potential, but you can already see that the Baby Marine, he's building up Vikings. That's a lot of Vikings here. 6, soon to be 8 Vikings already for Baby Marine. Just a hefty Viking count. Bio army's built up as well. Hydra is claiming his 4th base again to late 4th. Now, if Hydra can slow the game down, if he can buy some time to saturate his 4th, then sure, he can get in this. Likewise, okay, Novas, that's a way to recover in this game. 2nd Robo's on the way. He's going for double Destructor production. And if he can land some of these Novas ahead of time before the main fight occurs, then likewise, he can deter a push here from Baby Marine. As the Raven has starts to continue. Oh, nice catch. Raven barely does survive. Whew, does get away. There's that 4 CC for Babe Marine. As we mentioned a while ago, Babe Marine is going to be the first to max, and you can see he's maxing out. He has a very heavy Marauder army. We got 20 Marauders, 32 Marines, we got 1 tank, we got 10 Vikings, 6 Wooden Mines. We have a death ball of an army. And this is the kind of army that can stim and win. Nova goes off, doesn't connect. That was the only Nova. That was the only Disruptor. And without any more Novas, I mean, I had to... good. Protoss players, look away, baby, look away. His Vikings are going to town. They got one of the Colossus. Nice force fields. They will buy some time. Yeah, they buy some time. They slow down the push. Oh, another Nova is available. Okay. Oh no, that Nova does not go off. Bit of miscontrol there. Disruptor was exposed. We do have one more Nova. Does not connect. And every Colossus falls. Every Colossus goes down. That's 3 Colossus falling. The Vikings, they land. And there's no saving this. There's no saving the expansion. Nice connection. Very nice Nova towards the end. But again, we needed that earlier as a problem. We needed like 2 of those or 3 of those earlier. Speaking of, oh my god, the splits are not there. Where are the splits, Pappy? Where are the splits? As SCVs were going down. And Hydra, can he hold on? Can he survive? Another Nova zones. Same time, auto shot harass at the 4th base. So far, again, it was a brutal defense here from Hydra, but he is surviving. He's holding. And he can clean this up. Babe Marine, he hasn't been rallying across the map. But the base goes down. Yeah, the expansion does fall. Snipes the Nexus, that's all he wanted. We can see Hydra expanding on the right-hand side. A bold move. Going for the ninja base. Going for the corner expansion. Ooh, EP connects. Hydra does get another tank. And again, he's holding on. He's treading water. Oh god, that's an ambitious move. Yeah, the base is cancelled. There's no saving the Nexus. Oh, we do see Hydra out positioned, and Babe Marine, he's going straight for the mineral line. Straight for the 4th base. Denies the warp in. Warp in is denied. Never goes off. This time we split, but ooh, connections are still. I mean, we're still connecting. But Hydra, he will lose all these probes. 19, 20 probes going down. Not like this. Oh, it's a medevac. But this is the army. This is all we have left here for Hydra. He's got 4 disruptors, and again, if these Novas can connect, like, he can still hold on, and he can maybe actually get this base up and running. If so, we can recover. But he's still a ways away. You can already see here, Babe Marine, he has a bank. He's trying to spend his money. Looks like he did miss some macro cycles. He's on his Araxes. Still building up. And Hydra is down to 47 workers, again, barely an economy. Colossus are back up and running. Okay, okay. Got the Colossus. Remember, they're in Vikings. Never goes off, it turns away. There's our zoning. The army does him in. Oh! Ooh, another brutal connection. If it goes off, Babe Marine going to be forced back. Again, he's only fighting with a portion of his army. He has not been rallying. And Babe Marine is about to max out. That's max. Now going back into Vikings. At this point, we could do with a fusion core, with Liberator range, with Liberator production. Babe Marine, he has not been teching. has been tunnel visioning a little bit here. And likewise, he's unaware of the top right-hand base. Doesn't know that there is some economy. Nothing major, but some. And he's about to find out. He's going to scout with his own CC. Like, wait a minute. And they should know that, I should say, Hydra should not be able to save this. He should not be able to hold on to that base. We'll see if we even get there. Nova's going up. They graze the army. They're getting a couple of Marines, a couple of Marauders. Nothing major. And the army breaks through. The army does break through. Does spot top right, is now aware. And we're about to go on a big rotation to knock down all these bases. Yep, first going for center right. Better concave here on top of the low ground. Hydra, the Novas are almost ready. Yeah, they're popping up. Novas are ready. Despite that, Disruptor's going to be going down. Some of the Novas will connect. Not bad. We get some decent connections. Once again, Hydra is holding on. At the same time, we do see reinforcements rally towards top right. He's morphing in the planetary next to the Nexus. Let's go. Yeah, planetary is done. Hydra's gonna try to fight for it. He's gonna have to push into a planetary. Oh. Nova's going up. Takes down the SCVs. Planetary will go down, but here comes the reinforcements. Here comes the surround. Oh, never goes off. Hydra. He's gonna be able to hold on to the high ground here. Nice juggling. Very nice. Prisms the MVP, saves the expansion. And again, Bay Marine, I don't know if you can tell here, but he's oversaturated. He's not mining efficiently. Like, he does have a higher worker count, but you can see here 25 out of 16. You can see here some idle workers. You can see here as well, so we have oversaturation. Bay Marine, he has not been expanding. He's not been macroing. A big part of this also because he didn't know that there was already a fourth base. He didn't know that this ninja base has been up. I mean, Bay Marine, he's still in the driver's seat, but La Casita, baby. Oh god. As disruptors are targeted, Prism goes down, Colossus as well. And here comes the final fight. Baby Marine, he stims and he wins. GG gets called, and Baby Marine will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. He will take a lead in the series. I will say though that even though Bay Marine, he had a very strong start. When I say strong start, I would say the early game was better for Hydra, but once the third base went down for Hydra, he was on the back foot. He was on the back foot. He was trying to recover from that moment forward. He was in a really rough position, and it was a rough road to recovery there for Hydra. He was able to take some better engagements. We saw that Bay Marine, he wasn't splitting. He took some massive Novas to the face, a lot of Novas to the face, but alas, despite that, it wasn't enough to recover. It wasn't enough to make up for the earlier losses, and Hydra did not recover. Barely not. With that, GG. With that, GG well played. Bay Marine, who was able to run away with it, and with that, he was able to snowball out of control. Despite some rougher engagements, and despite not taking, despite not expanding, he still did over well. And now we're getting into game number 2, going to be loading into Tokamak. Let's go. Let's go. As we are jumping into game number 2. And we'll see if Hydra can recover. I mean, again, imagine a world where Hydra didn't lose his third. Based on how some of these fights were going, if Hydra wasn't behind economically from the get-go, then I can see a world where he could have surpassed Bay Marine, where he could have overwhelmed and recovered and persevered. Obviously, you could also argue that maybe because Bay Marine was so far ahead, that's why he was a little bit rough around the edges there. Maybe he was a little bit too overconfident because of his early lead. But we'll see. We'll see if Hydra can tighten up his early game and get into the mid game in a better position. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Italian Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player from land of the Netherlands. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back, we'll see if he can recover. It is a Hydra. Here we go. And again, welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps of the map pool. It is more difficult to be aggressive here as the rushes to spike ground is longer. You have more defendable bases as well. The terrain itself does help a defending player, so it is a lot easier here to stabilize and to fortify yourself on a 4-base setup. Because of that, I do favor Hydra here in his ability to defend and to stabilize and to build up on 4 bases. The pressure is going to be a Baby Marine as he does open up double gas. I was about to say that we've seen a lot of Terran players be greedy on this map and try to skyrocket ahead in the mid game and try to overwhelm there in a longer game state, but once again, double gas opener out of Baby Marine. Now, if you remember, what did this lead to in game number 1? Well, we did open up Widowmine drop, then into an early tech lab with a factory, into early tank production, into that Beyond Bush, where he moved out with 2 tanks and a massive amount of vanilla Marines, and he was able to sneak up on the 3rd and break the 3rd. And from there, he just, again, he got ahead, stayed ahead. He never lost that lead. I don't expect to see the same builds, just, you know, referring to what occurred in game 1. From here, we could go into an earlier tech lab into Cyclone production. We can go for a tank drop, we can go for a Cyclone drop, we can go for an add-on swap into Banshee play. There are options here for Baby Marine. I honestly wouldn't be opposed to Banshee play on a map like Tokamak. Just because these frontal assaults are going to be a little bit weaker on this map, it would make sense to just focus on harassment instead. But we'll see. Ooh. As we open up Zealot first. Okay, Hydra just mix it up. Zealot first into the Adept. The goal here is to harass across the map, is to force the CC to be on the high ground. And there it is, high ground CC. It's going to be Hellion first, Reactor on the Rex. Ooh, opening up Reactor to Reaper Hellion. Okay, a much more aggressive start here. Now the goal, depending on how many we make, we could just go up to 3 Reapers or we could go up to 5. If we go up to 5 Reapers and 3 Hellions, then the goal would be to try to break through and try to get into a mineral line. It's all about economic damage. After gaining map control, of course. Reaper moves out, gets 1 probe but gets shut down. Nice defense from Hydra. Ooh, as another Hellion does arrive. Does focus down the Adept and will claim the fight. And behind this, we're not committing. Okay, so we're building up to only 2 Reapers and 2 Hellions. Nothing too committed here. We're switching out of Reaper production into Marines. There's a tech lab on the way on that factory. And from here, our eyes are on Baby Marine. So very light commitment here to the Reaper Hellion. Very light. There we go. Tech lab add-on swap into Banshee play, I would imagine. But how committed? Meanwhile, full wall of fear from Hydra. Hellions, they do not bust into the natural. The wall completes. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Wall does complete, and yep, it's going to be the add-on swap into Cloak Banshee. And we spoke about this at the start of the game, if you recall, about how I do really like the idea of going into Cloak Banshee, specifically on Tokamak. We spoke about how these straight-up pushes are weaker on this map, so focusing and investing that much more into harassments, that can find more success. So Banshee production is on the way, tank production as well. Now, as much as I want to say that yes, this can lead to a lot of harassment and then you can build up, because of the early tank production, this might actually lead into a straight up push with tanks alongside Banshees as well. Or you could actually harass with Banshees, and as you're harassing, bam, you rock up with your bio tank. So we'll see how Baby Marine does bring this all together as the first Banshee is moving out. Moving out with the first and producing the second. Meanwhile, Hydra back at home, he did go. Oh my god, 4-gate blink! I just assumed it was going to be 3. 4-gate blink stalker out of Hydra. Hyper aggression from our Protoss player, and he's going across the map. There's 1 tank back at home. The bunkers are done. We have a second bunker on the way, and again, Baby Marine, he is in danger. He's in trouble here. basically Hydra, he's committing on 2 bases. He is committing quite hard. He's laying his 3rd base in favor of extra gateways, in favor of extra stalkers, warp-ins. Going for the bunker. Tank is too far behind. Bunker goes down. Massive pickup. Going for the 2nd bunker as well. Has 0 bunkers on low ground. Has control of the natural. Takes down the SEVs. At the same time, Banshee does harass. Probes are going to be going down. But Hydra doesn't care. He blinks in. Takes out one of the tanks. He gets 1. Ooh, but there's a defensive Banshee. There's a Banshee to defend. Back at home, the Banshees are still wreaking havoc. More probes are going down. But when Hydra, he doesn't have any gas income. He pulled out of gas. Yes, we can only warp in Zealots. Ideally, he wants Stalkers here. Hydra, can he still pull this off? Ideally wants to bait up the tank shot. It does land behind the tank. First tank goes down. Boys are being pulled. Can we blink away? Oh god, no! So many stalkers are falling. Yes, so many dead stalkers. 23 probe kills across one of the Banshees. They wreak havoc. Everything is dead. Everything's on fire. And Hydra's completely all in. And again, he just lost so many stalkers. He's trying to reinforce. Tank does move in. We'll snipe on the Banshee. The Banshee gets sniped. Bunker is done. Mass repair. He wants that tank. There's another. Can he get it? Again, he's all in, but he's running out of stalkers. Down to 4. 4 stalkers left. Has to blink away. Boys are being pulled. And again, back at home, Hydra, he has no economy. He has no economy. Everything is dead. Oof. And Baby Marine, he holds. He barely holds on. GG gets called. And Baby Marine, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Este, Baby Marine, again, ending up in a weird base trade. Remember, we had 4-gate blink out of Hydra, but no detection. No detection, no defenses back at home. He was completely all in, and because he pulled out of gas when he was defending against the Banshees, he had no gas income for extra Stalker warp-ins. He was warping in Zealots instead, which did delay him, and he barely didn't have enough to break through. I mean, he kind of did, but he lost so many Stalkers in the process. He bled out so many units trying to break that siege line. He was doing a lot of damage, but he was all in. Damage was not good enough. He had to kill Baby Marine. Instead, he maimed him. Alas, that was not enough to stop him. GG, well played. Congratulations, Baby Marine will claim the series. Congratulations. And that leads us into the next round. Exclamation mark, be in the chat, have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let us catch on up on the bracket itself. Let's go from the top. Oh, bam, there we go. From the top. That is not the bracket. Un momento. There we go. That was yesterday's bracket. Oh my god, we have a lot of updates here. We have up next, from the top, Spirit is waiting for the winner of Fiant and Sebestes. He is waiting in the second round. Diego Kelazhur takes down Kemachi 2-0. Art takes down Sig 2-0. We have Kelazhur versus Art in the next round. Meanwhile, Baby Marine takes down Hydra and does advance on to the next round to face off against MaNa in another TVP. And that is going to be our next series. That's going to be our next series. That's going to be our next matchup. That's going to be our next best of 3. Is going to be Baby Marine versus MaNa. Meanwhile, scrolling down, we have Ledlix. Ledlix takes down Papi 2-0. Oh, no, my Papi. That's a fast series. Ledlix takes down Papi 2-0. Krystianer takes down Ledlix 2-0. And Krystianer is already waiting for the winner of the next series. Those are some really fast PvPs. Papi, Ledlix, and Krystianer. They wrapped up 4 games in the process, so we wrapped up 2. and our games weren't even that long either. It's some fast games. So with that, Krystianer, he's patiently waiting, which means we have our matches lined up for us. We're going to be following Baby Marine into MaNa, then the winner of that series into Krystianer, then the winner of that series into the upper bracket qualifying match. As a reminder, this is double elimination. You can see here, there's a lower bracket as well. One player qualifies from the upper bracket. The second player qualifies for the lower bracket. If you're curious, what are they qualifying for? Well, they're qualifying for the big offline event that's happening in Poland, in Krakow. It's going to be an $8,000 prize pool. And the players, of course, they are gunning for that event. There is going to be a separate Polish qualifier as well, or I say that the champion from the Polish Championship is going to be invited, is going to be seated in. But outside of that, these are global qualifiers. which is why we have players from all around Europe, from all around, like Baby Marine, like Kelazhur, like Diego, like Ledlix, Sebestis, Fiant, many others. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break. Vitas are underway, and when we come back, when we return, we will have MaNa and Baby Marine ready for you. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Oh, let's go. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that brief break, that short, brutal OST, as we have returned with the second series of the broadcast. We return with another TVP, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is MaNa. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Italian Terran player. We have the red Terran. It, for Streamer Zone, is Baby Marine. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVP. Aye, aye, aye. And again, coming into this, MaNa is going to be a heftier name. Is going to be, I would say, maybe even favorite here. I say maybe because Baby Marine, I didn't even get to talk about it, but he popped up. He popped up over the weekend at Homestar Cup 27. He actually had a really good showing, and he even outperformed Spirit. Like, Spirit was coming in as a favorite player to make it out in second place in the group stage, second alongside Showtime. But Baby Marine, he had again a really impressive showing. He's been improving a lot over time over the past couple of months, and it was Baby Marine that made it through instead. It was crazy. It was impressive. And we'll see if he can replicate that success here and now once again during the Fusion Esports League qualifiers. During FEL. For now, once again, double gas opener. Now, we've already seen this lead into two different builds, and there's many more. There's many more where that came from. In game one in the last series, we saw Baby Marine open up and go into a Widowmine drop, into early tank production, into an early tank push. Game two, we saw this lead into an early tech lab, into add-on swap, into Banshee. This can lead into more committed mine drops. This can lead into Cyclone production, Widowmine drop play, tank drop as well, or even standard play with a mine drop into a natural, into a third base, into everything standard. So we'll see how Baby Marine does approach this. For now, that is a very fast tech lab. He's opening up Cyclone, or at least it looks to be. So it's going to be, I believe he went Reaper. Yeah, Reaper first into tech lab, into, I would imagine, add-on swap into Cyclone production. Yep, there we go. There's the add-on swap. So really fast Cyclone play out of Baby Marine. So already he does mix it up once again. Reaper pulls away. Tech lab is set. And Cyclone production has begun. Now, this might just be a singular Cyclone just to be safe and just to be secure. Otherwise, we could actually commit into additional Cyclones. Likewise, could just be one Cyclone, then into tank production, into early drop play. Baby Marine has options. For now, Twilight Council opener out of MaNa. as he does get a full scout, does get eyes on the initial Cyclone. So it's going to be Cyclone first into Widow Mines. Okay. Not a second Cyclone, not a tank. Going for a mine drop. Ideally, you do use this Cyclone to hide the build. Oh my god, we're rushing into an early armory. Okay, and now suddenly this makes more sense here. Cyclone into Widow Mine, into what? Into what looks to be Drilling Claws. For those that are curious, in the current patch, unlike in previous patches, you do require the armory as a prerequisite to actually start researching Drilling Claws. So Drilling Claws is put behind the armory, assuming that's what we're going for. The other option here, which would be crazy, would be like a Thor drop, which, I mean, no shot Babe Marine whips out a Thor drop. No shot? What are we doing? MaNa checking his vision. He did see the armor. He knows. He did scout. MaNa is aware. There we go. There we go. Drilling Claws on the way. MaNa with interception. He's ready. He's in position. Oh, no. Oh, where's the boost? Does not boost away in time. Oof. And with that, I'm loving the use of hallucinations here as well. Baits out the mine shots. Baits out one. Baits out the others. Oh, God. Ooh, almost baits out the other. Bit of miscontrol there by MaNa. He got a little bit too excited. Yeah, MaNa got too excited. Both Widow Mines go down. We're still researching Drilling Claws, by the way, even though there are 0 Widow Mines. Like, there are no Widow Mines left. Are we just going to go back into mine production? No shot we let this finish. No shot. As MaNa's counterattacking behind this is expanding, he does a 3-gate setup here. Yeah, 3 gateways, blinks into the natural, takes down the first tank. Bunker is not done. Again, because of the mine production, that's why tank production was delayed. And MaNa, he's just abusing Babe Marine here. Taking down more SCVs, taking down Marines as well. Nice trades here from MaNa. Yeah, oh god, the blink control is insane. Oh my god. Yeah, blinks away, we'll lose one. We'll lose one Stalker in the end, and only one Stalker. Very nice control here, very nice harassment, aggression, punishment even from MaNa. Punishing the failed mine drop. That's why the tank was delayed. That's why the tank was exposed. That's why everything was delayed. And what did he get done? He got a tank. He got 7 SCVs. He got 6 Marines. And MaNa's just all over Babe Marine. Blinking into the main base. Tank is out of position. Stim is going to be denied. Oh, God, God. Este MaNa. He's like, respect your elders. Knocking down the next generation, Pat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Babe Marine, he's like 12 years old, right? He's like 19 or something. But MaNa having his way with him dropping down to the low ground, picking up more SCVs, tanks out of position. Again, just running rings around Baby Marine. Does pull out behind this. Again, just freely saturating on 3 bases. Just settling in. Charge on the way. We have +1 on the way as well. Babe Marine, he wanted to did he finish Drilling Claws? He did. Oh god. And to be fair, he is going back into mine drops. We have Medevacs on the way. We have Widow Mines in production. So going back into delayed mine drop play. Let's go. MaNa dropping in. He wants a tank. This is a little bit ambitious. He will get the tank at a cost. At a cost here. Stalkers, well, 1 Stalker goes down. Oof. I'm blinking on the army. He's gonna lose everything. He will lose these Stalkers. Again, that was a crazy blink. 1 Stalker survives. Zealots, they have to push forward. Yeah, this is not really worth it for MaNa. I mean, he's gonna bleed out everything here. I mean, sure, he got the tank, but again, that was a really bold blink. Babe Marine, he holds. Oh god. And MaNa, he's I think he's being a little bit overly aggressive here, getting into the mineral line. But the SimCity's on point. Yeah, forcing a recall. Like, this has been wasteful. MaNa throwing away a lot of units. Throw away 6 Stalkers, 13 Zealots for what? For 1 tank. 1 tank and 5 SCVs. Like, that is not worth it. So better trades here from Baby Marine. And again, MaNa, he's just getting too excited. Like, he was ahead, he was dealing better damage, but we got to calm down, Pat. We got to calm down. And I'm loving this counter attack. Yeah, we just pull the boys. Remember, MaNa just threw away so much supply. He threw away 6 Stalkers and 13 Zealots, And now suddenly, I mean, now is the time. And now it's go time. It's all or nothing here for Baby Marine. The Colossus has arrived. Prism's on the fire. Prism getting very low. And despite losing so much supply across the map, MaNa, he's just too far ahead. Yeah, he's too far ahead. Nice juggling, nice control. Mine shot's going off. Oof, connects with the Colossus. But the Colossus survives, and this is going to be the last push here from Baby Marine. GG gets called, and MaNa, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. MaNa, he will take a lead in the series. Again, a strong early to mid game here from MaNa. Again, he was a little bit wasteful towards the end of the game, but he was just getting a little bit too excited and a little bit too aggressive, and he was bleeding out a lot of gateway units. But he was far enough ahead where he could get away with that. It was far enough ahead. And again, Baby Marine, he had to go for the all-in. He had to pull the boys. He was just in a really brutal position there. GG, well played. MaNa takes a lead. Yo, just catching him in the chat. Do you see Ledlix? ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. See Ledlix. Legiot as well. Easy Feel, I Stan. Babylings, catch him as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Good to see you all. But again, shout out to Ledlix. He's also competing in today's tournament. I believe he's down waiting in the lower bracket. Waiting for his next opponent. Waiting for the loser of Spirit Series, I think. No, sorry, of Fianton's Sebestus. That's it. So best of luck, Pappy. Best of luck in your next match. Wish you well. So we're getting the game number 2. Oh boy. Getting into game 2. And I'm hoping for a back and forth. Personally, I'm hoping for the ace match. But even before that, winding it back, I mean, Baby Marine, again, he was having a little bit too much fun, I feel like, with his build. Rushing into an armory and rushing into drilling claws and a drilling claw mine drop is, it's a crazy build. It's a very memey build, and it's often not seen at this level of play, just because it requires a lot of setup and it's easier to scout, and yeah, it's crazy. But here we go. Let's go, baby, let's go. As we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is MaNa. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Italian Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Streamer Zone. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is Baby Marine. Let's go. Here we go. As once again, double gas. Every game so far in today's broadcast, Baby Marine, he's going for a double gas opener, and every game he's done something different. True. True. We had the early tank push in game 1 against Hydra. We had the cloak banshee in game 2 against Hydra, and the game 1 against MaNa, we had the committed armory into drilling claws. It's a crazy. And we'll see if we have something else to bring to the table here. And again, Baby Marine, he has options. Has a lot of options here, opening up double gas. As it is a very tech-heavy start with the extra gases. Go factories on the way. Last game we went Reaper into Tech Lab into add-on swap into early Cyclone. We'll see if we go for an early add-on again on that Rax. As the Reaper's coming at first. And Reaper into Reactor, not Tech Lab. Okay, so this time we're not rushing into any kind of early Cyclone production. This could be Reactor to Reaper Hellion. True. And we could commit a little bit harder here into Reaper Hellion. Welcome to Tokamak. Before I get ahead of myself, Tokamak, of course, is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Larger map, longer resistance by ground, more defendable here, which is why, if you recall, we were theorizing that Baby Marine would go Banshees in the last series. I lean on that here as well. For now, ooh, no Hellion, so Reacted Marine into Mine Drop, into Starport, and we'll see if we go into a Tech Lab after the first 2 Wooden Mines. Right now we're preserving that gas, and we'll see where it's going to be spent, or we're going to commit, I should say. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener out of MaNa. Does open up Blink. Hallucinations moving out. And he will get eyes on the add-ons, or lack of add-ons. Does move out. Hellion? Wait, what? Single Widowmine into Hellion. Interesting. The hallucination gets a full scout of both bases. Hellion fans out for some scout information. Attack Lab is on the way. Hallucination does confirm. Now, this could just be for tank production, or this could be medevac into add-on swap into Banshee. Yep, there it is. Medevac into add-on swap into Banshee. Let's go. This is very similar to what we saw in Game 2, or the last time we saw Baby Marine on this map against Hydra. Very similar. So here comes the drop. Here comes the Cloak Banshee. Everything gets scattered by hallucination. MaNa sees everything he needs to. And again, there's just a higher chance to see Banshee play on Tokamak. But MaNa, he confirms. Oh. Now, because MaNa saw everything, we cancel Cloak. We start tank production. I do appreciate that Cloak has been cancelled. Robo's on the way as a response to get into detection. Oh, drop is deflected. And Baby Marine, he respects MaNa enough to cancel Cloak. To not commit. To not overextend. Baby Marine is looking for another way in. Oh! Now getting caught out, has to pull away. When it comes to Banshee production, just one. Just one Banshee into Raven. And again, the reason why he's not making a second Banshee is because he's respecting MaNa enough to know that if he commits too hard, he's going to be shut down. Because MaNa scouted. Banshee is revealed. MaNa does rotate. There's still a drop here towards the main. So Baby Marine, he can still try to pull MaNa apart. He's pushing through the center as well. Again, pushing without Sim. Does move out without Sim. MaNa does run into the army. So we have a tri-pronged attack. We have Banshee towards the natural. We have drop towards the main. And we have the main army right down the center. And we'll see if MaNa can keep up. Oh, boys being pulled away. Mine Shot does go off on a probe. Yeah, Widowmine does on Burrow. Probes are being targeted down. Oof. Shot goes off. So far, some okay damage here as the medevac does get away, just barely. Medevac gets away, main army still pushing forward, catching a Stalker. In total, 1 Stalker and 4 probe kills. Nothing major. Mainly, I would say lost mining time. Lost mining time in the main base. Did the Banshee go down? The Banshee survived. Alright, it's right there. Banshee's still alive. Baby Marine, he does push. Remember, he's moving out without stim, so this is just a really early, dedicated move out here by Baby Marine. The goal here is to sneak up on the third. Little does he know, third base is taken at the triangular location. Checking his vision, he doesn't know. Yeah, he hasn't seen. So basically, he's sneaking up on what should be a nexus to knock it down, but there's no base. There's no base, at least not here. It's in the other location. Tanks stay siege. And MaNa does spot the army. Can he engage ahead of time? Yeah, not quite. Tanks are slowly pushing towards the natural. They shut down one of the shield batteries. Not bad. And we'll see if he can get on top of the rope. See what he can achieve. More reinforcements on the way. Stim is halfway done. Charge is not ready, and we are throwing away some supply here. Supply is being thrown away. Here comes the next wave. Getting a couple of probes as well. Not bad. 3 frames going down. MaNa trying to catch reinforcements. He gets caught instead. Yeah, he's getting caught out. Does go for the dive. Tanks are going to be falling. Again, he doesn't have charge, but he has Storm. Yeah, he did have that Storm. Cleans up the army, and he's going to clean everything up, actually. There's no defending this. There's no surviving this. Baby Marine, he will not get out. There's no medevacs. Yeah, there's no way to evacuate. And Baymarine, he will lose everything. And again, he was so dedicated. We spoke about that. How many tanks? Well, that was 4 tanks. Yeah, those 4 tanks in total. Now there is 0 tanks to defend. Oh no! Blinks in. Takes a matchup to the base. A storm pops up. And MaNa, he's here to end it. He's here to end the game. He's here to snowball out of control. Another storm. And again, down to 4 Marauders. Boys are being pulled. They have to be. Marauders being charted down. There's 1 Marauder left. And the reason why this counterattack is doing so much damage is because Baymarine, he just lost 4 tanks. He just lost 4 tanks across the map. It was not worth it. Not at all. Scan reveals saturation at the 3rd. Baymarine, it's just sinking in. Here come the storms. Oh god. The storms. GG gets called, and MaNa, he will overwhelm. He will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the upper bracket semi-finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played, MaNa. He will claim the series here. Again, Baymarine, he was just a little bit overly aggressive here in game number 2. He got scattered early on, so he was denied the Banshee play, but he committed with 4 tanks across the map and with a bunch of Marines. And remember, the goal initially was to deny the 3rd. He wanted to knock down the 3rd base, but there was no 3rd, or it was in another location, so he had to he made the decision to keep pushing, to try to keep pushing into the natural. It was a bold move. It's harder to push into the natural here, especially on Tokamak, and we saw that he was surrounded, he was shut down, he was cleaned up. Whether it was going to be with charge or with storm, either one there, MaNa was able to break out and break the army with that snowball into a win. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations, MaNa. He will claim the series, and he already has his next opponent waiting for him. If you recall, he already has his next opponent. It is going to be a PvP between MaNa and Krystianer. Let's go. It's a rematch. It is a rematch. Here we go again. This is Krystianer is quickly becoming MaNa's nemesis, and we'll see if he can get his revenge here. Oh, as we have some updates. Okay, from the top, Sebestes takes down Fianta 2-1, advancing on a face-off against Spirit in the next round. Kelazhur takes down Art 2-0. Big win there for Diego. Very impressive. Diego waiting for the winner of Sebestes and Spirit. Scrolling down here, we have MaNa taking down Baymarine. We have Krystianer taking down Ledlix. And again, we have MaNa versus Krystianer the next round. Now, if you were here last night, you would know that we went over the stats recently. But in the last 3 big series, Krystianer has beaten MaNa. All three times. He beat him twice in the EWC qualifiers in 2 best-of-5s. So Krystianer, he beat MaNa 3-2 in the open qualifier, then he beat him 3-1 in the closed qualifier, and Krystianer, he just yesterday beat him 2-0 in the first qualifier of the Fusion Esports League. So Krystianer, he's been on a bit of a win streak against MaNa. It's been very intense and very back and forth between them. What I will emphasize, it's a best-of-3, so anything can happen. If this was a best-of-5, I would favor Krystianer, for sure. I would favor him against MaNa. But in a best-of-3, again, there's definitely a lot of room for cheeky builds, and you can catch your opponent off guard, catch them with their pants down. This is going to be a little bit more dynamic. I still lean towards Krystianer, but I will say that I would not be surprised if MaNa can bring him down and get his revenge after quite some time. We'll see. We shall see. As the bracket is progressing, once again, just as a reminder, 1 player qualifies for the main event from the upper half of the brackets, from the upper bracket, I should say, and 1 player qualifies from the lower bracket. And if you're seeing players go down here, like Arts, like Baymarine, like Ledlix, do not worry, they have a second life down in the lower bracket. They have that second life. Fianta as well, of course, Fianta as well. They are down there. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, when we return, we will have our next series. We'll have MaNa and Krystianer. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Fusion Esports League Krakow 2025 qualifier number 2. We are almost at the first qualifying match. We're almost there. At kind of the upper half of the qualifier is a little bit slower. Well, we'll get into it. But now that we have our PvP, we have our best of 3, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is MaNa. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player, the Polish Protoss himself, representing Offside Esports. It is Krystianer. Here we go. So we are settling in, and we are calming things down. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 3 PvP. Again, when it comes to the history between these two players, Krystianer, he has been on a win streak against MaNa. He has beaten him in the last 3 series, 2 best of 5s and a best of 3 over the past month of play. But we'll see if MaNa can get his revenge. We'll see if he can fight back and make it further in this qualifier. Let's go. Because of the recent matches between them, I do lean towards Krystianer here, but again, it's a best of 3, right? If it was a longer series, I'd lean more towards Krystianer, but in a best of 3 here, MaNa can bring it to him and get his revenge and bring it back. Again, MaNa, he's no slouch himself. He is a beast in his own right. I'm here for it. I'm ready for the PvP in more ways than one. The Polish on Polish action. Let's go. As now, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of MaNa, 2-gate opener out of Krystianer. Cybercores are done, and what are we opening up with? Double Adept. Double Adept out of MaNa. Meanwhile, we have Adept Stalker out of Krystianer. Okay, so with the initial pairing here, the goal is, with these 2 Adepts, to zoom across the map and to harass the mineral lines and to get economic damage done. Again, 2 Adepts, they can one-shot workers. From the side of Krystianer, he will be sending out 1 Adept to scout across the map. Interesting. Stargate opener out of Krystianer. Robo out of MaNa. MaNa, he saw the second pylon. MaNa, he might turn this into a 1-base all-in. I'm leaning towards a 1-base all-in here. Again, just a really, really tech-heavy start. He just ignores the pylon. And we'll see if he throws down a 3rd gateway. We're waiting for either a 3rd gateway or a Nexus. Oh boy. Okay, he's expanding. He is going to expand. We're settling in. Both players have their next eye. Krystianer, of course, is a little bit faster when it comes to his own base. With the Stargate opener, the goal here is to harass across the map to get some economic damage. With the Robo opener, we can open up War Prism to likewise harass across the map as well. As Sword-Ups, oh, they do shade in there. That should not have happened. 1, 2, 3 probe kills already, and this is already brutal damage here. This should not have happened. Yeah, 3, 4 kills. Getting up to 5. And MaNa takes the lead. MaNa, he has already done some critical damage. On top of that, he also scattered. He saw the Stargate, and he saw the Oracle. So he's now preparing back at home. Shield batteries on the way. This was meant to be a surprise. This is meant to catch MaNa off guard, but MaNa saw everything with the 2 Adepts, and those first 2 Adepts may have, I mean, they've given MaNa a lead. They can even snowball into a win. Yeah, the Oracle is deflected. The Oracle can get some damage done in the main. Shield battery is not done in time. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 2 workers. That is some counter damage. Gets eyes on the main army. Prism is on the way. And MaNa, he's sending everything across the map. He's just rallying everything. He has 1.5 base saturation. The Oracles are being shut down, and MaNa, he commits here and now. We can see Krystianer trying to get ready back at home. He has 2 shield batteries on the way. 1 is already done. The other is still in production. He's setting up those shield batteries. MaNa does move in. Does attempt a force field. Pushing into the bases. So zone away. Nice lift here. Does lift the Immortal in time, but does... Oh no, doesn't get it. Yeah, the juggling is a little bit too good. The boys are being pulled. And does MaNa have enough? It's going to be close. Takes down a couple of workers. Prism's going to be zoned away. The Prism goes down. And Krystianer holds. Whew. Krystianer, he does hold on. But despite that, I mean, the brutal reality here, MaNa has an economic lead. MaNa, he has 37 workers to the 29 here of Krystianer. There's a bit of a give and take. Krystianer, he's down in workers, but he's up in army supply. So Krystianer, he did hold on. I say he's up in army supply. He really doesn't have that much of a lead. He's down in tech. Twilight Council's on the way. Phoenix did help. He did survive, but the pressure is on Krystianer. Now, how do we recover here? There's a couple of ways. We can go Twilight Council into Dark Shrine. True, we can go into DTs, but it was a robo opener, so there's already access to detection. True, it's just a very safe way to play. Third base being taken. MaNa already has a faster third. Krystianer, he scouts. He confirms the third base already in production. And Krystianer's going to try to play catch up, going for his own third. There it is, throws down the Nexus. Backup Prism's on the way. Blink is halfway done at this point for MaNa. And he's moving out. It does skirt around the left-hand side. Krystianer, he has a zero vision. He has no idea where the army is. And the goal here for MaNa is to deny the third. Yeah, deny the third base. Knock it down. Takes down the pylon. Now going for the expansion. And Krystianer, he just can't engage. Yeah, he just cannot touch this. There's too many mortals. Just too many mortals here. At the same time, Krystianer, he does shade across the map, but MaNa, he's paying attention. Stasis Trap is about to run out. It's targeted even. Jesus. Oh my god. MaNa's just all over this. The shield lighters are helping. Krystianer does try to bust into the main, but he's not getting much done. I guess that does focus down one of the immortals. Okay. Gets one, gets both. Both the immortals go down. Prism's a little bit too late. Adepts take it into the mineral line. They get a handful of probes. 8 workers going down. This is some okay damage here from Krystianer. It's nice. Kills 10 probes. But he has no third. He has no third base, so this is nice economic damage. It's not enough. It's not enough here for Krystianer. He needs more. And GG gets called with that. MaNa, he will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. The comeback has begun here. MaNa does take a lead here in the game. Again, a really chaotic game here. Or does take a lead in the series. Really chaotic game. In the beginning here, MaNa had a really strong start. Remember, two adepts, they shaded into the main base, they got into the mineral line, they got 5 probe kills. They didn't just give MaNa a strong economic lead at the start of the game, but they also scouted the Stargate and they let him know that an Oracle was coming. So he made sure that Oracle didn't really get much damage done. The Oracle killed 2 probes, only 2 workers, and we saw that MaNa was able to just double down, commit across the map. When you go for a Stargate opener, you also have a weaker ground army as well. And MaNa, he just sent it across the map. So really, really strong response and really strong early game out of MaNa. GG. GG, well played. Now we're getting to game number 2. We're jumping into game 2, and we'll see if we can go to the ace match or if our blue Protoss here will close it out here and now. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the blue Protoss player, the Polish Protoss, representing Team Liquid. It is MaNa. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Polish Protoss himself, representing Offside Esports. It is Krystianer. We go. So we are settling in. From here we do settle in. Once again, we do have initial openers. And we'll see how our players do deviate here. Again, MaNa did open up double adept and it was very successful last game. Here we're going to be sporting into a map with a much shorter rush distance by ground. So we could try to be even more assertive. As a probe does come in for the scouts. And MaNa does hide his second pylon. Okay, cheeky moves here by MaNa. So we have one pylon here in the main, of course, and the second pylon is going to be hidden on MaNa's half of the map. Now, we could still make use of this location with a proxy Stargate because of the short rush distance by air, or it could just be a fake out. And I'll be honest, we have seen Krystianer overreact before. We have seen him I would say, misread a proxy and overreact and over-respond. Right now you can see he's searching for the pylon, he's trying to figure out what's happening. And because MaNa has a lead, I mean, it would make sense for MaNa to go for a cheese, to go for something aggressive here, to capitalize on that lead. So MaNa's trying to sell a story. He's trying to sell a story here. Krystianer, does he buy it? For now. He is scouting. Yeah, he's checking. So he's checking. This is a much more common location here for proxy robo. So he's looking for a proxy robo on the right-hand side. And hallucination towards the left-hand side. Here is a common proxy Stargate location. But he does go directly across the map. And yeah, he sees Nexus. Yeah, he does see the Nexus, he knows. Now he knows that it is something more economic. Takes his own base. Now, because Krystianer was waiting to scout, Krystianer's Nexus is later. It's a later Nexus slightly compared to the base of MaNa. On top of that, Krystianer may still believe it's a proxy Stargate. Still searching. Still fanning out. Is going to be a Twilight Council opener here from MaNa, from both players. And Krystianer does hide a probe here on the right-hand side. Does hide one on the edge of the map. Goes in, confirms the tech, confirms the Twilight Council. Okay, he knows. Now he's aware there's no like hidden tech anywhere. Technically, there could be a pylon somewhere for a proxy Dark Shrine. True, technically that could be possible. But Krystianer sets up his own proxy. And again, this should just be for warpins. See, hallucination does dip in. Once again, two adepts, they move out across the map. Uh-oh, not again. The two adepts. We do have a bit of a gateway explosion here. So what do we have? We have 3 gates at home. We have a 4th gateway across the map. So it's going to be 4 gate blink out of Krystianer. This is a very aggressive build. Basically, Krystianer, he's foregoing and delaying his 3rd base in favor of an extra gateway and extra warp pins. He's committing on 2 bases. Meanwhile, MaNa expanding, taking a 3rd. So Krystianer is going to be the aggressor here. His goal is to catch his opponent with his pants down. And he wants MaNa to expand. Hallucination does get eyes on the probe. Only 2 gateways, bear that in mind. Yep, there's a 3rd base. It's go time. Yeah, it's go time here for Krystianer. Gateway's up. Ooh, MaNa, he doesn't check. He barely doesn't check. Ay, ay, ay. Here comes the move out. Robo's on the way. That should be for the Warp Prism. Waiting for those warp ins. And here comes Krystianer. Remember, Krystianer, he is not expanding. There it is. Warping across the map. Robo is now done. MaNa is checking for the 3rd. Remember, it's a late 3rd base. He sees how late it is. And so far, the supplies are actually quite neck and neck. Still waiting for more commitment here from Krystianer. He does shade into the bases. He's going for the 3rd. He gets some damage here. Gets the shield battery. Gets the pylon. Doesn't get much else. Still going for more warpins. Does supply block MaNa. Uh-oh. MaNa is supply blocked. Extra stalkers have arrived. Krystianer does have that stalker lead. Oh, gets a free stalker. Now moving in. Yeah, Shield Barrier's not in position. Gets a sentry. Gets a Stalker as well. Ooh, and oh my god, bit of miscontrol out of MaNa. Yeah, MaNa, he bleeds out a lot of Stalkers. And Krystianer does that trade at the same time. MaNa, he was harassing across the map. Probes are going down. Not bad. 5 probe kills. And nice damage. Once again, Krystianer, he has the greater concave. Better fight for Krystianer. Takes down the pylon. Immortal's halfway done for MaNa. And he's vulnerable. He's exposed. And Krystianer looks like he has control here of the third of the natural as well. He blinks in. He shouldn't be able to depower the robo. It was close. Yeah, it was close. But the second pylon, thankfully, Immortal comes out. And MaNa, he's holding onto the natural. But what about the third? Can he save it? Can he save his third base? Sentry's moving in. Nice force fields. Zoning back the army. Zoning back the Immortals. Does go for the dive. And Krystianer's done it. Krystianer, he has done it. He just overwhelms his opponents. GG gets called. And Krystianer, he will tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, a much more aggressive build here from Krystianer. Remember, he went for a 4-gate setup. He went for a late third, and as a result, he had the greater Stalker army. He was a little more aggressive, a little more assertive. He was able to pick away at MaNa, and it slowly built up over time. He was getting a Stalker here and there, a Sentry here and there, another Stalker, and it all snowballed out of control. Likewise, he was able to catch MaNa out of position thanks to his Adept Harass and pull him apart. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 3. We're getting into the ace match. And this can still go either way. This can still very much so go either way. Let's go. So we're getting into game number 3. Getting into the ace match. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is MaNa. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player, the Polish Protoss representing Offside Esports. Tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match, it is Krystianer. We go. And welcome one and all to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps of the map pool, longer rush distance by grounds. But at the same time, because it's one of the larger maps, there's a lot of proxy locations. So many proxy locations here, whether proxy Stargate, whether proxy Robo as well. So we'll see how our players will approach this. We'll see if anyone commits to a real proxy. Remember last game, MaNa, he faked a proxy pylon, or I guess he had a real proxy pylon, but he faked a proxy, he faked something more committed. This time, do we commit? Do we actually go for it? For now, Krystianer, he does zoom across the map. He's going to be the first to scout. Just to make sure he has an eye on what MaNa's up to. Otherwise, so far, 2 gate openers all around. MaNa throws out his second pylon in the main, so no proxy. Likewise, so does Krystianer. So no proxy pylon and no fake proxy either. So now it's going to be, interesting. Stalker Sentry Opener here out of Krystianer. Meanwhile, double Stalker out of MaNa. So MaNa is going to be that much more aggressive. Double Stalker into a Robo. Very aggressive start here before the expand. And if you remember, we saw something similar previously in this series. And I did mention how MaNa, he has the option to go and to turn this into a one base all in. Does have the option. That was in game 1, if you recall. When MaNa did go for a delayed expansion, faster Robo, went for a Adept Harass, and he just tore his opponent apart. Here, he is expanding. So I would say a very safe opener out of MaNa. With this robo, it means that if he's being all in, he can make immortals himself to survive, to defend. Meanwhile, Krystianer will have the option to go for a Twilight Council opener instead, into something more mobile. Hallucination goes in, Hallucination confirms the robo. He sees. He's now aware. He responds with a Twilight Council. So again, with a Twilight Council opener, Krystianer will have faster blink. He should have map control. He should have a faster third base as a result. And he should have a more mobile and flexible army. Meanwhile, MaNa is going to have a more robust army with those immortals. As there we go, immortal production has already begun. Building up his immortals. Krystianer, he moves out. Poking in. Does go for the Sentry Shield, but it's not done. Oh, the Shield is not complete, and he does lock down another Stalker. Yes, second Stalker falls, or I should say Sentry and a Stalker. And from here, MaNa, he will defend, but he will bleed out a lot of units. There's a recall, and MaNa, he doesn't kill it. Oh, he gets one. Whew, the Immortal pops out just in time. Do the Proxy Pylon here from Krystianer. Checking the vision here. Again, Krystianer, he lost 1 Sentry, 1 Stalker for 1 Sentry and 2 Stalkers, so it was a slightly better trade for Krystianer. But MaNa does hold. MaNa, he holds, he defends. Going for the Forger +1. Still building up in 2 bases. Ooh, Krystianer committing here to the Proxy Gateway. The Proxy working towards blink, still staying on the lower gateway counts. Like, that's a 3rd gateway, yes, but nothing too committed here, not yet. Ooh, and MaNa, he will come across the Proxy. Yeah, does pass by, does find it, forces the cancel, shuts down the pylon, and MaNa, he gains map control. Behind this, catching up on tech. Now there is a chance that MaNa may go straight into charge because his blink is just so delayed. It's possible he just skips blink, goes straight into charge, or even goes into Glaive Adepts. But now MaNa, he will force a cancel on the 3rd. Very nice movement so far to MaNa. Remember, Krystianer's meant to have map control, but he's had no vision, and he's been out of position. And there it is, Glaives. Yeah, 2 base all in. So 2 base all in out of MaNa. Glaive Adepts do not scale well into a longer game. We might see a 3rd base for a bit of saturation, but for the most part, we're going to be committing here quite hard with Immortal Glaive Adept. Oh boy. So a very aggressive setup here. We'll see if Krystianer can do something before the Glaives kick in, before this army really gets going. Krystianer pushing forward. Remember, he has more micro potential with those Winged Stalkers. A later 3rd base for MaNa, but not too late. Oh, can he force a cancel? But he can. Whew. Does force that cancel. From here, though, he bleeds out a lot of Zarkot. He bleeds out a lot of Stalkers, but a miscontrol. That was 4 Stalkers going down. Ay, ay, ay. It's a lot of losses for Krystianer. Behind this war, bringing defensively back at home. Comes from behind. Oh, catching out an Immortal. Doesn't get it. Better control here from MaNa. Saves the Immortal. Going for the warp in. And Krystianer, he needs more time for those shield batteries. He still needs a little bit more time. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Krystianer in a rough position. Shield barriers are done. Okay. They do finish. I cannot touch that prism though. Just too far behind. Glaives are done. And Krystianer, he's in danger. Yeah, he's in trouble here. He's being overwhelmed. The Glaive Adepts have arrived, and they do such a great job here just tanking for the Immortals. And there's 4 Immortals. If he was able to snipe one ahead of time, then different story. Adepts 8 plus into the middle line. Probe's going to be going down. 9 probe kills. And MaNa, he's done it. MaNa, he's broken the streak. Oh my god. Snipes the prism, but the 3rd base is going to go down, and MaNa is waddling in. He's waddling in. He's going for the kill. Again, Krystianer, who just bled out so many Stalkers in the lead up to this, and he was unable to slow this down. Say that does surround some of those gateway units, takes down one of the Immortals. The 3rd base falls. Links on in, takes down another Immortal. But GG gets called. He runs out of steam, he runs out of stalkers, and MaNa, he will take the series 2-1, taking down Krystianer, advancing on to a qualifying match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. The first time that MaNa has beaten Krystianer in a month, in over a month at this point. They played quite often. Typically, Krystianer has had the better of MaNa, but not here, not today. At last, MaNa does claim the win, does claim the series, and MaNa does advance on to that first qualifying match. Let's go. Let us go. Again, a really intense back and forth between these two players. When it comes to this final game, we did see that Krystianer, he was trying to be aggressive, trying to be assertive with the stalkers, but he was getting caught out time and time again. He was bleeding out a lot of stalkers throughout the course of the early game, and that meant that he had that much less to slow down the push and to try to punish MaNa. That much less. It all did build up and all did add up. Remember, he lost 2 sentries and 4 stalkers as MaNa was starting to push out, so he bled out so much supply there. Likewise, he had to engage as well, bleeding out more stalkers before his shield battery was done. It was just a really rough defense there for Krystianer. GG. GG, well played. Whew, and with that, let's catch up. Let's catch up in the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Okay, from the top. From the top here. Let's see if we can make sure we keep up with the players. Let's see if we can keep up. As from the top, we do have Spirit. Spirit, he takes down Tebesis. Kelazhur takes down Art, and Spirit versus Kelazhur. They are, I believe, mid-series. I believe. Not entirely certain. Just because, yeah, we do have... Okay, there we go. I was curious if the mid-series looks like they are not, or they might be, but a lobby is made available to us. We are jumping in. So up next is going to be the TBT. Of course, MaNa does advance on to the qualifying match, and he's waiting for Spirit and Kelazhur. Speaking of, I need to very quickly set them up. Oh my god. Need to very quickly set them up here. It is a fresh series. They are not mid-series, so game 1 is about to commence as we jump into our TBT. Okay. We go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of torches, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Kelazhur. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TBT. I do apologize for being a little bit out of it. Again, I was just trying to set up and trying to join our lobbies here, but it looks like Spirit and Kelazhur, they were patiently waiting for us to wrap up our match before we were able to jump in ourselves. So we do have a fresh best of 3 here, and coming into this, I do lean towards Spirit. I know that Kelazhur has been playing a lot more StarCraft as of late, though. I know it took most of the beginning of the year off, that is true, but over the past month, over the past 2 months, Kelazhur has been dedicating a little bit more time to improving at the game, to practicing once again, but we'll see how he compares the Piotr to Spirit. Let's go. Double gas opener out of Spirit, double gas opener out of Kelazhur, and welcome one and all to Torches. Torches, one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool. We rarely see games on Torches, so excited to see what we have to offer here, as there's a lot to get into. Then when it comes to the map itself, it is a shorter rush distance by ground. It does have, in a way, a more secure main base, just because there's no Reaper Cliff coming into the main. You have to go through the natural instead. We have the gold minerals, of course. We have a wide ramp coming into the natural, and we have the gold bases, the gold expansions, the healing pads as well. There's just so many different factors that can come into play. Short rush distance by air, another big factor, of course, as well. And we'll see how our players will approach this. Meanwhile, the lower half of the bracket is progressing, and I just see Fiant in the Fiant. Looks like he's going up against Baby Marine, but looks like there might be some connectivity issues, so hopefully that clears up. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Hopefully that does clear up. As Kelazhur does go for the dive and does get the extra shot off. Oh my god, takes down the first Reaper, takes down the first one, does go for the factory as well, but alas, he won't delay the factory. We'll get an SCV regardless. One SCV goes down, going for another as well, but he's going to be forced out. He's going to be forced out, going to be forced back, but the Reaper will escape somehow, some way. He gets away. As he delays the CC a little bit further here. So faster progression on the base here for Kelazhur. Overall, a better trade for the Brazilian Terran. Now he has 2 Reapers. Now he can just bully him back. At least until the Hellion arrives. Yeah, the Hellion is out. Reaper's back up. Once again, a nice pick-off out of Kelazhur. Picking off another one of those Reapers. And Spirit's in trouble. Spirit, he's in danger here. He's just down in supply, down in army. Once again, delaying the CC. Ooh, SCV goes down. Hellion has arrived, and he's going for the dive. Takes down another Reaper. But now going to be forced back. And again, this isn't ending the game, but it's giving Kelazhur a nice lead. A very nice lead, a very nice advantage. The CC is still not done. Meanwhile, it's about to finish for Kelazhur. Just a strong start here for Diego. Oh, overextending a little bit. Yeah, it does overextend. Has to back up, has to calm down. And you can see how intense the early game can be in TVT. Losing 1 Reaper can cost you the early game. Can cost you a lead. As now we're settling in. This is going to be the 1-1-1 setup here from Spirit. Both players are willing to play mech in this matchup, bear that in mind. So, not saying that we will see mech 100% from both players, but there's a chance. As now you see Spirit taking up into Ravens, working towards his own interference matrix. Meanwhile, Kelazhur going to Reactor Viking production. Likewise, does go for the dive, takes down a couple of Hellions. Hellions are being targeted. Nice control with the medevac, breaking lock-ons. Speaking of, does break the lock-on. Lock-ons are broken. Oof, doesn't save the Marine in time, bit of miscontrol there by Kelazhur. Lifts up the Cyclone instead. Medevac tanking a lot of shots. Oh my god. Takes down the Cyclone. A bit of a back and forth trade here. Kelazhur's going to be forced out, but overall I believe Kelazhur still does that trade. Yeah, he does that trade. Picks off a couple of SCVs. Kelazhur, he maintains the economic lead. And he's still just rallying. Like, again, he knows he has momentum, so he just keeps on pushing. Oh, he wants the Vikings. He wants the Ravens. Yeah, he does want them. Boys are pulled to repair. Oh my god, despite that, the first Raven looks like it is going to go down, just barely. High energy Raven. Going for another. No anti-air. There's one Marine. There's one Marine. Yeah. Speaking of, the Marine is within range of the tank. Marine goes down. And again, Piotr is in a rough position. Este Spirit. More Vikings have arrived. Second starport's on the way. He's going for a 2-port 2-base all-in. This is a little bit old school here by Kelazhur. But he's going for double starport production. Ooh, he bleeds out one Viking. Bit of miscontrol. Bit of miscontrol there by Kelazhur. Ravens are coming in for a flank. Kelazhur is not seeing the Ravens. He doesn't know. They can't come in for a mass disable, and then you can pull the boys, and then you can break out. Oh, yeah, Ravens are going for the dive. Vikings have to land. Land. He does land in time. Whew. Yeah, with that, he will try to protect his tanks. SCVs go down, and the disable's about to run out. He will lose one tank, but he saves the others. Still within range of the CC. Still kills 7 SCVs as well. And remember, he's making 2 Vikings at a time and a Liberator as well. Remember, he has 2-port. Like 2-port setup. Third CC on location. The base getting very low. Now, at least the Ravens survived. True. The Ravens did survive. Despite that, going for the disable. Disable's a Liberator. And that buys some time. He's building up his own Vikings. And the army on sieges. He doesn't siege. Vikings going down. Hey, Spirit, he has air control. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Yes, to Diego. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, he's doing it. Like, he's breaking Spirit. Spirit is being broken. The third base is getting up and running. CC forced to lift. Once again, takes control of the air. Not bad. Okay, we need more Vikings here from Kelazhur. Does need more Vikings. Oh god, the tank shots are brutal. And you can see the tank's repositioning as well. There's the skin. Yeah, Marines, they push forward. He breaks through the siege line, at least he tries to. Yeah, takes down two of the tanks. And GG gets called. The Spirit has been broken, and Kelazhur takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Kelazhur does take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense game 1 here. From the beginning, Kelazhur, he had a lead. Remember, he killed the first Reaper. And because he killed the first Reaper, it meant that he could delay the CC, could kill the second Reaper, could kill the Hellion as well. It all did snowball from that first little win from Kelazhur. Momentum was in his favor, was on his side for the entirety of the game. GG. Once he got that momentum, he just did not stop. Did not stop, did not slow down. With that, we're now getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2. And we'll see if we can recover, if Spirit can make a series out of this, or if this all ends here and now on ley lines. Personally, I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a series here, but the pressure is on. Pressure is on Spirit. So we are getting into game 2. Again, as I mentioned, it's going to be on ley lines. Here we go. Here we go, as we are getting into our next game, as we are looking to see if the series ends here and now, if we can make a series out of this. Let's go. This morning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing ROC Esports. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Spirit. Oh, we're going. We're sending it across the map. Abby is spawning in the top right-hand corner. We have his opponent. We have the Brazilian Terran player, the red Terran, going for the proxy and leading the series 1-0. It is a Kelazhur. Only sending out one SCV. Bear that in mind. Only one SCV, only one Rax, not a 2 Rax Reaper, but a single Rax Reaper, and I would imagine 1 Rax back at home. So very uncommitted here from Kelazhur. He's not being too spicy. Here we go. So just stretching. The Rax is on the way. And again, it's going to be Rax Reaper here from Kelazhur. He's not killing too hard. He should be throwing down his second Rax back at home and settling into a longer game state. This is designed to punish an economic opener, but as we can see here, double gas opener out of Spirit, going for a faster factory. Very safe, very tech heavy start from Spirit. So he should be okay. Shouldn't lose too much here. Kelazhur ideally would want to try to get on top of the first Reaper and maybe focus it down. It's going to be clutch though. Oh, as yeah, we do see the again factory back at home. Spirit cancels the bunker, but he does shoot first. Kelazhur does shoot first. He goes for the dive, doesn't quite get in. And with that, the SV goes down, and Spirit defends. Spirit he holds, he does defend. Calm down. Shooting his own SCV for a moment. Again, a very intense moment here for Spirit. He had to cancel a bunker as he did misread initially. He was being, or he believed it was going to be something more committed. But the game continues. And the Rax is floating back home. Oh, never mind. Spirit shoots first. Yeah, Spirit he does shoot first. Kelazhur, oh, he has to get the hell out of here, taking a lot of hits to the face. Ay, ay, ay. Taking a lot of damage, has to pull away. CC on the low ground. Kelazhur does race back. Oh god. Once again, takes some extra hits. The Hellion has arrived. Kelazhur is in danger. He has to race back. Cyclone's still on the way. CC is going to be delayed. It's going to be delayed. Delayed here. And just a really rough position for Kelazhur. As now we can break free. Now we can expand. The Rax has been spotted. Kelazhur's moving in. He does move into delay, and he just barely snipes the SCV, takes out the Hellion. It's going to cost him a couple of Reapers himself. And he's going to lose Cyclone. Yeah, brutal loss here. Cyclone goes down. Spirit does hold. And he rushes into a third CC. Yeah, third CC's on the way. Very Spirit here. And barely out of vision of the rat. No, he doesn't see Kelazhur. He barely doesn't get eyes on this. And with that, doesn't know how greedy Spirit is being. Okay, he's going for his own. Whew, he's going for his own third CC, so not too far behind when it comes to his own economy. Cloak is on the way for a Banshee play. And Kelazhur, he did see the tech lab, so he has an idea what's going on, but this could very well be just Raven production, which is standard. So it could be Raven play. There's still a lot of pressure on Kelazhur, second factory going into mech. So Kelazhur is making it up. From the side of Spirits, still a little bit too early to tell. We haven't really confirmed any second racks or second factory or extra gases. He's on a 3-gas setup, true. Go chop into the main. Lock-in is broken. And the medevac should get away. Does boost out. Likewise, catching a free depot, not bad. Getting whatever he can, Takes down the depot. Kelazhur behind this, building up his Vikings, building up his own tank production. What's interesting to me is that Kelazhur is not going into battle mech. He's not going for battle mech. But he's finding a lot of damage here, getting another 2 SCVs, not bad. 2, 3 SCV kills. We can see Spirit trying to set up the surround. Coming in from behind at the same time, Banshee across the map. Gets shut down. Nice cleanup. Medevac does boost away. Oh god, it's gonna be close. Oh, he does scan. And he will shut it down. Nice catch there from a Spirit. Takes down the medevac. Does defend back at home. And we have a game. We have a back and forth. It is going to be Bio tank out of Spirit. 2 more Raxes on the way. So it's playing Bio. And I believe Spirit, he did scout earlier and he saw all the Cyclones. He should have an idea what's going on. Well, I should say the Banshee, if you recall. The Banshee did see all the Cyclones, did see the Vikings, saw the lack of Bio. As we're slowing things down and both players are expanding. Now, after a very chaotic and intense early game, both players have a comparable economy, 53 and 51 workers. There's a scan, now he confirms all the factories. So Spirit now fully aware that it is going to be mech. We can see it's going to be a more traditional form of mech, of tank Viking. There's no blue flame, there's no Macville accelerators. It's a much slower composition. Which means Spirit will have the opportunity to mass expand and get a faster fourth. Get a faster fourth base, gain map control, and try to gain a greater economy against Kelazhur. Scan reveals Bio. Let's reveal that Bio. Yeah, so just building up our siege lines. I mean, that's a siege line. That's a lot of tanks. Gonna be 9 tanks here from Kelazhur. He has almost double the tank counts. This is where the Ravens come into play. Ravens with the disables will allow Spirit to break through a siege line. And that's where it comes down to the Vikings, right? So there's going to be a back and forth. And this is also why air control is so important. Kelazhur, he is reacting out Vikings as we speak, and it's going to be on him to zone away the Ravens to make sure that his tanks are safe against those disables, against those Ravens. Spirit moves out. Kelazhur, he has no idea. He doesn't know where the army is. He doesn't know that Spirit moved out. He doesn't know that he's in danger. Again, the Vikings are over the army, but they're not really protecting them. Spirit sneaking up on the flank. There's a scan. He's moving in. Yeah, he's going in for the disables. Vikings out of position. He gets 1. He gets 2. It takes down 2 tanks. And he doesn't quite break through the siege line. But nice start. Ooh, takes down 3 tanks even. Yeah, 3 tanks go down. Again, Kelazhur, he was out of position. He didn't see the move outs. He didn't see the army. And now he's losing gases. Losing workers. 3 SCVs go down. The CC's under fire. And suddenly investing into all these Vikings wasn't really worth it. The goal was to protect the tanks, and he wasn't able to. But that does allow him to get into Liberators, true. Liberators are on the way. Spirit, he pulls back. Does pull away. Both players taking their 4th bases. Kelazhur fastest to do so. Yeah, slightly faster. Spirit once again rotating. And again, he's hoping for fights like in moments like that, where he's able to catch out Kelazhur, hit a base, catch some tanks, pull away, and rinse and repeat. But Kelazhur with the mass on siege, okay. He unsieges everything, he pushes out, he gets spotted by the Cyclone. Spirit knows. Spirit, he's aware of the push. Center tower in the center of the map as well. And the tanks are ready. Ooh, Kelazhur, he's face checking. He bleeds out the Hellions. Doesn't sound like a big deal there, but I mean, Hellions do a great job buffering, just tanking, and we're going for the base trade. Yeah, Spirit, he goes towards the 4th base, towards the planetary. At the same time, Kelazhur right towards the natural, and Spirit's out of position. Tanks are trying to rotate. Tank volley's going off, the Liberator as well. Does hit the natural. And Spirit is late. Spirit, he's late to the party here, late to the base trade. The natural's under fire, now pushing in towards the main. And Spirit, he only knocked down the 4th. He's coming home. He's coming back home. Does try to make a stand here. Nice disables. Disables on the Vikings. Despite that, Kelazhur, he should take this fight. It's close, but he will take it. And he's done it. Wow, Kelazhur, he breaks the main. He breaks through into the main base. Camera the production. Spirit, he races back home. I mean, he's got a lot of supply in these drops. True. Does have a lot of fire, does have a lot of supply. He will break through these tanks. He's pushing into his own main. Pushing into these siege tanks. Liberator's out of position. Yeah, Liberator's not helping. We had a full surround, and Spirit, he holds. Whew, he does hold, he does survive, he does clean up the army. Supplies are neck and neck, but look at the economies here. Kelazhur, he's got 66 workers. And Spirit, he doesn't really have much of an economy. But he has an army, and he's moving out. Does move out. Kelazhur, he almost just straight up killed his opponent. But Spirit now has that supply lead, and Kelazhur, he needs to build up his tank count, and more importantly, he needs something to protect those tanks. He needs that buffer. Liberation has arrived. Ooh, Spirit does overextend. He will lose both Liberators for free. Yeah, big overextension. Spirit, calm down. Meanwhile, mining is still being denied. Kelazhur trying to keep up. Spirit, he does pull back home. And the game is stabilizing. Spirit, he's able to rebuild his workers because even though he was losing a lot of STVs, he did keep the bases alive. Bases did survive. So despite Kelazhur almost breaking the main base and almost breaking Spirit, the game is continuing. Going for a heli run by. He's going to run into Marauders though. Yep, he's deflected. Blue Flame is on the way. Ooh, catching out almost every single Hellion. Yeah, 3 Hellions make it out. I should say 2 Hellions make it out. Nice catch from Spirit. And again, Hellions are meant to serve as that buffer zone for the tanks. Likewise, he has 14 Vikings. Still building up more. The upgrades are still a little bit lacking for Kelazhur, but he's getting there. At the same time, looks like he will be able to delay the CC. Army is rotating. Kelazhur, can he force a cancel? He can't force a cancel. Can he get out of here, though? He does go for the transformation. He's going to try to get out. He does not have advanced servos. And he will not escape. Yeah, he will lose every single Hellion here. Ay, ay, ay. Again, he's lacking those upgrades. Working towards Thor production. Now we have Spirit going to Mass Starport. Mass Starport, Mass Viking. It's all about that air control. Thors will help in that respect. They will help. Both armies are maxing out. We see Spirit rotating to the center. Kelazhur does spot the rotation. Again, it's going to be up to Diego to keep up. We just see Spirit headed towards the northern base. And Kelazhur, he is stuck behind the army. Yeah, and Spirit, he can just go, he can try to go up the ramp. If he does, we could end up in a base trade. Either Kelazhur responds to this army or he is pushing. Yeah, he's pushing. Spirit is going to be faster to sim in. Kelazhur, he turns around. This base will fall 100%. And he does go for a split push. He has some tanks racing back home to defend. And the tank shots are solid. Yeah, tank boys, they shut down the army. At the same time, he pushes in. Kelazhur, he will lose 14 SCVs. But at the same time, he knocks down one base, and he's going for the planetary. Yeah, he's going for the others as well. And Kelazhur, I mean, I assume that he had done it earlier, but he's doing it here as well. He shuts down the main army. He denies the third base, now pushing towards the fourth, takes down the CC. And he should get the planetary as well. Spirit is racing back home, but he lost so much supply. Planetary goes down. And Kelazhur, he should knock down this planetary as well. Big should on that one. There's the scan. He's going for it. Vikings are sharking around. Vikings, they land. How about taking it into the mineral line? We're coming in for the surround. Yeah, Vikings look quite in position. He will catch all these Ravens, though. They're already coming with us around. Tanks and Thors are cleaned up. Vikings have to get the hell out. They have to get out of here. They have to pull away. Spirit can still take this. Oh, as Kelazhur takes a rough fight here. Still very tense. Again, Kelazhur, he got quartz. He plummets in supply. He lost a lot of tanks. Okay, he lost 9. 9 tanks went down. And 4 Thors. Still very close. Spirit, he saved the expansion. That's what's important. He saves the base, and he double expands behind this. Taking center left and center base as well. So Spirit, he has an economy. Kelazhur re-expanding. Moving out for a Hellion run by. What does he go for? Does get a couple of SCVs. I say a couple, gets up to 10. 10 SCVs go down, not bad. He rotates over, he finds another mineral line. Remember, no planetaries. Yeah, no planetaries, which means more economic damage. 13 SCVs. Very nice Hellion run by. Diego is popping up. Diego. We are pulling away. The game is slowing down. We're maxing out. We're just cutting the map in half. Let's go. When it comes to our army compositions here, how many Vikings we have? 28 Vikings. That's a lot of Vikings. Not many tanks on the ground, which is a concern to me. Vikings are good, but against the Bio Army, here we go. Massive Sable, Marines, they stim in. Kelazhur out of position. Completely out of position here. He will take down the expansion. At the same time, we will lose a planetary. Planetary goes down. Marines stimming forward. Again, there's Thors to defend. They don't trade well against Marine Marauder. He scans. He sees there's nothing here. Yeah, he can just go for it. If he wants to, he could go with these Vikings, and he could snipe another base. Spirit, now it's his turn to be out of position. Yep, Vikings, they land. They clean up the fire. They can keep going. They can, and they should. Again, Spirit, he's racing back home. He's trying to respond. There's a land. Takes down the mineral line. Thors are here. And how will the armies clash? Again, Kelazhur, he has the Viking advantage, but there's a lot of Marauders on the ground. The goal there would be to stim forward and to try to break this siege line. There's not a lot of tanks. And the Vikings are out of position. He's getting ready for the Master Sable. And here he comes, Master Sable. Disables all the tanks, disables most of the Thors. The Vikings, they will take control of the air. Barely. But the ground army just crumbles. Now we can just stim. Yeah, now we can just stim across the map. And I don't know if Spirit can be stopped. Catching out 2 more tanks. Yeah, 2 more tanks go down. And the army here, Kelazhur needs more time. He needs more time. He's setting up his tanks though. True. As long as he's in position, he can hold on. He's setting up his tanks. He was able to snipe how many Ravens? 11. Oh my god, 11 Ravens went down. Kelazhur is holding on. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Kelazhur. Spirit stims in. Takes down a tank, takes down Liberator. Going for the planetary, takes it down as well in a matter of seconds. The Vikings are forced to land, and they will in time. Yeah, tanks, they pop up, and Kelazhur, he's done it. Whew, Kelazhur, he shuts down the army. He defends back at home. He will lose an expansion, but he has a base. Yeah, he can just replenish. He can just replace. He still has a CC. Liberator doesn't get much done. Just scanning, checking for bases, checking for expansions. This southern base is the most important base now for Spirit. Kelazhur, he has the Mass Viking. He's rotating over towards these two important, crucial mining bases. Liberation has arrived. Tanks are setting up. We see Spirit trying to come in from behind instead. Oof. Tank volleys are brutal, and the base should fall. Catching out the medevacs. Yeah, medevacs getting caught out as well. And again, Kelazhur, he's just been able to outposition Spirit two too many times, I would say. When it came to pushing across the map and initially breaking the third base and the natural and the main. Some of the other previous fights as well. Spirit, he had some good moments, that is true, but overall, Kelazhur did outscale him. And again, Kelazhur, he was one able to cripple the economy. GG gets called. Spirit, he has no mining. And Kelazhur will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the qualifying match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations and congratulations to Kelazhur as he does claim the series, as he does advance on into that qualifying match. Again, a big win here for Diego. Spirit, I feel like a lot of people, myself included, would have favored Spirit coming into this, but as we mentioned, Kelazhur over the past couple of months, he has been practicing more. He did take some time off. Kelazhur, he did step away from the game at the start of the year, but he recently came back to practicing once again, to laddering once again when it comes to the lead up into EWC, lead up into Home Story Cup, and now lead up into this qualifier as well. So GG well played. Kelazhur, he does claim it's a very impressive win here from Kelazhur, and now we're getting into our first best of 5 of the broadcast. Up next is going to be a best of 5 between Kelazhur and MaNa. Ex-teammates and good friends. Yeah, good old friends here. Kelazhur and MaNa, they've been around for a very, very long time. Again, both on Team Liquid for a long time as well. Especially when Diego was active back in the day. Oh my god. Well, yes, GG, well played. And with that, let's catch up with the bracket. Let's figure out what's going on, where we are, and where we are headed. Let's go. Okay, from the top, we have that series. We have, again, MaNa's been patiently waiting. It's going to be MaNa versus Kelazhur facing off in that qualifying match. Meanwhile, let's scroll down and figure out what else has been going on. Bam. Okay, we have the losers bracket here. We have the lower bracket. We have Fiant. Fiant takes down Lelix 2-0. Bay Marine takes down Sig 2-0. Art takes down Hydra. Pappy takes down Sebestus. And we have Fiant versus Bay Marine and Art versus Pappy. Looks like the lower bracket is still progressing, is still ongoing. Looks like they still have a ways to go. As there are the updates. There are the updates here. Again, Fiant versus Bay Marine leads into Spirit. Art versus Pappy leads into Krystianer. Bam. There we go. As we can condense the bracket here. Beautiful. We have our top 8. We have our top 8 players. We have Kelazhur and MaNa, and then of course we have the lower bracket as well. It's a little bit cleaner here. Vetoes are underway. And when we return, we will have Kelazhur and MaNa facing off in that best of 5. So we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have that PVT ready for you. See you soon after the break. Never mind. Hello, Pappy. Hello. When does he ask? And we're here. We are back with the Fusion Esports League 2025 Krakow qualifier number 2, the second global qualifier, of course, for a big offline event happening in Poland, happening in Krakow, in Kraków, if you will. And looks like we do have a bit of a pause here. Hopefully everything's okay. Again, you know, maybe some Uber Eats at the door, maybe some hockey issues, maybe a pet has jumped on the table and is messing with the keys. It happens, it happens. So hopefully everything's okay and we'll be able to jump right into our series. As a reminder, this is not a best of 3, this is a best of 5. This is a qualifying match, the first qualifying match of the broadcast. The winner of this series will be able to advance on into the main event, into that offline tournament in Krakow. Let's go, let us go. Will it be Diego? Will it be MaNa? Will it be a Protoss or a Terran? We're here to find out. We're here to find out. As game 1 is going to be on torches, and again we're just have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. Ay. Just catching up. Spirit was good a year ago before EWC. For that tournament he's down. Kind of like I would still say that Spirit is top 3 Terran in Europe. I would still say he's just behind Clem and Gabe. I would still say that he's ahead of Babe Marine, ahead of Kelazhur, ahead of Battlebee, for example. Like Spirit is still a very, very strong player. I think it's important to bear that in mind. Oh god. Oh no. Someone help him. Oh god. Kelazhur, he's dying, fam. He's dying. Oh, it's the liquid. It's the team liquid. Oh no. Not like this. God damn it. At least everything's clean now, I suppose. But yes, apparently Kelazhur, as we were loading in, he took a swig of water and he almost died. Oh god. It happens, okay? But a good reminder, everyone, to stay hydrated, but be careful when you're drinking and make sure you drink and you don't breathe in the water. Otherwise, just make sure you don't breathe it in, Pappy. Oh no. And here we go. We're getting into game 1. Getting into game 1 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of torches. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is MaNa. With the sabotage, Pappy. Oh my god. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, having a hard time drinking his liquid. We have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Kelazhur. It is Diego, Pappy. It is Diego. Let's go. Let us go. Again, Kelazhur, a player that has been very inactive this year and only recently did return to the game, which is why it is so surprising to see him have such a strong performance here in the qualifier, to have a deep run, to make it here to the qualifying match. And can he go further? Can he make it to that main event? That'd be a crazy upset is what I will say. MaNa coming in as a favorite player, Diego less so. But if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get our predictions going. Let's go. Let us go. As Kelazhur does open up with an economic opener for the first time tonight. Okay, I say for the first time. Basically, we were covering a lot of Baby Marine earlier, and every single game he went double gas. He went double gas opener every single game. Here for the first time in a TVP. In today's broadcast, we have a Rax Expand. And meanwhile, MaNa, he does mine through the gold minerals, and MaNa with a very cheeky proxy Stargate. The pylon has in place, and the proxy is thrown down. So a cheeky build here. I mean, welcome one and all to Torches. Torches is going to be one of the more unorthodox maps in the map pool. Again, the rush distance by ground is short. Rush distance by air is even shorter. There are these gold bases. There are these gold mineral lines as well. And MaNa, he's being quite cheeky here and so far unscouted. Kelazhur, he does scout for a proxy towards the left-hand side, but he doesn't check across the map. He doesn't know what's going on. He does skip the Reaper, and he skips the SCV scout. Oh boy, no SCV scout, no Reaper scout, no information, and this can get a lot of damage done as we're going for the proxy Oracle. Now again, this shouldn't be anything crazy like a proxy like Void Ray into like shield batteries with like a fleet beacon into Tempest. Oh no! I just spoke about it back. It shouldn't be, but it is. was like, should be proxy void rouge. I literally just named everything that's about to happen. Oh no, MaNa, he's an animal. We're back in 2021. If you know, you know. back a couple of years ago, this was plaguing the meta before the massive nerf. If you remember, the nerfs that occurred was shield batteries that used to warp in with full NG. They used to warp in with full NG, so they got nerfed to the point where they only warp in with half NG instead. Likewise, they did increase the build time of the Void Ray as well, and I believe they increased the cost. I think there were like 3 nerfs, so like 3 nerfs of this build. We're going Phoenix. Okay. Void Ray Phoenix into more Void Rays. Are we going for the Proxy Tempest? Are we going for the Fleet Beacon? Hellion does walk in though. Probes aren't going to be going down. He gets 1, he gets 2. A couple of probes are falling. Void Ray busts into the main. And he's hunting down Marines. Yeah, he's hunting down the Marines, hunting down the medevac as well. Oh, I say that the Void Ray taking a lot of damage. Medevac does fall. MaNa does pull away. Here we go. As he's building up his Viking count, getting as good as mine on the right hand side, making another Phoenix. Again, no Tempest Rush, just Void Ray into Phoenix. I'm curious how this all plays out. He does supply block his opponent. Kelazhur will supply blocked. Viking has arrived. Cyclone pops out. Nice lock on. Does not get the Phoenix, but he may catch the Stalker. Shutting him down. Catching up with the chat. I once forgot an Overlord's speed for a drop and had to pause because I was laughing too hard. Good guy Diego. Keeping his logic. Yeah, he's keeping it clean, papi. Keeping it washed. As we do just rally everything across the map, MaNa, he does recall back home. Does recall working towards charge. Likewise diving in. Picks up the Widowmine. Widowmine gets lifted. Boys are being pulled so far. Nice. So many probes going to be going down. That's a lot of economic damage here. Catching out the Void Ray as well. I say catching out the Void Ray. Void Ray survives. The Void Ray lives. 9 probe kills though. 9 workers go down. Was that worth it? As MaNa does take a lot of economic damage. Behind this though, going into mass charge though, we have a gateway explosion. More Phoenixes are building up. What is happening? What is happening this game? See, in fact, he did the same thing versus Future, if I recall correctly. Oh, he's great. He's an animal, pap. He's an animal. Let's go. When did MaNa play Future? When did that happen? Was that at Star Zagora? Was MaNa at Star Zagora? Well, let's go. MaNa poking in. Does poke in. Charge is almost complete. So he does slip in behind the mineral line. Going for the SCVs. Yeah, again, Kelazhur, he's out of position. He's just walking across the map. He runs into the army, though. And again, MaNa, he wants to fight out in the open. Remember, he has charge lots. Tank does siege. So our tank is exposed. And he will get it. Yeah, tank goes down. Boys are being pulled to repair, but it's too little too late. And MaNa, he's breaking through. He's breaking through. Takes down the tank. Gets into the mineral line. SCV's going to be going down. There's 4 Marines on the ground, up to 6. But there's so many zealots. Too many. And MaNa is doing critical damage. He's doing critical damage here. 15 SCV kills. Zoning away more Marines. Again, takes out more SCVs. It's going to be 16 SCV kills. Oof. And the Viking as well. And we just keep rallying. Jesus, we just keep on rallying in. He just sends it, papi. Behind this, I mean, Kelazhur, he's still maintaining a worker count here that's comparable to that of MaNa. MaNa just now expands, takes a third, later third base from MaNa. But Diego, he's holding. He's holding on. He's surviving. Let's go. Likewise, let's pull away. Does pull back. Again, Kelazhur is looking to stabilize. Getting caught out there, losing 2 Vikings. Oh, losing 1. Trades 1 for 1, actually. The worst trade here from Kelazhur. Again, he still was unable to rebuild that bunker. But does step forward, does punish. Again, Kelazhur, he's holding. He's holding on. He's holding on. MaNa claiming a 3rd base, backing off, now taking gases, working towards Blink. Eventually towards the Forge, towards upgrades. The game is continuing, the game is progressing. It's not over. Not yet. Nowhere close, Pappy. Let's go. This Miva here from Kelazhur is going to be an interesting one. Again, Blink is only less than halfway done. It's still going to be a factor here. There are a lot of charge lots, and ideally they do want to fight out in the open. We'll see how we can engage. We'll see how well the mine shots will connect. Oh, catching out the Phoenix is getting 1, 2, getting almost 3. Phoenixes are called out. He scans. He does spot the 3rd. Zelt's getting called out. The boys have been pulled, and it's all or nothing here. Kelazhur does pull the boys, does tank those zealots. And Zelt's going to be zoned away. And they're going to be focused down. And the Kelazhur, it looks like he does have enough. Breaks all the charges, does cost him all the SCVs. But he has to keep going. He has to keep pushing. He has to go for the kill. Go for the throat. Takes down the shield battery. Zealots are catching reinforcements. Diego, we gotta keep going. We gotta keep going. Gets into the mineral line. I mean, that's nice and all. But he has to get into the main. Takes down every single probe. Takes down the base itself. Meanwhile, on the main base, all the zealots are amassing. It's not going to be easy. Kelazhur pushing in. Takes down the pylon. Ooh, stims into the zealots. But it looks like there might just barely be enough fire. Yeah, there's enough fire. Yeah, it takes down all the charge lots. Likewise, the mines, they dealt with the reinforcements. GG gets called. Kelazhur, he breaks on through, and Diego will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Hi. GG, well played. Kelazhur does take the first game here in the series, but a chaotic, a crazy game 1 with the proxy Stargate, proxy Void Ray, Phoenix into charge. Kelazhur, he barely did hold on, barely defend, and from there just snowballed out of control. A very intense game 1 there, but Kelazhur takes the lead. See you in the chat. MaNa played Future, one of those soup series. Oh, there you go. Thanks for letting us know. Thanks for letting us know. Unfortunately, I'm not able to, or I don't think I've ever been able to watch some of the soup matches, but a lot of really good matches do go on there. True. Oh. Hi. But a crazy game. And here we go. We're getting into Persephone for game number 2. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing something a little bit more standard this time out of MaNa. I would think. Hold on. And spawning in the bottom right corner of Persephone, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid down in the series. We'll see if we bounce back. We'll see if we make a series out of this. It is MaNa. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the red Terran leading the series 1-0. Crazy. It is Kelazhur. Let's go. Let's go. As for now, we do see MaNa checking for a proxy. He does scout the 3rd base location before moving out across the map. Likewise, we do see Diego calming things down, and once again, 2 games in a row going for a Rax expand. Remember, he does not go for a double gas, does go for a single gas opener instead. 2 games in a row so far. Ooh. So far, so good. MaNa pokes in for a scouts. And this time looking to expand. There we go. Gate expanded to Cyber Core. A bit of a more economic build here by MaNa. This time, no crazy proxy, no shenanigans. Not yet. Weird game. It was crazy. It's a crazy game, papi. Yeah. Love those stuffed animals. Yeah, they're the boys. The boys, papi. I still need to, one of these days. When I say one of these days, you know what? I vow, in the next 6 months, I'll take some updated photos, and we'll be able to have the Marine, right? Like, I have all the cardboard plushies. I've got the Marine, the Dorfester, the Overlord. The photo that you can see in between games, that's from like 2022. That's from the ESL studio, when we were casting ANZ champs. So quite a number of years ago. That was before the later plushies were released. That was before the Marine, before the Dorfester. So one day before, that was before the Zeld as well. True, that was before the Zeld came out, the Charge Lot, the Rage Lot. But one day we'll get some updated photos. I think someone had a really fun idea. It would be a lot more work for sure. But someone had a fun idea of because we have so many plushies, to like pair them up depending on the matchup. So if we're casting a ZVZ, like have like 2 Zerg plushies, or if it's like a ZVT, like a Zerg and a Marine, Zergling and a Marine, stuff like that. It sounds fun, but it also sounds like effort. Like I'd probably have to like create a plugin. I say create a plugin, just not create a plugin, but make some like shortcuts on like Stream Deck to like quickly like rotate between them and pick them for each match. That sounds fun. Sounds fun. For now, though, we're settling in. We're calming things down. We do have a 2-1-1 setup here from the side of Kelazhur. Very interesting. It's a bit of a rarer sight to see this kind of setup. Early tank production out of Kelazhur into a delayed starport from the side of our Terran. Meanwhile, across the map, we have 3 gates. We have... Oh, my apologies. It was a 3-gate Blinkstalker build. That is a 4th gateway. 4th gateway's on the way. Gases are being taken, so 4 gates blink out of MaNa. Something much more committed, much more aggressive here from our Protoss player. We'll see what he can get done. As MaNa, he delays his third, basically. He delays his third base in favor of an extra gateway, in favor of extra warp ins, in favor of a more committed 2-base setup. So MaNa, he's committing on 2 bases. Meanwhile, Kelazhur, he's rushing to early stim. The reason why stim is so much faster here, because he had the faster second Rex, and of course the later starport and later medevacs. So he delays his starport and medevac production in favor of tank production and in favor of stim. So much earlier stim. And we'll see if he can break out, if he can make use of that timing. So it's going to be that early stim timing here from Kelazhur. Stalkers, they move out. And MaNa, he does have the Prism on the way alongside a Templar Archive. Still on 2 bases, by the way. Still on 2 bases, but working towards Storm. So MaNa is building up towards Storm. He's outside. Has he scouted the main? He somewhat has. Okay. Yeah, he saw the 2-1-1. He's in position to deny any kind of drop play, but there are none. Not yet. Here comes a move out. It should be spotted. Again, stim is almost done. Now as Kelazhur's breaking out, we see MaNa moving in. Kelazhur scans, Dust with the High Templar, is now aware of Storm. Stalkers into the main, does have on the medevac. Medevac does go down, nice pickup. Takes down the medevac. Likewise, Kelazhur trying to keep up. He is going to be delayed quite heavily. Stalkers are getting behind the mineral line. SV is going to be going down, getting 4 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. And Kelazhur, he commits. He does move out, and he actually, MaNa does miss him. Uh-oh. MaNa, he does miss the move out. Back at home, Storm is almost done. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close here. 6 SCV kills. Storm is done in 10 seconds. Does he stim in? Oh, he's going for it. Oh, no, he doesn't commit. He doesn't commit. Yeah, the Storm will finish. High Templar, they survive. And he will deny the third at least. But he won't break the natural. He will not break the natural. Stalkers, they blink in. Stalkers are coming in from behind. And MaNa, he holds. Again, he will lose the third. Was that a kill? Oh, that was a kill, not a cancel. Uh-oh. That should not have happened. That was a kill, not a cancel on the base. Kelazhur, he pulls away, he backs off, getting his own third CC, and building up in towards a longer game. Okay. Getting into the mid game. Now, as we settle in here, who do we favor? I do prefer Kelazhur's economic position. Like, his third base is actually, or it's done. At this point, it's done. He has a much faster third compared to MaNa, that is true, but MaNa has a big power spike with Storm. Again, he has 3 High Templar in the War Prism. He's got a lot of Storms. So Kelazhur, he has a better economic setup. At the same time, though, MaNa could just end the game. Oh! Storm doesn't connect. That was the first Storm. We have more High Templar warping in. At the same time, Kelazhur going for a double drop across the map. A bold move. He does have a wall. He is fully walled up. But can he hold? Can he survive? Back at home, there's nothing to defend. MaNa's pushing in. Double drop into the mineral line. MaNa, does he recall? Yeah, there he is. Yeah, force a recall. Kelazhur, he picks up. And he, oh my god, barely gets away. Whew. And I'll say a successful drop here. He only killed 4 pros, but he forced a recall back home. So he survives, he defends, he claims his own third base. Likewise, so is MaNa. And the game continues. Could make it work with the casting tool. Oh my god. Storms are moving up. Storms, they pop up. Yeah, MaNa still has a terrifying army with those Storms. There you go, pulling away. Ooh, drops are caught out. The drops are caught. Storms are coming in. And Kelazhur, I don't think he can hold on. Yeah, not into the third. Kelazhur is going to be zoned away. Nice dodge here on the Storms. But the base is denied. Base is denied. Takes down an Archon. Oof. We'll take a Storm to the face. One Storm connects. Likewise, takes down the Prism. Nice snipe. Okay. Takes down the High Templar as well. But there's still more Storms left over. Speaking of, oh my god, the Storms are brutal. The Storms are crazy. Oh god. And MaNa, he may have just done it. May have just broken through. Blinks on forward. Takes down the Metamax. MP connects. Does catch an Archon. Another Storm comes in. Yeah, and MaNa, he's done it. MaNa, at this point, he should have enough. I say that, it's going to be close. There's still a tank. There's still a tank behind this. Nice EMP. Running out of Archons, running out of High Templar. But throughout all of this, he's containing the Terran. Oh, and he's sniping Ghosts. Ghosts are getting sniped. Repairs are too late. Tank goes down. Still a very messy engage here. But MaNa, he has full saturation, and he's getting a 4th. The 4th base is now getting up and running. Oh god, another. Oh, the Storms are still brutal. They're still crazy. Ah. Storms are so insane. MaNa still reinforcing, still moving in. Diego getting his own third base back up and running. He's holding on. At least he's trying to. He needs that third. But there's just so much Protoss outside. There's so much Protoss at the third, I should say. Yeah, here to deny. Collapsing in the army once again. Going for the Ghosts. And the third is denied. Boys being pulled away. The Warpins, they continue. Prism goes down, but 1 second too late. Yeah, 1 second just too late. And now MaNa finally gets the damage he's been looking for. 10 SCV kills. Brings down 10 SCVs. His forges are done, and now getting into 1-1 upgrades. Bay's on the way as well. But impressive with the Kelazhur, he's holding on. He's holding. Kind of. I guess still not a pretty defense here from Kelazhur. Still quite messy. But he is trading very efficiently, catching out Stalkers. Again, ideally he wants a High Templar. Oh, bit of friendly fire. Zealous is still just warping in from across the map. Storm into the mineral line. Nice EMP. Denies the storm. But despite that, the Bio Army, does he have enough? There's no Zealots left. He does focus on the Immortal. Again, really nice start stepping here from Kelazhur, catching out everything. The Prism, the Stalkers, the Immortal. Kelazhur, a very strong fight. And Kelazhur holds. He holds. He finally reclaims his third. MaNa finally backs off as well, giving Kelazhur some room to breathe. But MaNa claiming another base, a 5th expansion. Catching a Ghost. It's one of those things where MaNa, he can still afford to replenish his army. Oh god. He can afford to replace it. Kelazhur cannot. Has a Sword of the Storm. Ooh, nice snipe on the High Templar. Very nice snipe. Diego takes down the High Templar, takes down the Immortal. Kelazhur, we gotta keep going. He has to keep going. Like MaNa, he has a bank. He has 1,000 mineral bank, but he can't spend his money. What are the gateways at? 9 gateways. MaNa, he needs to warp in. As MaNa, he can't spend his money. And Kelazhur, he sims on forward. Yeah, MaNa's been missing macro cycles. He's gotten a little bit too excited. Does have a Colossus though, true. Colossus has arrived. Oh, and Kelazhur, he cannot break through that. Still trading well. Still trading very well. Tries to step forward. More reinforcements have arrived. Nice EMP. What's a Colossus? One more volley, and he gets it. Oh my god. And no shot. Kelazhur, has he actually broken through? Stalkers are warping in, not Zealots. He needs some kind of buffer for his army. Base goes down. At the same time across the map, Zealots are wreaking havoc. SCVs are falling. SCVs are falling. He's running out of steam. MaNa actually being targeted. Nice EMP here on the Stalkers. Stalkers are EMP'd. EMP on the Prism as well. And can he focus on the Prism? He can! Denies the warp in! Kelazhur, Diego! Let's go! He's got 3 units left. 3 ghosts in a dream. He pulls back, he defended back at home. Again, just really intense couple of moments here for Kelazhur, where MaNa just hasn't been able to spend his money properly. And Kelazhur was able to break through. MaNa still has the greater base count, the greater economy for sure. But he hasn't built up any High Templar, any Archons, Immortals, Colossus. Like, he's been losing, or he's been bleeding out his high-tech units over time. Yeah, doesn't waste his EMP. Waiting for the army. Kelazhur going for the expansion. And he should get it. Oh, it's going to be close. Barely holds on. The ghosts are exposed. These are some losses. Yeah, brutal losses here for Kelazhur. Storm mainly zones. Some panic storms. No shot. He snips it. He does it again. He does it. He's crazy. Takes down the Colossus. The storms they missed. The storms were not ideal. Takes down the expansion. At the same time, 21 SC. Oh god, oh god. 21 SC. If it wasn't for this, 21 workers going down. Kelazhur, he could have kept this going. He still has an army to work with. But now his economy is crippled, even more so than previously. He was down to 44 workers, now down to 26. Trying to expand. We do see MaNa, he does rotate, keeps up with the base as well. We're going for the base trade. Yeah, we're going for the base trade. Kelazhur's pushing towards a 3rd. At the same time, MaNa pushing towards a 4th. And we're trading bases. MaNa, does he recall or does he commit? We don't mind him moving in. And MaNa pushing towards the lane. The Colossus! Oh no! The missed rally! Mine shot's going off. Brutal connections, and the Colossus does go down. Colossus falls at the same time. Oh, Kelazhur is barely holding onto the ramp. Sims on forward. Is there a storm? The answer is no. Yeah, there is no storm. Takes down the High Templar. Again, better trades here from Kelazhur. Man with gun is pretty good. It's pretty good, Pappy. Ay, ay, ay. Gets into the natural. I mean, there's still so many bases. There's still a booming economy here for MaNa. But Kelazhur, he can depower the robo, but he has to push into the main. The main base is the issue here. Speaking of, MaNa, oh, down to 4 stalkers. Doesn't have much of an army left. Ooh, getting caught out. Getting caught out. Going for the warp in. Rest of the army does respond. Denies the warp in as well. Kelazhur, he defends. He defends back at home. But he doesn't have enough across the map. He's gonna lose too much here. He will snipe the stalkers though. Yeah, takes down all 3 stalkers. 0 anti-air. Lift, Bappy, lift. Oh, doesn't even need to. He stands his ground. He's crazy. Oh my god. Yeah, the SimCity working against MaNa. Diego. Unchained, unleashed. He's zooming across the map as well. He's pushing. Head towards the fresh mining bases. And he's done it. Insane game here from Kelazhur. There was so much working against him. He was down, what, 40, 50 workers. But just trading so efficiently. Even here, the Zealots are not doing anything. The Zealots are trying to engage. Better positioning for Kelazhur. The Zealots are deny the 3rd. At the same time, Kelazhur knocking down the, what, 5th base. Again, this base doesn't really mean much. Kelazhur, he hasn't scouted the other expansions. He needs to keep going, though. And he should be aware. And there's still so many Zealots. There's so many charge lots. There we go. Does find another mineral line. EMP on the probes. Bold move. EMP's on the workers. Oh, he will lose the medevac. He'll lose both even. Yeah, both medevacs go down. He has to get the hell out of here at the same time, dropping it back into the main. It's gonna be 20 worker kills, but Kelazhur, he has no economy. He has nothing left. Like, this game has been so impressive from Kelazhur, but GG gets called. He's down to 3 SCVs. He's out of steam. He's out of money, and MaNa ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. MaNa does tie the series up. That was almost an insane comeback from Kelazhur. I mean, despite him losing that game, that was an impressive performance. Impressive game there from Kelazhur. Unless the player would have just died then and there at so many moments, so many times, where we saw MaNa looking to overwhelm with Storm, with Colossus, with just an incredible army. But Kelazhur, he hung in there. It was crazy. It was impressive. GG, well played. Very impressed by Kelazhur here. And now we're getting into game number 3. Whew. Hi. Getting into game 3. I've always wondered this. Do the casters also work the camera, or is there someone else who does that? For community streams like this, the caster does control the camera, is the observer. But for big main events, there's usually a dedicated observer, like Indie or Legend back in the day, or Mapu, or Funka, or Yogo. Yogo? Right. Yeah, or Yogo. Like, usually there is a dedicated observer. In recent times, like Pi as well. Pi's been observing. Eon Blue has been observing. So usually that's a dedicated role for bigger events that can afford that. Or that can provide that. But here we go. We're getting into game number 3. And spawning in the top right-hand corner here of Ley Lines, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is MaNa. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the red Terran being forced into a tied series. We'll see if we can bring it back after an incredible game 2. It is Kelazhur. Let's go. Let us go. As again, Kelazhur, he refused to die last game. He refused. He's like, you might have double my worker counts, but nah, I'll hang in there, baby. Let's go. It was just outtrade his opponents, really good target firing, really good positional play as well. We saw him just catching MaNa with his pants down time and time again, catching out Reinforcing Colossus, catching out High Templar. focusing down the prism, denying warp-ins. Like, there was just so much there that Kelazhur was doing right. He was just microing his heart out. But in the end, he was still overwhelmed. In the end, MaNa still had map control, he still had the greater economy, and could still afford some inefficient trades. Meanwhile, Kelazhur popping up with the eBay block. Does block the expansion. With that, he does foresee unnatural natural, and Kelazhur, he's going factory before CC. This typically leads into a reactor into Hellion. We'll see if he does go into Hellion production, as MaNa's in a as MaNa does actually re-expand on the low ground. Okay. MaNa, he cancels the base and does re-expand here instead. Unfortunately, Kelazhur, he did cancel the eBay a little bit earlier here, so MaNa is able to expand at a much more secure location. It is a late base for MaNa, but it's secure. More so than at the third. Meanwhile, there's a reactor. Yep, so it's going to be reactor most likely to add-on swap into Hellions, but we might actually not go for that, just because now the bases are more secure. Now there's less opportunity for Hellion harass. Like Pi, Pi's been observing. Personally, my favorite observer currently is Indy. I will say that. Indy, I like his observing. But I haven't experienced Pi or Eon Blues observing firsthand. To be fair, like I haven't casted with them observing. I've casted with Indy though, and he's good. It's good. Now though, we are setting up. Aliens move out. Alas, MaNa, he has his wall set up. He's ready, he's secure, he has a force field. And MaNa holds. And again, this reactor Hellion opener hasn't really paid for itself. It's going to be difficult to really break through just because of the SimCity. Again, MaNa, he's ready. He's ready for the Hellions. Behind this, going for the add-on swap. Getting out of Hellion production. Delayed CC here for Kelazhur. And still looking for a way in. Oh. Dragging the Stalkers out of position. But alas, there should be a force field. Hellions are going for the dive, but there's a force field, and MaNa holds. MaNa is keeping up, he's holding. Banshees are on the way. Into Banshee production. Tanks alongside him. Kelazhur still looking for an opening. If MaNa's not paying attention, then he could still slip through. But MaNa, he does warp it in time, he does fully wall. And MaNa moves out. Like he has enough to defend back at home. Does move out, he can poke at the natural. Tank does arrive just in time. MaNa has yet to scout the tech, so he does not know that there's a Banshee. And he will not see it. He does not get eyes on the Banshee. Banshee does slip by. Bearing in mind there's no cloak, so these are vanilla Banshees. Not too big of an investment. Banshees are on the way. Banshee does hit the main. MaNa out of position. Probe's going to be going down. No, Banshee's taking 2 shots. So 1, 2, 3. 3 probe kills so far, getting up to 4. And maybe 5 towards the end. Oh, not quite. And not quite, but the Banshee does get away. Oh, I spoke too soon. Banshee does fall. 4 probe kills. I mean, that's okay damage, but ideally did want more. Yeah, Kelazhur did want some more damage. Alas, he did drag MaNa back home. MaNa, he does not see the army amassing. And Kelazhur is pushing. He's pushing on 2 bases. How many tanks? 3. He has 3 tanks in total. 2 with the main army. You can see he's checking for a 3rd. So far, there is none. MaNa staying on 2 bases. Kelazhur should not be active like this. Again, this move out is designed to punish a 3rd, but there is no 3rd base. It's late. It's a late 3rd out of MaNa. MaNa's been fixated on tech, on army. Kelazhur trying to push in, checks, yep, no third. He's looking. He's like, what's going on? And he sees High Templar, he sees Storm. We saw MaNa went for the same build last game as well, where he stays on 2 bases a little bit longer. He delays his third in favor of Storm. So same build 2 games in a row, and because of that, Kelazhur, this army, doesn't achieve anything. He invested quite heavily into this, where he otherwise could have gone for a faster third CC. Third base now on the way, and Kelazhur pulls back. He pulls back home. Ooh, Banshee getting caught out. And MaNa, he's in a better position here. He shuts down the Banshees, he shuts down the push. MaNa gains map control. We have a third Banshee into the main, but there's a shield battery to defend. The Banshee doesn't get much done. Oh. Gets a couple of probes. As MaNa, he breaks out. Does break out across the map. He's going to be warping in. Kelazhur, it's going to be a tough hold. The bunker's on the way. He does have his tank set up there. His tank line is set. But here come the storms. MaNa does see the army. First storm doesn't quite connect. The others, they do. Oh my god. Yeah, storms, they just blanket the entire army, and he breaks through. He breaks through that defensive line, takes out every single tank. And Kelazhur, he has been broken. Again, the storms are brutal. Reinforcements have arrived. And again, it was just a really rough start for Kelazhur. The Banshees, they didn't achieve much. The first move out didn't achieve anything either. And everything just snowballed in favor of MaNa. And with that, he denies the third. Now moving in. Kelazhur losing 14, 16 SCVs, blinking into the main as well. He wants the CC, he wants it. Aye, aye, aye. Can he get it? Mass repair. Does repair in time. And MaNa is forced out of the main base, but he has done critical damage. 27 SCVs. Likewise, still has an army standing outside of the natural. Storm goes up, doesn't quite connect. Yeah, we have some okay storms here out of MaNa, but here come the reinforcements, here come the warp-ins. Boys are being pulled into charge lots. And MaNa, he's done it. He has done it. He has broken through. 44 SCVs. There's a tank on the high ground, but alas, it's 2 immortals. GG, well played. And MaNa, he will extend his lead 2-1. GG. GG, well played. With that, MaNa does take a lead here. Again, same build 2 games in a row. Just really safe play out of MaNa. MaNa, both games opening up on 2 bases, staying on 2 bases, delaying his third, working into earlier charge, and because, sorry, earlier storm, I should say. And this is designed to punish more aggressive builds. I see someone in the chat saying it's designed, it's an anti-SCV pool build. It's an anti-aggression build. Like, if your opponent is being too aggressive, if they delay their own economy, if they delay their own tech, then they are punished for it. They are punished for being overly aggressive, as we saw there. Kelazhur investing into Banshees, investing into his early stimulus push as well. Didn't achieve anything, did fall behind. Did fall behind. And now we're getting into our next game. We're going to be loading into Tokamak for game number 4. And because MaNa's gone for this build 2 games in a row, I'm hoping that Kelazhur maybe takes a different approach, especially coming into Tokamak. True, Tokamak is one of the more larger maps in the map pool, one of the more defensive maps as well, so this does kind of lean towards macro play, towards more greedy builds into the mid game. But we'll see what Kelazhur goes for. As here we go, spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-1. It is MaNa. One game away from qualifying for the main event and spawning in the top right hand corner. We have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran, down in the series. Can he bring it back and force the ace match? It is Kelazhur. It's Diego back. It's Diego. Let's go. Let us go. As every game so far in the series, Kelazhur, he has gone for an economic opener, so we're expecting that again here as well. And we'll see what that leads into, whether it leads into Banshee play, whether it leads into early tank production, whether it leads into a 2-1-1, which is what we saw in game 1, if you recall. Our eyes are on Kelazhur. Now, because they're loading into Tokamak, MaNa, he may be tempted to cut some corners here. He's been playing very safely throughout this series, but he may be tempted to go for a faster third base and try to take advantage of the size of the map itself and have a bit of a more economic start instead. Here we go. Oh, as despite the fact that we're opening up with a single gas geyser, Kelazhur going for a slightly faster factory here. Interesting. Now with this, we can once again try to go for a reactor into helium production. Yeah, there it is. Reactors on the way. So this does feel like an add-on swap into Hellion. Kelazhur, he has no SCV on the map. If there was an SCV, then I would lean towards something like a proxy starport into drop play, into a Hellion drop. But no SCV. So we'll see if he still goes for the swap. Checking the vision, MaNa, he did get eyes on the factory. Yep, there we go. Add-on swap into reactor Hellion. Okay, now if you recall, we saw this same opener last game as well. The difference is that last game this coincided with an eBay block, which meant there was a higher chance to get damage. Here, there is no eBay block, so MaNa's already quite secure on 2 bases, or he's working towards being secure on 2 bases. We have a safety shield battery on the way. Twilight Council gets thrown down, gonna be a blink-based opener. We'll see if MaNa's able to set up in time. Yeah, here comes a hallucination, and the hallucination should confirm the add-ons and should confirm the Hellions, and that will let him know to wall up. So the scout should give him all the information he needs. He does get eyes on a Hellion already. Spots a Hellion, dives into the main, does see the add-ons, and he may even spot the Hellions as they pop out. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he sees everything. He sees everything, and we just need some city. There we go. Gateway's on the way. He has a force field. He is secure. So the Hellions, they gain map control, but they shouldn't be able to push into any of these bases. Now we are going to be following this up with a reactored Widowmine production into a Widowmine drop. Now this could be one of 2 things. We could either go for a mine drop in towards the mineral lines and try to drag the army out of position, or we can go for a mine drop here at the wall to make an opening to break through the gateway units and then to bust in with the Hellions. But this is quite committed here from Kelazhur, as he's waiting for his next set of Widowmines. So here comes the mine drop. Hellions are being forced back, and we'll see how Kelazhur can bring this all together. We'll see if MaNa can force field in time. As here comes Widowmines and the Hellions. He just fully walls. I mean, that's how you shut this down. Yeah, he fully walls up. Hellions are locked out. Oh, good. And the mine drop isn't really achieving too much here. Base out one of the mine shots, takes down the Widowmine. And Kelazhur's being shut down. He's being shut down here. He's not achieving any damage. You could argue that he's forcing this reaction out of MaNa, but I mean, we're fine with that. But like MaNa, he's okay with that. He's happily staying on 2 bases anyway, taking his gases, going for the robo. Forces back the Hellions. Oh, takes down the full medevac. Oh god, medevac goes down. Widowmines as well. That is 0 economic damage from Kelazhur. Ay, ay, ay. Looking at the install tab here, the medevac and 4 Widowmines as well. Brutal losses. And now MaNa expands. Now MaNa can freely expand without any issues, without any problems. Now taking up towards Storm. He goes for his counterattack back at home. There is one tank on the low ground and a bunker as well. So Kelazhur, he's secure. Hellions, they are deflected. MaNa can rotate into the main. Remember, there's only one tank. But there is a backup bunker, okay. And here we go, the second tank has arrived just in time. Kelazhur, he holds. Oh, MaNa, he's going for the dive. Does go for the dive, does take down the tank. Bold move. He denies the repairs. Very nice positioning there. Very nice body blocking out of MaNa. Takes down the tank, takes down the bunker, drags down the tank. And now there's an opening. Now there's a weak point here in the main. At the same time, Hellions are deflected. I'm sure he's tempted to go for another dive. Remember, there's no backup bunker. Not anymore. I'm sure he's tempted. We have another tank on the way. It's halfway done. Remember, behind this, getting a third base, getting into Storm, +1, a gateway explosion. MaNa's building up. Hellions, they do find some damage. Finally, let's go. Again, he preserved the Hellions. He gets 3 worker kills. That's better than nothing. 3 pros go down. It is some damage here. As MaNa is saturating. Storm is almost done. Okay, Kelazhur, at this point, he's quite committed. He's getting a 3rd CC, but I mean, he needs to get some damage done here with this push. Now, thankfully for Kelazhur, unscattered. There's no observer. There's no army in position. But he's going for the drop. He's not going for the push. The main army pulls back. He's going for the double drop instead. There are spotted pylons. MaNa claiming a 4th. Kelazhur will deny. Not bad. Cancel the 4th base. Another drop here through the center. MaNa, he does keep up. Ooh, oh my god. The storms are insane. And he completely shuts down the army. Oh god. As 2 Marauders make it out just barely. That was 10 Marines, 2 Marauders going down. At the same time, drop here into the natural. Another storm pops up. And MaNa holds. MaNa, he shuts us down. He will lose 6 probes. And he was forced to cancel a base. High Templar goes down as well. Okay. High Templar goes down. Nice target firing. Focus down 11 probes. Kelazhur makes the most out of a bad situation. Catching a High Templar and half a mineral line. Not bad. Still no 4th. Just now being thrown down once again. I think we've seen Kelazhur pop off with this drop play previously. So I'm still thinking about Persephone, family. True. But here we go. MaNa, he just goes for the dive. He breaks the natural. Pushing into the main. Dropping on top of the tank. And he will target down the tank as well. A nice control. Storm on the bio. What little bio there is left. And Kelazhur is being broken. At the same time, tries to drop across the map. Heading into the main. Kelazhur, he does focus on the Archon. MaNa was a little bit inattentive. Oh gosh, but the storms are still brutal. He'll lose some probes here. Has the mine shot up. Does go up. But across the map, that's going to be 25 SCV kills. Another storm in the main army. Boys are being pulled, and MaNa, he has done it. He has done it. He has broken the defenses here of Kelazhur. Denies the warp in, but GG gets called. And MaNa, he will qualify for the Fusion Esports League Kraków 2025 main event. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Congratulations, MaNa. He does make through those qualify. We had a crazy intense back and forth. And again, I'm still thinking about Persephone, Pappy. I was like, Kelazhur had an insane game too. If you maybe tune in a little bit later, if you didn't tune into game 2, I highly recommend the VODs because Kelazhur, he had a crazy performance here in this series. In the end, he goes down, but boy, did he put on a show. Did he put on a show? And he had some crazy games as well. GG, well played. Congratulations to MaNa. And if you're a fan of Kelazhur, do not worry because this bracket is double elimination. It's double elimination. We just wrapped up with the upper bracket and now we're going to be following Kelazhur into the lower bracket. Let's go. Let us go. As we will switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket itself. Oh boy. Okay, here we go. So as you can see from the top, MaNa takes on Kelazhur 3-1 and will qualify for the big offline event happening in Krakow. Does take down Kelazhur, does take down Diego. He's going to be knocked down to the lower bracket and he's going to be waiting all the way in the qualifying match. He has some time to wait because Krystianer is still waiting for his opponent. Krystianer takes down Art 2-0 and Krystianer, he's waiting for the winner of Fiant and Spirit. I believe Fiant is streaming his POV. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think he might be streaming. Let's double check. I think he was mentioning that earlier. Yeah, there he is. But yes, Fiant, he is. What is happening? I just tuned into Fiant's stream and he's proxy hatching Spirit. Oh no. He's an animal. But yes, Fiant and Spirit, they're currently mid-series, and the winner goes up against Krystianer, and the winner of that goes up against Kelazhur. So, in a way, we're kind of nearing the end of the broadcast. We do have some downtime here. We do have at least 2 matches left. We might be able to jump in mid-series into Spirit versus Fiant. I don't know if they're in Game 1, Game 2, or Game 3, so I'm a little bit in the dark as to where they are. But yeah, the Fiant, he proxy hatch Spirit in the like an animal, Pappy, like an animal. Aye. But yes, we are going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll either have Spirit and Fiant mid-series, or the winner of that series up against Krystianer. One or the other. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we have returned. We returned with the Fusion Esports League Krakow 2025 qualifier number 2, and a big, massive shout out to Wardy, Wardy, God, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream, hope you had a great cast, hope you had a great time with the Wardy TV European League. As of course, we were ourselves running our own qualifier. We were running, shout out to, of course, Geralt, shout out to Kashim, shout out to all those working behind the scenes on the FEL, on the Fusion Esports League. For those that are unaware, for those that maybe haven't been made aware, this is a big offline event happening in Poland, happening in Bologna. Is actually going to be taking place after the Esports World Cup. After EWC, a couple of days later, bam, there's going to be a big offline event happening in Poland. It was announced a week ago, maybe just over a week ago at this point, and this is the second global qualifier. The first one was last night, and now we are here with our second qualifier as well. Again, there are going to be some global invites, some regional invites as well. We'll be going over the entirety of the event, or at least the Wikipedia page, after the qualifier. For now, we're jumping in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines. We have the Polish Terran player. We have the blue Terran. Representing RSA Esports, it is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss. Representing Offside Esports, it is Krystianer. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. And again, we are nearing the end of the broadcast, so we only have 2 matches remaining here. For those that are curious, we just wrapped up with the upper qualifying match, and MaNa, he popped off. He was able to bring down Kelazhur, Diego, in the upper qualifying match. It was a very intense back and forth. It was a brutal, especially game 2. Game 2 was crazy. I highly recommend the VODs. The game on Persephone was out of this world, and now we are here in the lower brackets. We're here to find out who is the second player to join MaNa in the main event. Let's go. As we're jumping into our best of 3, now the winner of this series will advance on to the final qualifying match of today's broadcast. The winner of the series goes up against Kelazhur in a best of 5. And we'll see if it's going to be a rematch between Spirit and Kelazhur, or a initial series here between Krystianer and Kelazhur instead. For the time being, we are going for an economic opener. Single gas start here by Spirit, so going for a Rax expand, so economic start out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, we have Krystianer going for a standard opener himself, going for a Gate Cyber expand. So standard opener out of Krystianer, likewise something more aggressive something more economic out of Spirit. And if you're in the chat, before I forget, it's Gamba time. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 3. Let's go. Let us go. Best of luck with your predictions. For a long time, Spirit, of course, has been the best Terran player in all of Poland, but Krystianer, he has also been able to win some Polish lands himself, even over Spirit. So Krystianer, he has posed a threat to him. He has been able to bring him down in the past. In general, I do favor Spirit over Krystianer, but I do know that in recent times, Krystianer has been getting better and better results, has been improving in skill, and now does pose a greater threat to Spirit. Let's go. For now, Twilight Council opener, standard tech of choice here from Krystianer, working towards Blink. Meanwhile, Spirit back at home setting up his own 1-1-1. There's no crazy faster second Rax. There's no crazy faster third TC. No crazy setup yet. As it does move in. We'll be able to disrupt the economy here at the natural. Gets an SCV kill, not bad. Gets an SCV and should be able to shade away. The second Adept has arrived to shut down the Hellion at least. To attempt to focus down, but oh, brutal shade there. The Adept does fall. The Hellion will survive, and Spirit, he defends. Spirit, he will defend here. Even taking down both Adepts. Rough trade here for Krystianer. Ay, 2 Adepts for nothing. He gets an SCV, that is true, but only the 1 worker. And that's a better trade here for Spirit. Behind this, opening up Banshee. Okay, I was curious to see what the add-ons are going to be looking like. Tech Lab on the Starport, Tech Lab on the factory as well, working towards even doubling down into Cloak Banshee. Let's go. Let us go. As now we do have a Cloak on the way. Banshees are amassing. We'll just see Krystianer claiming his third base. So again, a pretty economic opener here from Krystianer, going up to a 2-gate setup, so 2-gate Blink into a third. Very greedy here from our Protoss player. And we'll see if he can get away with that greed. Can he get away with it? The Hellion will confirm the timing of the third base. It's already almost halfway done. Spirit is aware of how greedy he has been, and the Banshees are moving out. One Banshee towards the top side. We have a second Banshee on the way as well. So far, Krystianer, he has not seen anything in the main. Despite the prevalence of course, sentry-based openers and hallucinated scouts, no sentry, no hallucination, no scout. So a little bit greedy there from Krystianer to cut that corner. He's going to be relying on the Observer instead. Observer moves out. Spirit right down the center, or at least he's set up here at the ramp. Remember, he saw the early third base timing. He knows. Waiting for another tank. Banshee soon to move in. Krystianer, he does spot the army. Well, spots the army. Hunts down the Hellion. Spirit still building up. Observer doesn't see the Banshee. He's still not aware. And the bases, they're so vulnerable. They're so exposed. We have two Stalkers at the main. Nothing here at the natural. Observer does pop out. They're out of position. They're across the map. Force a recall. Force a recall back home. And here comes Spirit. Right down the center. Right down mid. Free damage here from the Banshee. Does pull a couple of boys. Just to repair, at least somewhat. Yeah, there's 3 SCVs. Tanks are pushing in. They're getting within range of the Nexus. Oh, they do siege. Yeah, brutal positioning here. Krystianer unable to slow him down. Tanks do siege up, and Krystianer, he can't afford to lose this. He has to fight. He has to fight for it. 10 probes going to be going down. Brutal damage already. Dives on the tank. We'll lose the Immortal. And we'll lose one. Both tanks do go down. And with that, Krystianer looks like he will save the base. Yeah, he's saving the expansion. It's a brutal trade here. It's a messy fight. Krystianer being zoned away. Spirit still pushing in. Even repairing the Banshee. Repairing what he can. We come in for the full surround though. There should be enough Stalkers, and Krystianer, he will hold. He will hold. He will clean this up. Nice clean up here from our Protoss. Likewise, chases down the final tank as well. Spirit overextending, but at the same time, the Banshee is still popping up. 16 probe kills. Spirit, calm down. The push may have been cleaned up, but the Banshees, they're still popping up. They're still wreaking havoc. 2 Banshees still in the bases. Probe still going down. Krystianer forced a counter attack. And what can he get done? No bunker. No bunker. There's 1 tank at the ramp. There's only a handful of Marines. He could go for the dive. He's going for it. Yeah, he does go for the dive. Takes down the tank. Takes down the bio. Boys are being pulled. And we're, in a sense, going for a bit of a base trade here. As that's going to be 21 probe kill Stalkers. They blink up into the main. Came with the production. More boys being pulled. More SCVs going to be going down. But another tank has arrived. Oh, never mind. Gets a tank. Takes down the tank. Takes down the Marauder as well. Oh, it does barely miss it. There we go. Marauder does go down. Takes down the Marauder. This is decent damage here from Krystianer. Bearing in mind, he does save the Nexus. The third base is still alive. Still making works. Still making probes. Still making workers. Krystianer forced out of the bases. The bunkers are empty. And he's still rallying. Still rallying across the map. Still moving in. Krystianer, he defends back at home, has cleaned everything up. Now we can focus. Now we can focus on the main push, on the counter attack. And he does have high ground vision. Moving in. Going for the bunker. One more volley. Oh, barely does bring it down. Takes out the bunker. Takes a 4th base behind this. And without a bunker, without any tanks, how does he defend? How does Spirit hold? How does he hold on? More SCVs getting picked up. They had brutal damage. Ay. That's Krystianer. He's still reinforcing. And he still sees the lack of setup here. We have a tank on the way. But the tank is still in production. Spirit, he needs more time. Likewise, he does have stim. He's holding onto it. There it is. Does stim. Does force a blink. Krystianer forced it back up. Likewise, trading out Stalkers. Yeah, some rough losses, but he wants those Marauders. There we go. 1. Oh, almost 2. Takes down a Marauder. I would say a better trade here for Spirit. Forces back the Stalkers. Again, that was 6 Stalkers for 1 Marauder, at least when it comes to gas trading. And Spirit holds. Spirit, he's holding on. I say that Krystianer is not stopping. Again, he's getting his 4th base fully saturated. He's on the way. Charge is almost done. Krystianer making his way into the main. Spirit claiming his 3rd. Going for his own drop as well. Okay, we're getting a little bit chaotic here. Spirit dropping across the map. Stalkers ain't the 3rd. They distract Spirit at the same time, dropping into the main. And SCVs are going down. Goes for the warp in. Oh, Krystianer supply blocked. He's supply blocked. He cannot warp in. Jump across the map. Krystianer is keeping up. Spirit, he defends the main. 10 SCV kills. Ooh, at the same time, Medevac goes down. Krystianer, he holds, and he's just pulling Spirit apart at this point. Yeah, there's Zealots in the main, the natural, and we're pushing in towards the third as well. Spirit, he's holding just barely, but still bleeding out too many SCVs. It's going to be 14 dead workers down to 37, and Krystianer, he's going in for the kill. He's going in for the kill at this point. Massive warp in the main. Spirit, he cannot keep up. Again, the Banshees did pop off earlier, but he lost everything. GG, and Krystianer, he takes game number 1. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. Krystianer does take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense, very chaotic game 1. Spirit, he was achieving so much damage with the early game Banshee harass, but if you remember, he also lost his entire main army. He lost 3 tanks. He lost 3 tanks pushing in. He lost his bio army as well. Without those tanks, he was vulnerable back at home, and shout out to Krystianer for counterattacking. He didn't stay back home. He wasn't too passive. He wasn't too tentative. He counterattacked immediately, and he was able to break Spirit back at home. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see where this takes us. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I want to see an ace match, but the pressure is on Spirit. Let's go. Let us go. Whew. So getting into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Persephone. Okay. Smaller map, I would say. Smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground, more direct rush distance as well. Does favor more aggression, especially in the early to mid game, but here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the blue Terran. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Spirit. Or ROC Esports. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Offside Esports, leading the series 1-0, 1 game away from advancing on to a qualifying match. It is Krystianer. Here we go. Oh, so we are calming down. We're settling in. Spirit's moving out very early on with the SCV, and the goal here should be to block the natural. So we're moving in with the eBay block as we're skirting around the edge of the map, avoiding the main scouting path. Meanwhile, Krystianer going for his own gate cyber setup. Yeah, the SCV moves in, and the eBay is on the way. Now, Krystianer, he doesn't quite check in time. He did dip down for a moment there, but it's going to be a late scout by Krystianer, and with that, he's going to be forced to expand at the unnatural natural. Aye. So basically, the goal here is that you're able to slip by, able to sneak in, able to get enough progression, enough production on this eBay to force out a base elsewhere. So Krystianer, he cannot expand here at the natural, forced to expand at the third location instead. There it is. Forced to expand at the third. Behind this, we could see a factory before CC. Spirit does cancel, gets a refund, and he's going for the CC. Okay, so racks expand out of Spirits. There are some players, oh, never mind, going for the bunker initially, in the mineral line, being as annoying as possible. If this bunker finishes, he can deny mining with that Reaper. Oh, so the probe is trying to rotate around, trying to keep up. The SCV is quite low, and it should be deterred. Yeah. Krystianer defense. At least for the time being. Reaper's on the way. SCV goes back in. He goes back in. Oh, as we do have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything is okay. Thankfully this pause, there's no like major like micro happening at the moment. There's no like big engage happening or anything like that. So hopefully everything's okay from the side of Krystianer. And when it comes to our build of choice, what I was trying to get into here is that some players will delay their CC and go for a faster factory, and in this position go for a reactored Hellion, and then harass the mineral lines and try to poke in between the main base and the natural as well. But here, Spirit, he still went for the CC. Still went for the faster CC, goes to the bunker instead. And here we go, he does move out. Oh, the bunker will barely not finish in time. Does barely not complete. Reaper looking for a way in. And as the Reaper is deflected, as the bunker doesn't finish, a big shout to Fiant in the chat. God, thank you so much. Big shout to Fiant. Fiant, of course, was streaming his POV and competing in this qualifier. So I hope you had a good time over on your stream. I know it did go down, but I hope to see you in the next qualifier, as there is a final third qualifier as well for this tournament. So hope to see you there. Hope to see you there. GG, well played. Get some rest, papi. Get some rest. Estefiant. Also, before I forget, it happened during the downtime when we were on a break screen. But a shout to Scafley. Shout to Scafley in the chat as well for resubscribing for 4 months. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you. Thank you so much for the resub. As the bunker is denied, the Reaper is deflected. Krystianer, he does defend initially here, but as you can see, it can be quite awkward to rotate between your third and between your main base as well. We'll see if Spirit is able to abuse this. For now, settling in, going for his 2-1-1 setup. Second racks and starport. Oh, okay, so the tech lab was made on the factory, goes for the add-on swap into, I would imagine, earlier Banshee play. Oh, my mistake, my apologies. Earlier Raven, no Banshee this time. I mean, we had Banshees in game 1, here, opening up Raven. This is a way to harass, of course. It's a way to have persistent harassment as well, as you can keep the Raven in between the bases and just keep going for auto turrets. But also, this is less committed than the Banshees, for example. So this is less committed. Spirit, he's calming down. Oh. As the Reaper does fall. So we go. Krystianer, he does move out. He's looking to gain map control, taking his third base. Again, it was a 2-gate blink setup, 2-gate blink into a third. Very greedy, very economic build here from Krystianer. Raven moves in. Krystianer, he is keeping up. He's keeping up, he's zoning away. And likewise, Krystianer hoping to catch it and kind of move out as well from the natural. Spirit going for a very bio-heavy composition. Again, no tank production, no tanks, no Widow Mines, not yet. Oh, blinks into the main. And the upgrade's not yet done. Can he deny stim? No shot. Boys are being pulled. He cannot lose stim. As Spirit, he will turn back the army. He will defend, thankfully. It does push Krystianer out. Does save stim. Auto tarts back into the main. Krystianer a little bit late to respond. We'll bleed out 2 workers. So you get for not telling me to stop restreaming. Big love. Estefiant, papi. Yeah. You're an animal, papi. You're an animal. Take care, Fiant. Take care. So far, he does break out. Again, he's been quite committed. Third CC's on the way behind this. Stim is finishing up. Combat shields +1. A really strong bio timing here from Spirit. And Krystianer, he's aware of it. Can he stop it though? Charge will finish up just in time. Getting a second immortal. Spirit going for a split push. Interesting. Not hitting yet. Still building up his forces. I mean, he got scouted. Doesn't move out yet. Ideally, does want to catch out some of these stalkers. Does spot him. They do spot each other. Drop towards the main. Krystianer pulls away. Drop does boost in. And Spirit does find a stalker. Not bad. The main base is exposed. There's a handful of stalkers. Does unload. Worker's going to be forced back. Does force a recall. The mine shots are brutal. Wood Mines do connect. Army's still going to be clashing. Krystianer, can he take this fight? Does at least clean up the Wood Mines. Wood Mines go down and Spirit he is deflected. Despite that, 7 probe kills, not bad. Does get 7 workers. Auto tower set popping off. 10 probes going down. And Krystianer checks for a third, sees that there is none, backs off. Doesn't try to break the natural. Again, we have a massive arm here waiting. Krystianer pulls away, and from here he can just expand. He can take a 4th, build up, work towards splash damage, Colossus, Storm. We can see Colossus production has begun. And there's a 4th base. We're building up into the mid-game. And Spirit he sees. Does spot the probe, does see the pylon. We're getting into a longer game. It's been very tense, and we've seen Spirit go for some move outs and posture in the center, but he never really committed outside of the drop, which was successful for the most part. Now the game continues. The game does continue. Spirit establishing his own 3rd. I will say that the 4th base for Krystianer is a little bit late. Ideally, you do want to be taking your base as your opponent does, as your opponent takes a 3rd. Krystianer wants a 4th. 2nd robo is on the way for double Colossus production, eventually into Disruptors. Spirit's army is spotted. But Krystianer, does he have enough to work with here? Again, he still needs a little bit more time for that 2nd Colossus. And nice EMP. EMPs pop up. He only has the 1 Colossi. And instead of going for the Zealot counterattack, headed for the 3rd. 2nd Colossus has arrived. Krystianer, he does bust into the mineral line. And he's holding. Yeah, so far so good. He is holding on. Here comes that 2nd Colossus. The swipes are going up. Takes on the bio. And Spirit, he does pull away in time. Does save the workers. Does save his mineral line. Krystianer does hold on. Drop back into the main. Probes are still going down. Auto target on the right hand side as well. And this is getting out of hand. 14 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. 15 probes even. 15 workers go down. Spirit, he didn't lose many SCVs at all. Checking units lost here. He lost 2. He lost 2 SCVs. Barely anything. Spirit, he defends. He attacks. And now Spirit has a massive supply lead. He's just been out trading Krystianer. And Krystianer, he cannot keep up. Not anymore. If he can catch out these drops, then he can try to recover. Speaking of, does clean up the drop in the main. Means a 1 medevac drop. Likewise, if he can buy enough time for Disruptor production, then he can still take some better fights, even down in supply. If he can land a couple of key Novas, he can survive. But the pressure is very much so on Krystianer here, and we're still waiting for said Disruptors. The Viking count is building up. Spirit claiming a 4th base. Spirit, he has the greater economy. Building up the greater army as well. Spirit is going to be the first to max out, and he's snowballing out of control. Here comes the first Disruptor, but again, it's just going to be the one. It's the economy that's been killing Krystianer here. Losing too many workers, late expansions. As ideally Krystianer, he just needs to slow the game down. He needs to slow it down, take more bases. Disruptors are building up. Okay. So Krystianer, he's recovering. Likewise, Spirit, he still has the more ideal army. From here, we should be working towards Liberators, towards a Fusion Core. Until then, Krystianer still has potential. And again, Spirit has been quite passive. I'm a little bit surprised. He had the opportunity to be a little bit more active, to go for some more drop play or to posture on the map, but he's been stuck at home. He's been just turtling up back at him instead. Just doing Spirit things, true. Throwing down sensor towers, missile turrets, bunkers. And John missile goes off. Vikings, they move in. They don't quite get the Colossus. Krystianer does hold at the same time. Zelramai runs into a planetary. Spirit, he holds on. Nice Nova. Does catch 8 SCVs. Does catch 8 workers. Colossus barely does survive. His drops are deflected. And again, Krystianer, he has bought enough time. I say Krystianer's bought enough time. At the same time, I want to say that Spirit, he's given him the breathing room that he needs. Like Spirit, he has been relatively passive for the past couple of minutes, which has allowed Krystianer to recover. Has allowed that to happen. Nice snipe. Takes down the Colossus. Novas. Some panic Novas here out of Krystianer. They drop into the bases. Forces the recall. Krystianer not paying attention. Getting caught out completely. Yeah, and Spirit, he does catch the army. Massive win here for Spirit. Catches out the Colossus. Getting another as well. Catching all the disruptors. And Spirit, he takes the fight. From here, he just keep pushing. He does not have to slow down. Breaks through the Zealous. GG gets called, and Spirit, he will take game number 2, tying up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. We're getting into the ace match here. We're getting into game 3. Again, some really nice engagements out of Spirit to be able to distract Krystianer. That's what it kind of came down to. Because he was dropping across the map, Krystianer, he wasn't looking at his main army. We saw Spirit close that distance, dive on top of the disruptors, dive on top of the Colossus as well, and was able to claim the fight. GG. Snowball from there. And now we're going all the way to game 3. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go. We're getting into the ace match here, and we'll see how this story ends. Honestly, could go either way, but we are loading into a smaller map. Up next, Pylon. Ooh, Pylon known for aggressive builds, known for aggression, known for all-ins. We'll see if Spirit is willing to do that, though. Again, Spirit, he's known for being a little bit more macro, a little bit more economic. We'll see how Spirit will adjust. So we are loading in. Oh, here we go. Catching up. This is how Spirit plays. Yeah, we had that line in the previous game as well. It's like, this is Spirit. Like, at times, not always, but more often than not, he's one to just calm things down, take a slower approach. He can be aggressive. He can go for all-ins, for sure. But his comfort zone is to just slow things down a little bit at times. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Pylon, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing ROC Esports, tying up the series and forcing the ace match. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the Polish Protoss, representing Offside Esports. Being forced into the ace match, it is Krystianer. We go. Here we go. Once again, we're calming things down. Ooh. And again, we'll see how this story ends. Again, it's a best of 3, so regardless of how this ends, I mean, this is the final game of the series. As a reminder, Kelazhur is Diego. He's waiting for the win of this series in a best of 5 in the qualifying match. Will it be a TVT or TVP? Can we avoid the mech versus mech? If you missed the series earlier, Kelazhur, he did actually defeat Spirits in a TVT, embracing mech, of course. So a lot of mech involved. Oh no, not like this. Likewise, Kelazhur has had some time to rest, to recover, while Spirit's been juking it out. Assuming we end up in that situation. Otherwise, Krystianer, we'll see if he can actually have his chance at Kelazhur as well. Again, could still go either way. For now, economic opener, racks expand, only a single gas geyser out of Spirits, and this time there's no eBay block. So no block across the map. Standard economic start out of our Terran player. Now, last game, Spirit, he did go for a very bio-heavy composition, if you remember. He was going for an earlier stim timing, earlier +1, earlier combat shields, and 0 tanks. As he went for a very fast second racks to make that all happen. We'll see what he goes for this time. As Krystianer does probe scout, he does get eyes on the timing of the CC, so he knows. He's aware of the economic start. Back at home, he's settling in. calming down. Likewise, Zealot does move out across the map to delay the CC. Adept is on the way as well, and he will delay. SCV is going to be forced back. A nice start here for Krystianer. Behind the Spirit going for the 1-1-1. Hellions are amassing. And Krystianer, he shouldn't force a cancel here, but he will delay. So a nice start for Krystianer. He does see the Hellion, he backs off. Backs off, pulls away. Second Adept is now reinforcing. We'll see if he can get on top of that Hellion. Oh. Does pull away, gets a Marine. Yeah, does bully back the army, and can he delay? He cannot! Yeah, the CC will barely complete in time and gets one SCV. But Spirit, he finishes. He does finish the command center. Cleans up the Adepts. And Spirit holds. Spirit, he does hold on. Did cost him a couple of workers. That was 2 workers going down and a Marine as well. But the game will continue. This time Krystianer going for a much safer follow-up, actually. As a reminder, last game we saw Krystianer go 2-gate blink into a third, but we are on Pylon. Again, Pylon, shorter rush distance by ground, more exposed bases, so here he fully walls off with 2 more gates and a robo. So 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink on 2 bases. Oh. He might cancel the gateway and go for a faster expansion. We'll see. Chop is deflected. Behind this Spirit going for the add-on sub, going into Cloak Banshee. Just like game 1. Yeah, there's a cancel. Yeah, there's a cancellation. Cancels into a third. So 2-gate blink into a third base for Krystianer. Still quite greedy. So far as keeping up with the Hellion drop. But this is keeping Krystianer busy here. And we saw this previously in the series as well. Do you see what I see? No sentry. No sentry, no hallucination, no hallucination scattered across the map, no vision on the Cloak Banshee. Very similar to game 1. Game 1, the same thing happened. He's going to have to rely heavily here on the Observer instead. So the Observer is on the way. It's going to be a later scout as a result. As the Observer moves out, Banshees, they're getting ready to move in. I'm concerned here for Krystianer. We've seen this before. I mean, technically, Krystianer did still win game 1. But it was chaotic. It was a chaotic game. Krystianer pokes in. He does have some Stalkers in position. He does have the second Observer. And there we go. Does scout, does confirm. He knows. He is aware. Banshee has arrived though, just at the same time. Probe's going to be going down. Again, one Banshee can 2 shots. And probes are falling. Where's the Observer? Where's the detection? Okay, back at him. Is back at him despite that 6 probe kills. 6 workers go down. Ooh, Banshee does fall. At the same time, Hellions drop back into the base, getting even more damage. Getting up to 8, up to 9, up to 10. 11 probe kills, 12. Oh god, 12 workers go down. Really nice damage here by Spirit, bearing in mind that Hellions, they don't really scale well into a longer game. They do not scale well, but they still find more damage. And here comes the second Banshee. Spirit, he's not done. He is not done. Heads towards the natural, but the Observer's in position. Yeah, this time Krystianer is ready. Somewhat. Spirit gets 3 more probes. 3 more workers, pulls away. At the same time, back at him, Spirit, he's secure. He's got his tanks, he has his bunker, he has his bio. This time, Krystianer, he cannot push into this. Ooh, and he barely misses the move out. Oh, never mind. Papi, por favor. Krystianer. He barely caught a glimpse of the tank. And he should snipe it. Yeah, the tank will go down. Nice pickoff. Claims the tank. Spirit is pushing. He wants the third. Yeah, Spirit stims in. Does catch a sentry, not bad. Sentry goes down. Krystianer trying to keep up. He's trying to. But again, there's just so much bio here. As Zelse dive in, they track the line shots. Oof. Drag them into the Stalkers. And without Zealots, these soldiers are so fragile. They're so exposed. Yeah, they're being focused down one after the other. Nice target firing here out of Spirit, getting in with every single Stalker. Down to 3, down to 2, down to 1. One Stalker left. Yeah, nice big old stare from Spirit. The Banshee goes back in. Now there are less Stalkers. Gets a probe, denies mining, heads towards the main. But Krystianer, he does save the expansion. True. Does save the base. But Spirit, he doesn't care. He's just rallying. He's just rallying everything across the map. He's not stopping. Oh. That's when mine does connect. Colossus has arrived. Krystianer trying to hold on here. Building up a second Colossus. Third base is exposed. It's getting quite low. Spirit, he has to make a choice. Does he try to dive on the base? Krystianer is holding. Yeah, warps in more Zealots. Cleans up the mines. And Krystianer holds. Whew, okay. He survives, Pappy. He saves the third base. Spirit pulls away, claiming his own third. Spirit still has momentum. He still has the better economy. He's on an even base count with full saturation. And Krystianer, he has no fourth. Yeah, no fourth base. Late fourth out of Krystianer. Spirit keeping up that momentum. I mean, as we mentioned in the last game, there are some games where Spirit, he's a little bit more passive, a little bit more defensive. But you can see here, Spirit's been very aggressive, very assertive. Again, on the brink of breaking Krystianer. As for now, we're calming things down. Ghost production has begun, Viking production as well. Spirit, he's building up. And so is Krystianer. And now that we're moving past the early to mid game here, Spirit, he does have a lead. Does have that economic lead. That translates into a larger army. The pressure once again is going to be on Krystianer to try to recover in some way. In the last game, we saw that his chance to do that was going to be with Disruptors. Here we have somewhat of a Zealot run by.
Your forces are under attack.
And once again, yep, Disruptors. And we have triple robot production. Okay. 2 more robots being thrown down. Gases are being saturated. And we're building up to a mass Disruptor. And we'll see if Krystianer can get there. And once again, just like last game, even if he's down in supply, he can still take a fight. He has potential. So we're slowing things down. Krystianer now claiming his fourth. Dark Shrine is on the way. Right? Went behind Dark Shrine. It's going to be another way here to try to recover and bounce back. Spirit keeps up with his Zealot run by. Stalkers on the right hand side. Gets a bunker. Not bad. As long as he doesn't lose anything. Takes down the bunker. There we go, making 3 Disruptors at a time. That's going to be a lot of Disruptors. That's going to be a lot of Novas. A lot of balls. Oh boy. Building up a heavy Disruptor count. Currently, Spirit is unaware. He has yet to see the army that's amassing. If he was, we would be staying on a lower Viking count, just because there's only 2 Colossus, and working towards Liberators instead. It's currently Spirit. He's on 10 Vikings, soon to be 12. Both armies are maxing out. Okay, we do have a bit of a lull here. And there's that Fusion Core. Fusion Core in towards Liberator range and Liberator production. Spirit, he's almost there. A lot of this will come down to the engagements, will come down to the positional play. Scan reveals all the Disruptors. Spirit, he knows. He's moving in. Never goes up. Has to be careful. Has to be so careful. Spirit, calm down. My phone thinks I'm talking to it. God damn it. Spirit rotates. Once again, trying to catch up the army. Novas go up. This time, Krystianer is paying attention. It's not going to be a repeat of game 2. If you remember in game 2, Krystianer, he was caught with his pants down, caught looking elsewhere. He was distracted by a run by or by a drop. This time, he's attentive. Zelts into the mineral line. Bunker will defend. I guess does get a couple of SCVs. EMPs are popping off. Vikings, they bully back the Colossus. They get 1, they get 2. Both Colossus go down. Prism into the main. Will warp in. Does barely warp in. Going for Dark Temple. We could try to go for the Ghost Academy, but not going for the Economy. SCV is going to be falling. Krystianer is pushing in. It's going to be 7 SCV kills and potentially dying some of the tech. +3 is also exposed. He's moving in. Nova zones away. Krystianer is still popping up for the main, at least trying to. Doesn't really get any major tech structures though. At the same time, not quite able to push in towards the expansion. Gets 12 SCVs. Once again, zoning away. Decent damage out of Krystianer. Now going back into Colossus. Liberator production has arrived. Getting into those Liberators. You can, as you saw the dynamic there, when Disruptors hit the field, you can see the Protoss player gain kind of momentum, gain control, and Spirit has to respect it, has to pull back, has to avoid the Novas. That dynamic does change once the Liberator count gets higher. As Liberators, they can start to gain ground control, zone away the ground army instead. And then it's all about positional play. And if the game goes longer, once the Liberator count gets high enough, it does force out Skytoss, it forces out Tempest. But we'll see if we can get there. You want nice EMPs? EMPs do connect. Spirit, he does drop in, takes out a mineral line, does force a recall. It only recalls a couple of Stalkers. Spirit, he can still take this fight. Yeah, that was a rough recall. The base still goes down, Disruptor as well. Better fight for Spirit. Krystianer, he did misjudge. Once again, Colossus, they're going down. The Vikings, they dominate. They dominate the skies. They land on the Disruptors. They focus on 2 Disruptors. Nice pickups going for the nuke. Goes to nuke as well. Decent Nova. Nova does catch a couple of ghosts. But the nuke is on the way in. Does he notice? Oh no! He does this! The nuke! Oh my god. Okay, does connect. Takes out 25 probes. I mean, in conjunction with the other drop as well. Yeah, the nuke lands. And we're pushing in. Drop is being dealt with. Another base goes down. Krystianer being pulled apart. Being torn apart here. Drop is still active and now going into the main. And Krystianer's going for the counterattack. He's going for the counterattack. He's attempting to go for potentially a base trade. Meanwhile, Spirit, he's not done. He can still move in. Krystianer, where are we going? What's the plan? Where are we headed, Pappy? Where are we headed? Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Yeah, brutal pickup. 32 probe kills. Spirit is kiting well, still has the higher base count, the higher economy. Novas, oh, some panic Novas, a bit of friendly fire. And Spirit, he might be cleaned up here. He will be cleaned up, but this was worth it. This was well worth it for Spirit. As behind this, he's on 5 bases, getting another expansion, building up his reinforcements. Liberation has arrived, making 4 Liberators at a time, and more nukes as well. Building up his nukes, building up more Liberators. And Krystianer, he's all in. He's on 3 bases. He's stuck on 3 bases. Does have an army to work with, but how does he push into these liberation zones? There's too much freedom. There's too much freedom, Pappy. Yeah. Krystianer looking for a way in. Liberators arrive across the map. Oof. Yeah, there's a lot of freedom, Pappy. As Rudy sets up here, and Krystianer, he got pushed in. He cannot move into this. And this is why we mentioned earlier that typically when the Liberator count gets high enough, it forces Skytoss. GG gets called, and Spirit, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the qualifying match. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Congratulations, Spirit. He will claim the series. Again, a very intense back and forth between Spirit and Krystianer, but for the most part, in Game 2 and Game 3, Spirit, he had a stronger early to mid game. He was able to claim a lead, able to deal critical economic damage, and again, be able to maintain that economic lead, that economic edge, max out, and dominate in a longer game. We saw that Krystianer, he was playing catch-up for the most part. There were some better moments here in Game 3 when it came to the DT harass, when it came to the Zealot warp-ins, when it came to his presence on the map, but only a couple of moments. In the end, the drop play still pulled him apart. I'm referring to the moments when we saw Spirit drop on the left-hand side, did force a recall, didn't recall enough units, so Spirit, he was still being successful there, was able to pull apart his opponent, push in, break the bases. GG. GG, well played. With that, Spirit does claim it, and with that, we have one series left in the qualifier. Let's catch up on the brackets. I know that a lot of people are tuning in for the first time, thanks to the Wardy raid, of course, but let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket itself. Let's go. Okay, from the top here, if you were just now tuning in, if you missed out, MaNa, he was the first player to qualify. MaNa took down Krystianer 2-1, took down Kelazhur 3-1, and MaNa, he has qualified for the main offline event in Kraków, if you will. Meanwhile, Kelazhur, he took down Spirit earlier. You can see here on the, actually, let's zoom in a little. There you go. You can see Kelazhur, he took down Spirit 2-0 earlier. We were lucky enough to cast that series. Again, we saw Kelazhur embrace a lot of mech in that matchup, in that back and forth. Kelazhur, he went down to MaNa, and Kelazhur, you can see here, the final qualifying match, he's up against Spirit in a rematch, this time in a best of 5. This time it's going to be a best of 5 instead. Oh, there we go. Is going to be that best of 5, and we'll see if Spirit can get his revenge. We'll see if Kelazhur can replicate that success. As up next, we have a Terran versus Terran matchup. Let's go. We go. You know, maybe Spirit just needs some time to warm up, to wake up, to get into the zone. Qualifying match. Beautiful. Here we go. As vetoes are underway. Just catching up in the chat. We go. I too was caught with my pants down one time. Esther Nish in the chat. Aye. Calm down, Nish. Calm down. But yes, for now we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going for a short break here, and when we come back, we'll be getting into that final qualifier. Also, I should reiterate, this is a big offline event happening in Poland. It's happening after the Esports World Cup. It is an $8,000 prize pool at this event, and these are the qualifiers for said tournament. There are going to be some invites. True, there's going to be a couple of invited players. Invites are going to be announced after these qualifiers, though. I believe tomorrow, potentially in the next couple of days. The next couple of days, invites will be announced, and we'll be able to get a better idea of who's going to be going, of how the event is going to play out, and the caliber of play, of course, at said tournament. A big shout out to Geralt. Geralt, of course, the Polish Protoss player. He is one of the organizers for the event. If you missed it, I do recommend tuning into the interview. There was an interview with the SE historian at DreamHack Dallas, between the SE historian and Geralt as well. He was interviewed, and he did actually answer some questions and did illuminate a little bit regarding the event, how Geralt has been working on it for a long time, has been in the works for a long time as well. He, alongside one of his old school friends, his best friends from back in the day, have come together to organize, to get sponsors, to run the tournament itself. For those that are curious, the Fusion Esports League is not going to be a StarCraft 2 only tournament. It's going to be a big event at a venue, of course, in Krakow, and it's going to be featuring multiple esports. It's going to be featuring StarCraft 2, going to be featuring Tekken, Street Fighter, and FIFA. So 4 esports in total. 4 tournaments are going to be running at the event. StarCraft is going to be but one of them, and Geralt, he does plan on, or he does hope to run this event on an annual basis. Does hope for it to grow to the point where it can be run on an annual basis here, and he's a little bit ambitious, as he would hope that in a couple of years he can maybe run an international tournament. But for now, you know, starting local, I say local, still open to global players, but starting with a local event in Poland, in Krakow, and then we'll see where things go from there. So much love to Geralt, and much love with his endeavor with his initiative. And for now, again, we're going to be going on a short break. Vitas are underway, and they should be done momentarily here for that best of 5. We'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final series of the broadcast. Welcome back to the final qualifying match of the Fusion Esports League Krakow 2025 qualifier number 2. We have a spicy best of 5 ready for us here. It is going to be a rematch, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Last Fantasy of all maps, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top side of Last Fantasy, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Kelazhur. Diego, Papi Diego. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as this is a rematch, by the way. Kelazhur, he's already defeated Spirit in this qualifier, in this tournament. He took down Spirit 2-0. But as I just mentioned, in the previous match, it was a best of 3. It was a best of 3. It was a shorter series. Here, we have a best of 5 instead. We have more matches. We have more opportunities to go for a back and forth. And I want to believe the Spirit, he's locked in. he's locked in, Papi. He's ready for revenge. At the same time, we are loading into Last Fantasy to kick things off for the first time in tonight's broadcast. Let's go. It's a rare sight. Again, Last Fantasy is rarely seen in best of 3s, but in best of 5s, there's a higher chance to see some of these quirkier maps like Last Fantasy, like Torches, as we are opening up with a 3 racks. Oh boy. 3 racks mass. Let's go, Pappy. Let's go. 3 racks mass Reaper. Meanwhile, Spirit opening up double gas. Double gas opener, so a very safe opener out of Spirit. Double gas, what does that mean? That means a faster factory. It means a delayed CC. Faster factory means faster Hellion, means an earlier defense out of Spirit. If Spirit was going for an economic opener, then he would be in trouble. Because he isn't, he has the tools to defend. Meanwhile, Kelazhur, he's just committed. He's let's go. It's gonna be time to send it here as Mass Reaper is massing, is moving out. First things first, has to find Spirit, as this is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, or top side as well. Kelazhur, he will scout the left hand side, and he will find Spirit almost immediately. Spirit, he's scouting on the right hand side instead. Is scouting over on the right. And with that, the factory is going to be delayed. Not bad. Does delay the factory for a couple of seconds, but it will finish. It will complete. So far, the boys are pulled away. No single SCV does go down, and Kelazhur is deflected. Diego, he is deflected. Has to pull. Oh, does catch out the first Reaper. Does try to at least. Does dive in. KDA charge goes off, and it looks like he will get the first Reaper. Massive pickoff here already, as the Reaper does pull away, and may survive. CC is delayed. More Reapers are amassing. See Kelazhur rotating back around, catching out another Reaper. Again, a chaotic defense here from Spirit. Can he get away? No, he cannot. Reaper does go down, and now diving into main base. The first Hellion has arrived, but the boys have to be pulled. He has to pull the boys to defend. He has to protect that Hellion. Boys to be. Oh no! The Hellion goes down. Hellion goes down. Reaper goes down. That might just be game. That might just be game then and there. Another Hellion does pop out. Massive volley goes off. Takes down two of those Reapers. Just barely. Whew. Takes down 2, and Spirit, he's barely holding on here. Things were looking dire. I mean, the game almost ended. And the game still might almost end. Remember, there's one Reaper. There's one Reaper to defend against 5 Reapers of Kelazhur. Again, catching that first Hellion was brutal. There's one more Hellion on the way. Ooh, does get another SCV. Does get the Reaper. Hellion now pops out. And again, Kelazhur, he needs that Hellion. We'll lose one more Reaper, down to 4. Down to 4, down to 3. Ah, but that's it. I mean, there's nothing left. There's nothing here. Kelazhur, Diego, he does it. He breaks through, snowballs out of control, takes out every single SCV, catches another Reaper. And GG gets called. Kelazhur takes the lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, for Spirit to lose that first Hellion, to not be able to preserve it, to not pull the boys in time, to lose the first Reaper as well. Again, every unit is so precious as the defending player, because you have that much less units, right? You have a lower production than your opponent, so you have to preserve those units as best you can. To lose the first Reaper, to lose the first Hellion, brutal losses there for Spirit, and with that, Kelazhur snowballed out of control. Of course, good control, he was able to avoid the surrounds. Able to avoid, and with that, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into our next game. Jumping to game número 2. Let's go. Here we go. As we're getting into game number 2. And game 2 is going to be on ley lines. Okay, we're calming down. After an explosive game 1, we're calming things down here in game number 2. Let's go. I mean, I would assume, as we load into a more standard map. But it's up to our players. Up to Diego. Here we go. As again, this is still a best of 5, still plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to go. But we'll see if we can pull a fast one on his opponents once again. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of that ley lines, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing ROC Esports down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and tie things up and make a series out of this. Oh boy, as we have SCVs moving out. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the red Terran. Leading the series 1-0, going for another proxy across the map. As he sends out 2 SCVs, it is a Kelazhur. It is Diego. Here we go. The second SCV moves out. It's going to be 2 Ranks Reaper out of Kelazhur. And if Spirit, I mean, there is going to be a higher chance for Spirit to go for an economic opener. If he goes for a single gas, if he goes for a Ranks expand, then Spirit is going to be in danger. But there it is. Double gas. Ooh, okay, so Kelazhur, he gambles here. He gambles, he rolls the dice. He's hoping that Spirit in game 2 is going to be more greedy this time. That's not the case. Here, Spirit, he's playing safe. He's playing safe. So once again, Spirit, he will have the faster factory. He will have the faster Hellion. But just like last game, it comes down to the unit control. Spirit, he has to save that Hellion. He has to preserve his units. He has to survive. He will have the tools to defend, but it comes down to the control. And that is where Kelazhur did excel last game. That is where he did excel. As Reapers are amassing. And Spirit is settling in. Again, there's that factory. Factory is on the way. And we'll see what Kelazhur can get done. Again, there's that spotter depot as well, so Spirit, he will have a bit of a couple of seconds heads up here to react to pull the boys and to save his factory specifically. Reaper pops out. Reaper does move out and does spot the proxy. He knows. And now he's aware. He pulls away. Now he can hook his SCVs. And there we go. The boys are being pulled. And with that, so far, a solid defense here from Spirit. He doesn't lose anything. And again, he's just defending his factory, defending his production, zoning back the Reapers. Kelazhur looking for another way in. He will delay the CC. Not bad. He gets 1 SCV. He gets 2. 2 SCVs go down. Let's get the hell out of here. Ooh, has to pull away. Taking a lot of damage. Doesn't lose anything yet. Again, Spirit is expanding. Kelazhur rotating into the main. Gets another SCV. Okay, 3 SCV kills. And back at home, we should expand. We should be building up towards that next step. The game will continue, and there it is, CC on the lower ground, but it's a little bit late, a little bit delayed. CC's on the way. And again, Spirit holds. Spirit now he has the Hellion. Now with the help of the Hellion, he holds, he survives. The game will continue. And I do give the edge to Spirit here. Spirit has the faster factory, faster tech, faster starport. We should be working towards a medevac to zoom across the map. It's going to be a rough couple of moments here for Kelazhur. We'll see if he can minimize losses and keep Spirit busy. This could be an add-on solving to Banshee play. I wouldn't be opposed to that. We could see Banshee play. We could see Cyclone. What are we going for? Okay, going for the Cyclone. Cyclone is on the way. Spirit just being secure. Starport for Kelazhur. Spirit, as he expands, he's going to be spreading himself a little bit more thin here between the bases. Kelazhur will confirm. Has to pull away. We'll lose one of the Reapers. Again, every unit counts here. As Kelazhur, he has quite a limited army to work with. There we go. Tech, so no add-on soul, but he does make the tech lab on the starport. With that, he does produce the Cyclone, getting into tank production. And again, we're expecting Banshee play, but we'll see if Spirit does deviate into a Raven. Raxes are floating in to scout. As ideally, we do want to try to focus on the Cyclone. Lock-ons are brutal. Army's going to be zoned away. So far, Spirit, he's holding on. Yeah, shuts down the Reapers. We have some brutal volleys going up. Takes down the Hellions, but the Cyclone will dominate. Behind this, Kelazhur opening up Viking, going into Liberators, building up his own Cyclones. I would imagine going to try to transition into Mech. Meanwhile, it's going to be Raven out of Spirit. Not Banshee. Going for the Raven. Just securing himself back at home. And we're calming down. Now, as we're settling into this, I still do prefer Spirit's position. Third TC is only for Kelazhur, but it's almost done for Spirit. Like, Spirit, his third base is almost complete already here. So Spirit, he has the greater economy. Likewise, he's going to have the greater tech as well. Stim is on the way. Ravens are amassing. Ravens, we're working towards interference matrix as well. Tech-wise and economically, Spirit has a lead. It's going to be up to Kelazhur to try to get that away from him, to try to bounce back. to wrangle that lead away. Yeah. There's that second factory. As we mentioned, we expected mech out of Kelazhur. So he is switching into mech, which is a more efficient army, or can be. Setting up outside of the bases. Oh god. Runs into a tank. We'll get on top of the depot. Likewise, getting within range of a tank as well. Not bad. It looks like he will get it. One tank goes down. Depot as well. Nice little pickoffs here from Kelazhur. And this is what he needs. These small little pickoffs, they add up over time. Nothing major yet, but a nice little win nonetheless. Remember, Spirit already has a third orbital. Kelazhur is still morphing in. So Spirit, he has extra mules. There's extra SCVs. So Rex does fall. And behind this, we're just building up a heavy tank army. Now, there are different ways to approach mech in this matchup specifically. Battle mech is viable, is definitely something that is seen in TVT, even at the highest level of play, especially from the Koreans, for example. But here, Kelazhur is going for a more traditional form of mech, just mass tank Viking. Just mass tank Viking. There's a lot of firepower here. Tanks, of course, they can be quite exposed. They can be quite vulnerable if they're on their own. It's going to be up to Kelazhur to zone away the Ravens, to zone away the Ravens specifically with his Vikings. That's their role here. Otherwise, Spirit can just rock up, can mass disable the tank line, and then break through. So there's a lot of potential with these Ravens. Scan does reveal them. Kelazhur, he knows. He sees all the Ravens, and again, it's his job to try to zone them away. Oof. Nice harass, liberating to the natural. 3 SCVs, nice mining. Spirit claims his third, so does Diego. 4th CC's on the way. Building up a bio army. Spirit, he hasn't seen the factories yet, but he can assume. Again, this is the second time they're playing, and in the previous series, Kelazhur did nothing but mech. And here comes Spirit, he's moving out. Kelazhur, he has a spotter unit in the center, but he does miss the rotation. He does miss the army. Uh-oh. And again, positional play is so important here, especially for a mech army. As the Vikings are ready for drop play. Spirit, he's moving in. Does spot the tanks. Here come the disables. And where are the Vikings? Vikings out of position. He gets 1, 2, 3 disables. Vikings are moving in from behind, and the tanks are going down. Yeah, Spirit, he breaks through. He breaks through the siege line. At least 3 of them. Oh my god. There's so many tanks. Medevacs go down. And again, even though he cleans up 3 tanks, there were 4 tanks behind it. So many tanks. Speaking of Kelazhur, he holds. He does hold on. Ravens, they got the hell out of there. That's what's important here. On the one hand, yes, Spirit, he doesn't break through. Doesn't break through, but he trades Marines. He trades Marines for tanks, and he keeps the Ravens alive. So he's able to repair, able to regenerate that energy, and go back in again. You can see here with the trades, Spirit, he was able to catch out 3 tanks, a Liberator, 4 Vikings. He lost 19 Marines and 1 tank. Like, again, it was mainly Marine or a mineral trade for Spirit. But Kelazhur does hold, does survive. We have more factories behind this. Building up more tanks. Setting up his siege line, throwing down sensor towers, missile turrets. Scan across the map reveals the heavy bio production. Make sure there's no second starport. Speaking of, I was going to say make sure there's no second or third starport. There it is. We do have extra starports on the way. Spirit, he's going to try to fight for air control. He's going into Mass Viking. Again, TVT a little bit does come down to air control and air superiority. As Ravens have to be very careful. Spirit pulls away. Pulls away. And if you're in the chat, If you're out there, now is the time to put the kettle on. Now it's like we're fully turtling up at this point. We have sensor towers, missile turrets, planetaries, tank lines, Vikings are out. It's where settle in, Bappy. It's gonna be a while. It's gonna let's go. Again, it's on Spirit to try to break this defensive position, but he shouldn't try. Like at this point, breaking this position on 4 bases is gonna be so difficult, and you're gonna be so inefficient as well. Ideally, you want to wait for Kelazhur for this moment. We want to wait for him to expand. Oh, that disables. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. 3 tanks are disabled. There's more tanks behind this, but only a handful. The Bio Army does stay in. And where's the rest of the tank line? Kelazhur, he's spread thin. He spread a little bit too far thin here. Medevacs are going down. Does take down, what, 5, 6 tanks. Ooh, Vikings are being thrown away. That's an expensive loss there for Kelazhur. Losing a lot of Vikings. The base is delayed. And Spirit, he doesn't kill Kelazhur, but he does... Oh, does almost reset the Viking count here. Looking at the trades, that was 7 Vikings and 7 tanks. The downside there, he lost all his Ravens. The upside, hey, the starports are up and running, and we're replenishing those Ravens. So the Ravens are being rebuilt. We have 3 more starports on the way. This is going to be 6 starport production for Spirit. That's a lot of starports. Hellion run by is attempted. Game does continue. And Spirit, he did have the better trade. Aliens are dealt with. Diego going to be forced back. Kelazhur setting up. As we set up, a big shout out to Protos133 in the chat. Gab, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing. I do apologize for the delayed reaction, but again, we're casting on a delay. If you didn't realize, exclamation mark delay in the chat. We'll let you know if there's ever a delay on stream. So I do apologize for not giving you a shout out earlier, but thank you so much. Do appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the emotes, hope you enjoy the casting, the content, the StarCraft, and replay packs as well. We do give out replay packs to our subscribers, so thank you so much. Do appreciate it. As a building of that Thor counts, Kelazhur, now he has established his 5th base and his 6th as well. At least double expanding. Spirit going for a split push. Ooh. Does almost lose a Raven. Has to be careful. And moving on the left-hand side as well. Kelazhur trying to keep up with the rotation. With the 2nd army. Does siege in time. Does siege up. Even tries to chase him down. Catching out a Raven. Kelazhur even counterattacking. Bold move. Bold move out of Kelazhur. Does break out. Does threaten the planetary. Spirit coming in from behind. Kelazhur, he knows what the army was. Forces a land. Yeah, a lot of Vikings going to be going down. A brutal trade here from Kelazhur. He will clean this up. At the same time, here comes that 2nd army dropping on top of the tanks. The tanks are on their own. They're exposed. And the tank line is going to go down. Nice cleanup here from Spirit. Takes down all 4 tanks. And again, Spirit, he does out-trade Kelazhur. We'll lose his Vikings. That's a lot of Ravens. He has 10 Ravens. Jesus. It's a lot of Ravens for Spirit. And that's why Kelazhur is reinforcing with Thors. With more Vikings. Again, it's all about that air control, as you mentioned. What I will say, though, is that I do favor Spirit's army here. When it comes to Mass Raven, you can come in, you can disable everything. Now, you're not going to be disabling many Vikings, but you can disable all the Thors, all the tanks, and then your bio army can pop off. Like, Mass Raven is the ideal end game that you want. The ideal late game. Of course, there are ways to still counter this, or at least try to outposition. Try to catch the Ravens out ahead of time before the main fight. But this is what we're building up towards. Mass Raven. I know that a lot of the top Terrans have been vocal about this and hoping that eventually this will be changed in regards to how effective and how efficient Mass Raven is in TVT. As we can go in, we can just disable all the tanks. Speaking of even disabling Vikings, may as well. And you can see Spirit just bully Kelazhur back. Again, when you have enough Ravens, you can disable everything. Disable everything. So far 12, soon to be 13 Ravens. Meanwhile, we're cutting the map in half. Spirit does move in, does find a couple of free tanks. Again, nice rotation out of Spirit. Kelazhur out of position going for the base trade. Yeah, he's going to be trading bases here. This southern planetary is going to go down. At the same time, we do see Kelazhur pushing towards topside. Pushing towards these northern bases. Yeah, and again, we're just going to commit, so we're going to keep on going. Spirit, he's faster to the base trade. Takes down more tanks, takes down more CCs. Kelazhur just now pushing in, but again, his army's just so much slower, And Spirit takes down 2 bases already. Now he can push in towards the main. He can just keep going. Kelazhur knocks down the planetary. Does go for the scan. There's nothing much here. There's not much back at home. But he turns around. Yeah, he turns back around. He just doesn't have the Viking count though. Yeah, Spirit, he's got 19 Vikings. He'll take over the skies. He can throw down mass auto turrets. Thors are coming in. True. Thors are coming in. Here we have reinforcements. Kelazhur catching out the Vikings. Catching out the medevacs. He does lose 3 bases though. And they only killed 1. Again, 1, 2, 3 bases did fall. Kelazhur, he needs to counterattack. Oh, the Ravens does catch him out. Ravens are going down, but the Marines, they stim in. Yeah, they collapse here on those Thors. And he's done it. Yeah, Spirit, he cleans up the entire army and gets a full surround. And Kelazhur doesn't really have much left over here. He lost all of his expansions. He does have a bit of a bank to work with. But again, Kelazhur, he was just so late to counterattack, so late to respond. Spirit just mass expanding, taking every other base. Every other CC. And again, Spirit, he's here to make a series out of this. As Spirit, he should be the first to remax, to rebuild, to push, to counterattack, and Kelazhur, he just should not have enough to hold. He's down to 7 tanks, down to 10 Vikings. Kelazhur going for a run. I mean, he will roast up some SCVs, true. SCVs are going to go down. Does force a reaction. Okay. Nice start here for Kelazhur. Gets a mineral line. Does run into a planetary of... At least he's aware. Beating out his Hellions. Spirit, he's maxed. He's maxed out. He's got 9 Ravens. They're fully topped up as well. At least when it comes to HP. Healed up. Now Kelazhur, he's slowly recovering. He's re-expanding. He's resaturating. He's taking both of these center expansions. True. Oh. Spirit, he will deny some mining. Kelazhur, he attempts the same. Does attempt. Oh. Now moving in. I mean, he can focus on a couple of these Ravens, but as the Viking count here, it's still in favor of Spirit. Does bully back, especially with all his disables. Chasing him down. Disables, they continue, and the Marines, they can stim in. The Marauders as well, they focus out all the tanks. And they should break the planetary. Yeah, there's no defending this. There's no surviving this. The Bio Army stims in. More disables on the Thors. Disables on everything. He's crazy. Disables everything. He wins in the sky, wins on the ground as well. Marauders are overstimmed. They're forced back. That's 23 SCV kills at the same time. Denying more mining. Sniping more SCVs. It's being so annoying here with 3 Marauders. Getting another 31 SCV kills. 33 even. And Spirit, he's maxed. Spirit, he's maxed out. Jesus, he remaxed on Viking. He's got 18 Vikings. He's crazy. Making 4 Ravens at a time. We're coming to disable everything. GG gets called, and Spirit, he will type the series 1-1. We have a series, we have a back and forth. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. And again, it can be very difficult to try to play against Mass Raven in late game TVT. Gaining air control is so difficult just because your opponent has all those starports anyway. They're also going for that air control with Mass Viking as well. So typically you have to go into your own Ravens, and it turns into Raven versus Raven. And then you have to disable your opponent's Raven. You go for the Mass Disable. You go for the auto charts as well. That's kind of what TVT devolves into, is Raven versus, well, Mass Raven versus Mass Raven. In the late game, if you don't go into Ravens yourself, as you saw, it can be quite difficult. It can be quite difficult to deal with. Not impossible. We have seen some players overcome that and surpass that, especially when it comes to counterattacks and drop play or just trying to outposition your opponent. But it is more difficult. With that, GG. With that, GG, well played. With that, we have a series, and now we're getting into game number 3. And we'll see where our players do take us. Oh boy. Now, every game so far, we've seen a hyper-aggression out of Kelazhur. Winding it back. Remember game 1? It was on Last Fantasy, which is a crazy map. But on Last Fantasy, we had Kelazhur going for 3-Vax Reaper. He went 3-Vax Mass Reaper. Here in game 2, we saw Kelazhur open up proxy 2-Vax Reaper. This time, do we proxy Reaper again? Do we commit to Mass Reaper? Do we calm down for the first time this series? And do we go for a standard opener instead? We're here to find out. We're here to find out. Here we go. As a game 3 is going to be on Ultra Love. Oh boy. So Ultra Love is coming up next. It's going to be a smaller map compared to Leyline, so a smaller map, a little bit more condensed. I say that Ultra Love is typically a map of extremes, where it is smaller, the rush distance by ground is shorter, that is true, so we at times see a lot of all-ins in different matchups, but because of the terrain, if you can stabilize on 4 bases, you can cut the map in half. You can very easily cut it in half, just because there are so many choke points, there are so many ramps as well, there are so many points of elevation. Because of the terrain, again, you can cut the map in half, get a 5th, get a 6th base, and end up in that kind of late game game state. Oh boy. So we could get there again. And I'm sure Kelazhur wants to get there, and Spirit, I'm sure he's happy to get there as well. Oh boy. We'll see. As here we go, we're getting into game number 3. We're here to determine who will take a lead in the series. As spawning in the right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Polish Terran play. We have the Blue Terran representing ROC Esports, tying the series up and making a series out of this. Momentum is on this side. Can he keep it going? It is a Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran. Being forced into a tied series. Can he bring it back? Can he make, or can he gain momentum himself? It is Kelazhur. Let's go. Oh, and this time, Rax at home. This time the Rax is back at home. This time there is no crazy proxy. There's no committed play. There's no committed build. Not this time. Not this time. As we have a double gas opener out of Spirits and double gas out of Kelazhur. On a map like Ultra Love, this does make sense. It does make sense here. So we're going for a faster factory, delayed CC. More tech-heavy start here from our 2 players. From here, we can commit into Reactor Reaper Hellion. We can open up Banshee play, true. Try to open up Banshee. We can go for the earlier Tech Lab in a Cyclone, and a Cyclone drop, and go for early Tank drop as well. There are definitely different follow-ups you can go into. But now the SCV does poke in, and Spirit he will confirm. Meanwhile, Kelazhur, no SCV Scouts. No SCV Scouts. In general, SCV Scouts are a little bit more rare in TBT, but because Kelazhur has been so aggressive, it makes sense for Spirit to move out like this. And Kelazhur is going for a later SCV Scout instead. This does move out. Factories are on the way for both players, and we should be expanding. Should be looking to expand. Reaper moves out. Ooh, does take down the first SCV, but ooh, Spirit does shoot first. Yeah, Spirit shoots first, so Kelazhur he has to back up, he has to pull away. Spirit will deflect. Behind this, no reactor. We do have a little bit of Reaper or additional Reaper Hellion production. Nothing too committed. Speaking of, there's a reactor from Spirit. And he is the one that's going for reacted Reaper Hellion. Okay. So we're committing a little bit harder here. Kelazhur still being very active, rotates into the main. But there's a Hellion to defend, and Kelazhur, he has to get the hell out of here. Actually going for the Hellion. Does try to go for the dive. Doesn't quite get it. Has to retreat, has to back off. Here, Kelazhur does pull away. Spirit, he is making the initial 3 Reapers. We'll see if he goes for more. As the SCV goes down, not bad. Kelazhur gets punished for it though. He will lose 2 Reapers. Has to get the hell out of here. Spirit, he has gained map control, and behind this, he is just switching into his own starport production. Tech Lab is on the way. From here, we can go for early tanks, we can go for early cyclones. Kelazhur being zoned out of his own bases. Spirit heads into the in-between. Heads for the main. Kelazhur, he has no cyclone production. Wait, what? A dust around SCV is going to be going down here. There we go. Cyclone now begins, but that's a late cyclone out of Kelazhur. His production was a little bit stifled. Was a little bit messy here from Kelazhur. S7 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. That is brutal damage. That should not have happened. This cyclone ideally would have been out. Lasted struggle. Behind this, going into Viking production himself. And here we go. So Kelazhur, he does move out. Once again, rallying everything he has. Tank production is underway for both players. As Kelazhur's going for Vikings, we have a Spirit going for the Raven. Does spot the Viking, he is aware. Takes down a Marine. Marine does fall. Local on the Viking, not bad. Viking takes a lot of hits, and the Viking, ooh, does go down. For the Cyclone, though. So a bit of a back and forth trade. Takes down the depot. We should be seeing another factory momentarily. Again, Kelazhur is known for his mech, so we're expecting it from him. Spirit, he's keeping up. Tank has arrived. Kelazhur is not really finding a way in. Not yet. Ooh, 2 port, 2 base all in. Okay, it's been a while. We did actually see this in their previous series. So the second starport, this does mean that we're going into mass Viking. We're going into mass Viking, and then you go into a Liberator behind it to take advantage of that air control. So mass Viking into Liberator. Very aggressive, very committed play here from Kelazhur. I say this is old school. This was very prevalent a couple of years ago, like 2023-ish era of StarCraft. It was very popular in TBT. I want to say that Juanito, I want to say that Special started it, maybe even just before that. Almost guaranteed before that, like in 2021, 2022, yeah. Like the COVID era of StarCraft. Nowadays, it's a bit of a rarer sight to see this. As there's a more modern variation. Oh, which gets a 3rd TC. Meanwhile, nice catch on the Viking. Viking does go down. Kelazhur still rallying. Scan does reveal. Again, we have 4-1. 4 Vikings to 1 Viking for Spirit. Ideally, he wants to camp the production. Oh. Playing with fire. Yeah, Ravens are moving in. Does disable the Vikings. Okay. Bold move. Does disable. Mirror Kelazhur, he has to back up. Has to pull away. And we're still waiting for that Liberator here. So far, still making Vikings. And remember, it's like Kelazhur, he's like, this isn't all in. He's not getting a 3rd CC, he's not getting upgrades, not getting another factory, not getting anything else. Nice tank shots, very nice. There we go, Liberator's on the way. The Viking count is neck and neck. Liberator's almost there. Once it arrives, then you can just bully back the tanks, and Kelazhur can then force his way into the natural. But the Ravens are going to be there to stop him. There we go, 2nd factory's on the way. Kelazhur, with all those Ravens, I don't think he can break through. Yeah, there we go, 3rd CC, late 3rd base hit for Kelazhur. You can see Spirits is already done. Oh, does catch a couple of Raxes. Spirit going for a counterattack instead. Okay, the tanks are exposed. Kelazhur, he doesn't know. Oof. Yeah, he's not aware. But he should now recognize, he's like, hold up, where are your Vikings? What's going on? I mean, we know where they are. They're in the base. Yeah, they're going for the bases. Now it's go time for Kelazhur. Vikings, they land on the production. Crazy move here by Spirit. Kelazhur, he has to go in. Boys are being pulled. And does he land? He has to land those Vikings. His boys are being pulled into tank fire. A lot of SCVs going to be falling. And everything's going down across the map. Yeah, the SCVs are falling. We have to land. There it is. Does go for the mass land. We're going for the base trade. Tanks are going down. Boys are being pulled into Vikings. Ay, ay, ay. And the boys are pulled away. A couple of them will escape. Vikings, they live. There's 1 tank in the main for Spirit. He's got the 1 tank. Oh, the starport's exposed. True. Starport is exposed. There's a stem. Vikings, they do attempt to land. A little bit awkward. But the tank does fall. Yeah, it takes out the tank, takes control of the bases. At the same time, a couple of SCVs did survive, I believe. Yeah, there's a couple of SCVs did make it across. Likewise, we're just going for the base trade, killing as many buildings as we can. Boys are being pulled. There are too many Vikings though. And Kelazhur, I think he has this. Yeah, I think he has this. He has a larger army. Look at the units tab here. 9 Vikings to 6, 3 tanks to 0. CCs, he cannot float away. He cannot float, Papi. He cannot fly. Not like this. And Kelazhur is still mining. He's still mining. Now he's pulling out. Trying to escape. Yeah, the CC is going to be hunted down. The factory will fall. Chasing down the other command center. And Kelazhur escapes. Like, he gets away with his own base. And again, Spirit, he doesn't know. Doesn't know, doesn't see. And GG gets called. Kelazhur, Diego, he will come out on top here in the base trade, and he will take a lead in the series. Whew, GG. GG, well played. A crazy move out of Spirit to go across the map to avoid the army, to go into the main base and to force the base trade. On the one hand, yes, Spirit, he was the first to initiate the base trade. He was able to camp the production, but he was base trading with only Viking Raven. He was not base trading with Marines or with tanks, so he had a very limited amount of DPS across the map. And back at home, he lost everything else. He lost his main army, he lost his ground army, more importantly, and with that, Kelazhur was able to trade more efficiently. Snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. Again, a crazy decision there from Spirits. Did hurt him in the end. It did cost him the game. And now we're getting into game number 3. Sorry, game number 4. And Diego is 1 game away from claiming the series and for qualifying for the main event, for the offline event in Poland, in Krakow, in Kraków. Kraków, yeah, let's go. Uno más, papi, uno más. Crazy game. Crazy game here. as we are getting ready for that next game, potentially the final one of the series. Again, this is a best of 5, first to 3. Spirit, he's up against the wall. Can he force the ace match? Can he bring us all the way to that final game? Personally, I hope so. I mean, I'm a little bit torn. Here in Australia, it's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. in the morning, Pappy. Yeah. It would be nice to get some sleep today. It would be nice. But at the same time, you know, more StarCraft. True. More StarCraft. Aye. As it looks like we have our next game, we're going to be loading into Tokamak. Ooh, one of the larger maps of the map pool. Larger map, more defensive as well. Ooh. Just make sure we get everyone involved. Larger map, more defensive bases, of course. Longer rush distance by ground. I feel like a map that Kelazhur would prefer, especially when playing mech. But we'll see. We'll see how we approach this. Yes, here we go. The players are readying up. And we're about to jump in. Oh, I see in the chat. Este Diego. Did I not turn on the predictions? I may have forgotten. It's a little bit awkward running predictions when there's a delay, because I have to try to like line it up with what I'm saying. Yeah. 62% in favor of spirits. Crazy. Meanwhile, shout out to Keybrits in the chat. God, thank you so much for subscribing for 8 months in a row. Thank you. Or for 8 months, for 2 months in a row. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it, Pappy. Do appreciate it. Always appreciate the support. And so we are setting up. God. My hair is so unruly. Jesus. Just realized. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But here we go. We're going in. We are loading in. The players are ready. Pressure is on. That's midday. Let's go. In the Americas. Here we go. We're getting into our next game, into potentially the final game of the series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing ROC Esports down in the series. We'll see if we can bring it back and bring it all the way to the ace match. It is a Spirit. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Terran player himself, the Brazilian Terran, leading the series 2-1, 1 game away from claiming the series and advancing on to the main event. The main event in Krakow, in Poland. It is Kelazhur. Here we go. Oh my god. Again, it's been an intense broadcast already here. 5 hours. Let's go. Has been intense. And again, out of all players, Kelazhur is so close to making it through. Again, Kelazhur, he did step away from the game. He did take a break, especially post EWC, for the majority, for the first half of this year, or for the first quarter of this year. He wasn't actually playing StarCraft, but he came back a couple of weeks ago, I should say like around 2 months ago, for the Esports World Cup, for the EWC regional qualifiers. Kelazhur, he was still kind of gaining his footing, but he was able to embrace the game. He was then able to find time to ladder, time to improve, time to practice. That led into his performance at Home Story Cup a couple of weeks ago, or last week even, and that leads into this moment here where Kelazhur has been looking very competitive with the other top European players, and so close to making it and qualifying himself. For now, double gas. Okay, double gas open out of Spirits, going for a racks into factory. Meanwhile, single gas out of Kelazhur, economic builds. Okay, so for the first time we have some big deviations between our two players. Kelazhur going for a faster economy, meanwhile Spirit going for a safer build into a faster factory, faster Hellion. Now with the initial SV scout, he does confirm how economic, how greedy Kelazhur is being, and we'll see if Spirit can do something about that. Again, the pressure is now on Spirit to get some counter damage done, otherwise he will fall behind economically. Now moving in. Does get the first shot off. Yeah, it does get the first shot off. Kelazhur, he will lose the first Reaper. Aye. First Reaper is going to get away, actually. Okay, does pull away. CC is going to be delayed. Will kill a worker. And Kelazhur was going for the reactor. He was going Reaper Reactor, not Reaper, so he has nothing to defend. CC is delayed, and Spirit is catching up. He is catching up. So again, a little bit greedy there from Kelazhur. As he will lose another SCV. Double Reaper into the main. The Hellion does pop out. And Kelazhur, he will defend, he will survive. But again, a bit of a delay here when it comes to his opener. And this is getting out of hand. Yeah, it's getting out of hand here. Spirit, he does not force his way in. But he does get another SCV. Another SCV falls. Voids the pull to repair. Again, a shaky defense here from Kelazhur. As we're just still rallying. We're just rallying everything. Oh no, the Hellion. Hellion does pull away. Whew. Hellion does survive. Straight behind this, now he starts his add-ons, going for tank production, still rallying everything across the map. Still just being hyper aggressive and punishing Kelazhur. It's like, you want to be greedy against me? It's like, I'm Spirit. I'm the one that's meant to be greedy. True. Spirit, he pulls back. He pulls away. He claims his own natural. Spirit does have an economic lead, an economic edge over his opponent. A slight one. Pressure's now on Kelazhur. Going for the counter drop. Going into BC? Wait, what? He's crazy. Going for the fusion core of all things. Okay, let's go. BC is on the way. Hellions, they dive into the main. They got eyes on the Raven. As they're going for the mineral line, they get one SCV. Nothing major. One SCV goes down. He's keeping a Spirit busy. Fusion core is done. And there's the add-on swap. Show us the battle cruiser. Now, BCs, they can pop off in TVT. Like, they can actually trade quite well for themselves. The thing that I'm worried about... Oh, was we to get a lock on. But what I'm concerned about, though, is the fact that we already have Ravens. And Ravens I have disabled. They can disable BCs. They can render them inert. They can shut them down. As here comes our first battle cruiser. We're just waiting for the minerals. Meanwhile, Spirit going for a very fast third CC. So Kelazhur is taking up in a crazy direction, going into BC production. Meanwhile, Spirit, he will have a much faster third, and he will maintain, or look to maintain, that economic advantage. Yamato's on the way. That tells us that we're going into multiple BCs. We're not going to stop. It's going to be BC into mech. Oh, nice catch. Very nice catch. Marines are lining up. Hellions have to get the hell out of here. But nice volleys here from Kelazhur. Oh. Volleys do go up. Viking does catch the Raven. Not bad. Will zone away. Just keep the NG low on the Ravens. That's what's important here. BC is almost out. And Kelazhur rallying everything across the map here. Now the BC, if he can focus down the tanks... but there are Ravens available. There's plenty of them. There's 3 Ravens. Even if the BC teleports in, there's no guarantee it's going to get any damage. Yeah, Scan does get eyes on... Oh, doesn't see the fusion core. Doesn't see much. Does spot the tech lab, but that could just be Ravens for Kelazhur. He does see all the factories. Of course, it is going to be mech. BC pokes in. There we go, disable on the medevac. BC will attempt the zone. There's disable on the BC. Medevac goes down. And again, the BC is completely shut down. Now it can teleport. And thankfully, there's no chain disable, I believe. Yeah, there's no chain. Oh, God. And, oh, does barely teleport away. That was so very close. 19 HP. Crazy. 19 health left. But again, Ravens are pretty good. The Ravens, they shut down the battle cruiser. More BCs are amassing. At least Kelazhur does keep it alive. But Building up more Hellions, going into a battle mech composition, so battle mech plus BCs. He needs those Cyclones though. Oof. Kelazhur getting caught out. In a head-on fight, I have to favor Spirit, 100%. I do favor Spirit. Kelazhur, he has to pull away. Oof. Does pull away. BC's trying to catch reinforcements. Yamato goes up. Gets one tank. Does teleport in time. Does teleport away. He's got one more Yamato. I believe 2 BCs. Yeah, just 2. He's got one more Yamato in the chamber. And he can try to Yamato the tank. It's going to be close. As Kelazhur, he's contained. Spirit freely mining on 3 bases. Again, this was a cheeky start out of Kelazhur rushing into BC production like this, but he has to pull the boys. Oh, God. Boys are being pulled. He's going to try to break out. Mass disables the tanks, and with that, Spirit, he holds. Yeah, he trades well, I should say. Ooh. Takes down one of the battle cruisers. Going for the other as well. It's going to be 14 dead SCVs. Yeah, and Kelazhur is just getting bullied back. He cannot maintain himself. Massive tank shots in the mineral line. SCVs are falling. Yamato goes up. But there's no saving that battle cruiser. Yeah, there's no saving it. GG gets called, and we are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. Spirit, he does punish the quirky build here of Kelazhur. Even before that, though, it does feel almost like Kelazhur was kind of forced into it, or forced into something more chaotic or something less standard, just because he did have a really rough start in the beginning of the game. He was being bullied here by Spirit, losing SCVs, losing Reapers, and being forced back. There was a lot of pressure on Kelazhur. And BCs, they were fun and all, but again, as we saw, like, they were just being shut down time and time again. Ravens, they were just dominating the BCs. And with that, we're going all the way to Game 5. The ace match. Let's go. Let us go. We do have one game left here in the broadcast tonight, and I'm curious what the map is going to be. I'm not privy to the vetoes. I don't know what was vetoed and what's made it through. I'm not aware. We haven't seen we haven't seen torches. We haven't experienced torches yet. We haven't gotten into Maganatha. I feel like if we saw Last Fantasy in Game 1, most likely Maganatha was vetoed, I would imagine. Would imagine. But we'll see. We shall see. We've yet to get into Persephone, for example. Let's go. So again, we're going the distance, baby. We're going the distance. Aye. As a reminder as well, there is one more qualifier. It's going to be later on in the week. But there's a third and final qualifier, final global qualifier, I should say, for the Fusion Esports League Kraków event, or Krakow event. Where there's only one spot instead of the regular 2. Likewise, we mentioned before that there are going to be invites as well. So invites will eventually be announced for the event. It's gonna be crazy. Oh. As looks like we have our lobby. Okay. Where are we dropping? Oh, there it is, Persephone. Okay, so nothing too crazy when it comes to the final map. I mean, I say that Persephone is a bit of a smaller map, a shorter rush distance by ground, a shorter rush distance by air as well. So it can be quite assertive here on Persephone. Oh boy. And we'll see how this story ends. We'll see how the story ends here. As I would say that this wouldn't be a bad map for Kelazhur to go for something like a 2-port 2-base all-in, but we already saw that previously in the series. We already saw that on Ultra Love. So I'm not too fond of the idea of doing the same build twice in a series. Otherwise, we could see Kelazhur go back to trying to cheese, trying to proxy. It is possible. For now, though, we're going in. We're loading in. The players are ready. And we found ourselves in the final game. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing ROC Esports, bringing us all the way to the ace match. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the red Terran being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? Can he bring it home? It is a Kelazhur. Diego. Let's go. Here we go as we, oh god, as we do have the ranks back at home, but that's going to be a very early SCV across the map. I'm curious what the plan is with this. We could be going for a 2 ranks Reaper, 1 ranks at home, and 1 proxied across the map instead. That's what I'm leaning towards here. This is not the most committed build, but it is at times a little bit harder to scout, just because if there's an SCV scout across the map, you see the racks and you assume it's a standard build, when really it isn't. Again, this is less committed than a standard double proxy racks, and we see Spirit going double gas. Yeah, double gas opener, so safe build here by Spirit. Faster factory. I think, again, Spirit, he's gone double gas every game in this series, every single one, including the ace match. So double gas, faster factory, faster Hellion. We'll have a safer start, which means there's less of a chance for Kelazhur to really get much damage done with this. There's a chance, but less of one. As you mentioned, SCV scouts across the map. Spirit, he sees the rank, so he assumes, oh, standard builds. I mean, of course, there's a full wall, which is a little bit peculiar, but this could be a fake out. So this may catch him off guard. Spirit, he is checking the proxy locations. Yeah, he does check the 3rd base location. Rotates through the center. He's looking for the racks, making sure he's safe. And Kelazhur, he wants Spirit to fight him. He wants him to engage. Spirit, he pulls away. Goes back home. If Kelazhur can catch the first Reaper, I mean, that could just be game then and there. Does hit the CC. 2 Reapers, he knows. Now Spirit knows he does shoot first, then Spirit he holds. Yeah, Spirit he holds, he shuts down the Reapers. Does focus on the SCV. And Kelazhur is deflected. But now he's deflected behind this, going for a factory before command center. Still building on more Reapers. Again, Spirit, he's now aware. He does pull extra SCVs just to be secure. Hellion has arrived. Spirit, he's all over this. Does want to chase this too far out. Oh. Let's pull away. And pulls away, waiting for reinforcements. Pulls away the building SCV as well. And behind this, Kelazhur is expanding. He's trying to build up. Trying to get out of this. Oh. Okay, the H charge is going off. Does force some lost mining time. Again, he has to pull away. Has to pull out. Once again, going for the dive. Oh. And can he pick up the Hellions? He cannot. Yeah, the Hellions, they stand strong. Oh, brutal shots going off. You can maybe get 1 Hellion. Not even. Yeah, not even. The Hellions, they do punish. 1 Hellion does fall. But the Reapers are zoned away. He's trying to heal up. Let's go. Does make use of the healing pad. Okay, maintaining map control. I do appreciate this. Kelazhur with a healed up army, he can actually keep pushing. Uh-oh. He can't keep going. He can try to break this. Let's go for the Hellion. Yeah, Spirit, he has to evacuate. He has to pull away. Yeah, scary moment there for Spirit. Yeah, specifically on this map because of the healing pad. Like, that is brutal. That is terrifying. But Spirit, he made it back home. The CC taking a lot of hits. Cyclone has arrived. Cyclone pops out. Kelazhur does pull away. Once again, topping up his Hellion. As he moves in, the Spirit moves out. 2 Reapers across the map. Spirit, he moves out. Can Kelazhur get on top of that Cyclone? Takes down the Hellions, breaks through the Marines. Yeah, the Cyclone is getting exposed, but now there's a tank. Yeah, now there's a tank. Spirit, he's holding. He's surviving. The tank does siege. And across the map, SCVs are falling. Yeah, this is brutal damage here. Losses that Kelazhur cannot afford. He was already behind economically. Oh, good. Yeah, with that, the Raven does pull away. 6 SCV kills. Kelazhur races back home. And from here, where exactly are we? He has a 1-1-1 setup. Spirit, he's up by 4 SCVs. 3rd CC's on the way, getting a 3rd base. Building up his Ravens, building up his bio tank. And Diego most likely, once again, is working towards mech. Not gonna make it up. 2.2 base all in. Oh, okay. It's a bit of a rougher transition here. If you remember, I do like this map for 2.2 base all in, but if you recall, I mentioned how I don't really like the idea of doing this twice in the series after you did it on Ultra Love. It could still work, but it's very desperate. It's very desperate here from Kelazhur. Oof. Tank volley's going off. Once again, the goal here with this build is to build up a heavy Viking count, to take a Viking lead, to take air control, and then go into a Liberator. So with that air control, then you can bully the ground army as well. The problem is that this is going to be later than usual, just because of the early game. Currently, Spirit is unaware, but we'll see if he scans, we'll see if he figures it out. Typically, the best way to counter this, if you see it ahead of time, is to throw down your own 2nd starport and start your own Viking production. But currently, Spirit did invest into a 3rd base. True. That is helping Kelazhur. As Spirit, he's getting ready for a longer game. Oh. Kelazhur, he's hunting for Ravens. Doesn't find them. Yeah, barely not. Nice movement out of Spirit. He pulls away the Ravens. Again, Kelazhur, he's looking. He wants those Ravens. So far, they kept safe. Ooh, double eBay here from Spirit. Kelazhur does start a 3rd CC on location. This tells us he believes that he cannot break his opponent. It tells us that Kelazhur, he has no faith in the all-in. Yep, factories are on the way. He's taking out of this. So Kelazhur is transitioning out of the 2 base all-in. And he has a ways to go. As his CC is still on the way. Spirits is already done. So do see Kelazhur catching a couple of Vikings, not bad. Takes down 2 Vikings. This is a bold move. Delaying some of the production. Has to get out of here, has to pull away. Ooh, as he gets punished, losing 3, 4, oh my god, losing so many Vikings. That was not worth it. That was not worth it here. Kelazhur, he got 2 SCVs and he will lose 5 Vikings in the process. Ay, ay, ay. Did I say 5? 7. Jesus. 7 Vikings go down. Brutal losses there for Kelazhur. Now, despite having the 2-port builds, he's down in Vikings. He doesn't have air control. Oof. That was the one thing he had. Was that Viking lead? Again, Kelazhur, he just got a little bit too greedy, got too excited. Now harassing with the Liberator. And Spirit's pushing. Yeah, he's moving out. Yeah, Spirit doesn't slow down, he just commits. Look at the army sizes here, it's going to be an even tank count, but we have 28 Marines for Spirit, and he's got his 3 Ravens for his disables. The goal here is to disable as many tanks as he can, then try to break that siege line. I say that. He scans, he sees the Vikings. Pulls away. 13 SCVs. That should not have happened. That one Liberator gets 13 workers. Ay, ay, ay. I just assumed that Spirit would just pull away. He'd be fine. But that one Liberator. I say one, really two Liberators. But SCVs were going down. Okay. Diego, he's still in this. Kelazhur, calm down. Again, I was not expecting that much damage. That's why I didn't pan to it, because I was like, oh no, yeah, Spirit's fine. I just assumed he was fine. He was not fine. Okay. Kelazhur now claiming a 4th base. And we're slowing things down. Okay, we're slowing things down. I mean, after losing all those SCVs, now Spirit's not going to be as aggressive. So he has to rebuild all those workers. He backs off. 2nd starport's on the way. We have double armory on the way here from Kelazhur, getting into double upgrades. We're cutting the map in half. Or at least we're looking to. We're slowing things down. Which is, I would say, probably best case scenario here for Kelazhur to recover after a bit of a shaky start. Yeah, so we're just going to take a moment here to wall up. So we have turrets on the way, sensor towers, more CCs, tank lines are being set up as well. Once we get into a higher starport count, then we can start working towards more Ravens again. That's going to be the end goal for Spirit. You know what, Kelazhur, he is being active. Taking over the center of the map. Marines, they stim in. They get, oh, 1 Viking. Spirit double expanding. And again, when it comes to Persephone, this is a map that is very prone to cutting in half. It's very difficult to try to take some of your opponent's bases. So I'm thinking of the fringe bases here. Imagine here, the base on center left or top right. These fringe bases, they're so difficult to take from across the map. So because of that, the map is often just cut straight in half. Even if one player has momentum, Spirit is going to have a hard time taking any of these expansions himself. The only base that is really in contention is going to be the gold. The gold is the only base that can go either way. So there's going to be a lot of engagements there. Meanwhile, nice Hellion run by. Takes down the mineral line. 6 SCVs, Spirit out of position. He does react with his entire army. Does pull back home. 10 SCV kills. SCVs go down. But yeah, because of the terrain, there's just so much space in between your side and your opponent's side of the map, or I should say your fringe bases and your opponent's fringe bases. So maneuvering across like this kind of area to expand is it's not really viable. See Spirit going for the drop. Headed towards top right. Alas, Kelazhur, he has yet to expand here. He hasn't spread himself thin. Kelazhur taking it slow. And the thing here on Persephone is that you can take it slow. There's no rush to take these bases. They're not going to be taken away from you. Again, Kelazhur, he'll get them eventually. As he's pushing through the center. A Viking cannon in favor of Kelazhur. Raven cannon in favor of Spirit. Again, 16 tanks for Diego. Spirit, he might just rotate into the base. Yeah, he's going for it. He's going for the expansion. Kelazhur out of position. Yeah, he's trying to keep up. The CC goes down. Kelazhur, he has to go all the way around. And he may lose the expansion. Say that. Spirit, he doesn't go for it. Doesn't go for the CC. Spirit, he stays back. Still has a drop on the right-hand side. Getting Liberator range, working towards more starports. Aye. Kelazhur will get the drop eventually. Likewise, Spirit does push in. Does get up the ramp. Once again, Kelazhur, he's out of position. He's on the low ground. And we're dropping into the main. Yeah, nice movement here from Spirit. Just out-positioning Kelazhur. Oh, and he's going to be forced to land. Yeah, the Vikings, they're being bullied, and this could just be the kill move. He's on top of the production. Kelazhur having a hard time pushing in. Forced to take a bad fight. So many Vikings going down. Oh god. The Marines. Bit of miscontrol out of Spirit. He does run into the army. Yeah, bit of miscontrol. Despite that, still takes over the third base. 22 SCV kills. And these are brutal losses here for Kelazhur. Again, he was just stuck here on the low ground. He never rotated back up. Never did rotate. Force to land. Takes down the tanks. Takes down the tanks. That's going to be 28 SCVs and 2 bases. And Kelazhur, he has to counterattack. He has to send it. Now, Kelazhur, he does retain his tank count. He's got 13 tanks behind this, so he's got a very high tank count still to work with, but our liberation has arrived. And Spirit, he has air control. True. Making 6 more liberators. Setting up his freedom zones. And Kelazhur, he's stuck on the ground. Oh god, just taking free damage. He's stuck on the ground. Oh no. Yeah, he cannot take flight. Oh, there are a couple of cyclones. Liberators they set up. Oof. They do set up. They just bully Kelazhur. And again, we almost had a late game here. Like we almost cut the map in half and slowed the game down. But again, Spirit, he found a way into the main. He forced Kelazhur out of position. He picked him apart. Here we go, going for the disables. Liberators are set. And Spirit, he has air control. He dominates the sky. He takes down all the Vikings. And with that, he will claim the series. It was an intense back and forth. Went all the way to the ace match. Again, Kelazhur looking quite strong here in today's broadcast, in today's qualifier, but barely not enough. He went the distance back. He went the distance. And I'm impressed. I'm impressed that he went all the way to both qualifying matches even. As I mentioned before, Kelazhur, he's been out of practice. He hasn't been competing as much in the last year. He's been playing less StarCraft, but GG gets called, made all the way to the ace match, does fall in the end, and Spirit will claim the series a 3-2, qualifying for the Fusion Esports League at Krakow 2025 main event. GG. Ooh, GG, well played, Baby Gab, well played here as Spirit. He will claim it again. It was a very intense back and forth, went the distance multiple times. We had Kelazhur cheesing out Spirit at times, catching with his pants down, out positioning even as well. Remember, Kelazhur, he already beat Spirit earlier today in the best of 3 in the upper brackets, but here the rematch, Spirit does get his revenge, does bring it back here. GG, well played. Again, a very intense back and forth. I'm just really happy, really excited to see Kelazhur returning to the game and looking to be in relatively good form. As I mentioned previously, Kelazhur, he stepped away during the off season of EPT, of EWC even, and he actually came back like a week or 2 before the EWC qualifiers, before the Americas qualifiers, which he was a part of. But again, even during the qualifier, he said himself that he was really rusty, like he wasn't really playing much, like he was rough around the edges. But after he came back for that, he kept playing, and he was even a part of Home Story Cup. Last weekend he was at Home Story Cup, and even competing in these qualifiers as well. It's been really cool to see Kelazhur kind of scratch that itch, or just have that competitive drive once again. Really cool to see. Really cool to see him return. And even though he doesn't make it through, he had a really good showing here tonight. Really good showing. I think I want to say that he probably surprised a lot of people. A lot of people weren't really expecting too much from Diego. But here we have it. We have MaNa. MaNa, he of course qualified. He took down Krystianer 2-1, took down Kelazhur 3-1, and MaNa, he does qualify in first place in the upper half of in the upper bracket. Meanwhile, we had Spirit. Spirit, he clawed his way back in. He took down Fiant 2-0, took down Krystianer 2-1, and took down Kelazhur 3-2. So 3-2. So MaNa and Spirit, they both qualify for the main event. GG, well played. Despite these being global qualifiers, we have some nice Polish representation. Well done, well played. Now, when it comes to the main event, I did mention how I was going to show off the current qualified players, so I got you covered. I got you covered here. Here we go. Again, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the brackets and the qualifier yourself. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, so again, this is an $8,000 offline event that's happening in Poland, and it's happening at the end of the month. Or I should say it's happening after Esports World Cup, after EWC. So Esports World Cup, I want to say it's like 2 or 3 days after that event does conclude. And bam, you can see here we have our global invites. No one confirmed yet. I was notified by Kashim that they're going to be announcing invites over the next couple of days. But it's going to be 4 global invites here for the main event, 2 Polish invites, and then 5 players from the open qualifiers. As you can see here, so far, yesterday we were live with qualifier number 1. We had Skillus and SOS making it through the first qualifier, and we have MaNa and Spirit making it through the second qualifier, and there's 1 qualifier remaining. As you can see here, 5 players through the open qualifiers. We already have 4, and in that final last chance qualifier, there's only 1 spot, only 1 slot available. So it's going to be even more brutal, even more cutthroat. So there's 1 spot left. Otherwise, again, there's going to be those 4 global invites. There's going to be 2 Polish invites, and there is going to be 1 player seeded from the Fusion Esports League at Krakow 2025 Polish Championship. We also covered this qualifier a couple of days ago on Friday. So if you missed out on that, basically, this is the Fusion Esports League Krakow 2025. This is the big main event, but there is also an online Polish-only tournament where the best players in Poland are facing off. Here we have players like Kelazhur, Spirit, MaNa, Krystianer, Geralt, Art, Papi, and Trifax. Those are the players that are going to be facing off here in this tournament. We will be casting in English, of course, as we always do when it comes to these big Polish tournaments. We'll be covering it in English. Likewise, we'll be covering this main event in English as well. So again, we're going to be here live on the CranKy Ducklings, as always here, with plenty of StarCraft. But again, the champion of the Polish Championship, so the best player in Poland, will be getting that direct seed into the main event. Now, because MaNa and Spirit have already made it through the open qualifiers, if one of them wins this event, then most likely it will be knocked down to whoever's in 2nd place or 3rd place. Most likely it'll be knocked down. I guess similar to how Star Zagora worked, where at Star Zagora, Showtime qualified for Esports World Cup, just because of, yeah, he does qualify for the Esports World Cup, just because the other top players at Star Zagora already were part of the main event. So it fell to Showtime. So here could be something similar as well. But again, keep an eye out on the social medias for the announcements of the next invites of who else is going to be a part of this. Again, it's going to be an $8,000 tournament, and it's going to be a major offline event. You can see here, Jesus, a massive double elimination bracket. I think it's going to be a 3-day event. And of course, we're going to be covering it here on the CranKy Ducklings as always. Meanwhile, when it comes to the rest of our schedule, bam, this is our upcoming schedule here. Sorry, this was our schedule. We just wrapped up with the Fusion Esports League qualifiers over the weekend. This graphic is a little bit out of date. Oh, actually, no. It's I think it's up to date. Yeah, it's up to date. My apologies. So our next broadcast, as you can see, is on Monday. Monday evening here. The Wardy TV Monday is going to be at 8 p.m. KST. That's going to be our next broadcast. That's going to be in under 24 hours time. Meanwhile, we have the KSL Tuesday morning. You might be thinking, isn't the KSL usually over the weekend? It is. It is usually over the weekend. But we were so busy with the Fusion Esports League qualifiers that we were not able to cast it live. So we're doing a replay cast on Tuesday to catch up, and we have Sparkling Tuna Cup on Tuesday as well. Usually our Tuna Cup, that is a weekly open tournament, by the way, we host them on Sundays, but because of this broadcast, because of this qualifier, we did reschedule our Tuna Cup to Tuesday. So that's our weekly open tournaments where we have, players like Björn, Shin, Solar, Nightmare. I guess Nightmare not anymore because he retired. Zaun facing off against Skillus, against Showtime, against Krystianer, Baby Marine, Nicaract, and many others, Geralt as well. We have the best players in Europa and Korea facing off in our weekly open tournaments. And again, that's going to be rescheduled to Tuesday because it's going to be on a Tuesday. We might get less signups, which will be a little bit unfortunate, but I think that's better than just missing a week. So again, we have Tuna Cup on Tuesday. We have the Podcast on Wednesday. That's our weekly talk show, our weekly podcast of StarCraft 2, where we wrap up and go over all the events of the week and any StarCraft adjacent news as well. So again, we do discuss that on a weekly basis during the podcast. We have Pegasaur Cup on Wednesday. We have StarCraft Evolution League on Thursday and Friday, and we have some more Fusion Esports League over the weekend. You can see there, that is the Polish Championship. The Polish Championship is going to be over the weekend, and we also have another qualifier as well. So yeah, that's a lot of FEL over the weekend. That's going to be the last chance qualifier, and that Polish Championship will also be taking place this upcoming weekend. And we have the Tuna Cup as well. So a lot of StarCraft, a lot is going on, and we'll bring as much of it to you as we can. As always, we are live every single day here on the CranKy Ducklings. We cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there. We have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. We cast all the StarCraft. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Again, a big shout out to Wardy for giving us a raid earlier. Big shout out to Wardy for that raid. And we are going to be wrapping up. So just catching up with the chat. That was the Spirited series. Yes, yes. Is Kelazhur still in Europe? Yes. He has been in Europe for a couple of years now. Top Brazilian player in the Netherlands? Yes, yes. Basically, we traded Kelazhur for Euthermal, where Euthermal's living in Mexico and Kelazhur's living in the Netherlands. So, Euthermal and Kelazhur, they did switch. Aye. Here we go. Here we go. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Time for ladder. Take care. But with that, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. And again, we have the rest of our schedule ahead of us here, and we're going to be wrapping up. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to, so give them some love, give them some support. And again, otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow for the Wardy TV Monday. That is a weekly open tournament, and we'll be all over that alongside Wardy and alongside some other language casters as well, as always. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Also, if you want to support us, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. We do host our tournaments on a weekly basis, as you can see with the Sparkling Tuna Cup, for example. Bam. These are 3 events we do host on a regular basis. We have Sea Duckling Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and Masters 1 Open as well. And you can see our current goal on Patreon just under the graphic. You can see that our current goal is 500 USD a month, and we currently earn 456. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards these tournaments, goes towards the prize pool. Our next goal after this is to start paying admins and start paying casters. But for now, all that money goes towards the prize pool. It all goes towards the players, so you can help us grow our tournaments and provide for the scene, for the community. So if you want to help support StarCraft, you can do so via Patreon. Otherwise, !Socials in the chat. We do stream on a regular basis every single day, more StarCraft than anyone else out there, and we do stream on YouTube. So if you see something that you want to watch, but if you can't watch it live, for example, if you, missed out on Home Story Cup, we were the B stream. We were the official B stream for Home Story Cup. We were one of the side streams for DreamHack Dallas. We were one of the side streams for EWC. We were covering all the EWC qualifiers, all the regionals, everything. We cast everything, of course. It's all on YouTube. So you can watch it there if you wish. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Have a great rest of your weekend. Have a great rest of your day. Take care, everyone. Take care.